1890, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Dear Chairman VLA, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Finance meeting, which is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Please mark Senator Gregory as tardy.
Mr. Chair, you have 3 present, 3 absent, 1 tardy.
Any more correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed and read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Finance Fiscal Year 2022 budget hearing for Thursday, July 15th, 2021 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The Committee on Finance will receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2022 executive budget for the government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. At 9 a.m., the Department of Education invited testifiers Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner. And at 2 p.m., the Board of Education and the Career and Technical Education Board invited testifiers Kyza Callwood, Chairman, Board of Education, Michael T. Francois, Chairperson, Career and Technical Education Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please mark Senator Carrion as present and Senator Blyden as tardy.
Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 1 absent, 2 tardy.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'd also like to welcome Senator Franklin Johnson. Thank you for joining us. Commissioner, I'm going to allow you to put your name and title on the record along with the individuals who are with you in the well, and we will allow those individuals who are participating virtually to put their name and title on the record. Those who are participating virtually, please remember to mute your device if you're not speaking, and when you ask a question, make sure that your camera is on. Beginning with you, Commissioner.
All right. Ready?
Yes.
Hi, good morning, Honorable Senator Kurt VLA. I am Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of the VI Department of Education. Here with me in the well are Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal.
Let them go ahead and put it themselves. Put your name on yourself.
Good morning, Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services.
Sir.
Good morning, Kimo Smith, Director of Federal Grants.
Wendy Bailey, Director of Human Resources.
Okay, and you're gonna have to pull it down. You're not that tall.
Which,
Good.
there.
Virtually, those that are participating virtually, Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning. Victor Son, the 3rd Assistant Commissioner of Education.
Superintendent. I think I just tried to admit. Mr. McGregor, are you on now? Okay, somebody has to mute the device.
Good morning, Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District.
Thank you. Next. Okay, I'm seeing now, Wells Hendrington, please.
Good morning, Senator VLA, Dion Wells Hendrington.
Mr. McGregor.
Good morning, Senator VLA and committee members, Superintendent Carlos McGregor, St. Croix District.
Next. Mr. Jurgen, are you on yet? Okay, I'm seeing Ms. Blake.
Hi, good morning. Senator Viale, Ms. Karen Blake, RLIS Program Manager.
Ms. Moore, thank you.
Good morning, Senator Cynthia B. Moore, Legal Counsel.
Thank you. Okay, right now I'm not, is there anyone else I have not called? I'm not seeing anybody else that has signed on. Anyone else that has signed on? Okay, so what I'll do, Commissioner, I'll allow you to begin with your testimony. And when you're finished, I know you have some additional individuals that are supposed to be on, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when you're finished with your testimony, then I'll allow them to put their name and title on the record.
Okay.
So you may proceed.
Thank you, Senator.
1 minute, Commissioner. Senator Joseph, thank you for coming. And Senator Bryden is present. He was here earlier. You may proceed.
Good morning, Honorable Kurt A. Viale, Chairman of the Committee on Finance, members of the committee, other members of the 34th Legislature, other testifiers, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Raquel Berry Benjamin, Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Education.
1 minute, Commissioner. I'm sorry. Senator Francis, thank you for joining us. And I think that is it. You may proceed now.
The department's leadership team and I are here to provide testimony on fiscal year 2022 budget. Present with me are Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal and Administrative Services, Mr. Kimo Smith, Director of Federal Grants, Mrs. Wendy Bailey, Director of Human Resources, and other members of the team participating virtually. As stated many times before, the VIDE is transforming. We are on a new path to reset and develop a new direction forward for public education. While the COVID-19 pandemic has certainly slowed down the department's transformative work, at the VIDE, we pushed forward where we could by driving our plane while building it at the same time. Because students still have to be educated during this transformation process, existing curriculum, processes, systems, tools, and resources will be utilized during the 2021-2022 school year. However, the department will be heavily engaged in its resetting process, re-examining the design, practices, and educational outcomes of schools. For 2021 to 2025, Virgin Islands schools will be co-authoring the learning journey, re-engineering the learning journey, and redesigning the system. Moreover, the VIDE's 2 school districts are demonstration districts in what is referred to as Learning 2025, a national network of innovative school districts committed to transforming their teaching and learning practices through 2025, with the intent of preparing students to meet the demands of the 21st century. School districts will have access to a host of consultancy services to help schools transform and meet predetermined educational outcomes in line with the VIDE's transformational strategic plan. The focus of the Department of Education's transformation is reimagining schools and the school system so that the whole child be prepared for life, their future. Regrouping, planning, and training will start to take place with school personnel during the 2021-2022 school year. A strategy of the department is to use the 3-pronged approach of home, school, and community to help ensure the success of students academically, socially, emotionally, physically, technologically, spiritually, and in career pathways. An intentional focus has been placed on, but not limited to, implementing a social emotional program to ensure the wellness of students and staff, especially since experiencing the COVID-19 pandemic. Developing strong foundations in early grades by focusing on the basics, and I reemphasize, by focusing on the basics. Continuing providing additional supports through digital educational programs, research-based strategies, Saturday and weekend programs, after-school and summer school programs to support learning gains and/or address learning loss. Similarly, education and training for parents and the community will be provided so that each stakeholder group is informed and prepared with the knowledge and tools to help in the educational process of our children. What is taught in school has to be applied and reinforced at home and in the community to increase the chances of students succeeding. To ensure the previously mentioned is actualized, the department on a whole is deeply engaged in the evaluation of curriculum, instructional resources, operational resources, teacher training, data systems, communication systems, etc., to reprogram existing funds and align newly received funds with the direction of the department to transform schools and meet the well-rounded needs of students. Equally important to the curriculum are the buildings or educational facilities in which students learn and teachers teach. These environments contribute significantly to the learning process and overall growth and development of students. Students' academic performance and employee morale can be adversely impacted when buildings are not conducive to learning. As part of the VIDE's transformative work to modernize existing schools as well as build new ones, the Raquel O. Wheatley Skills Center building was modernized to state-of-the-art industry standards, the first of its kind in the territory, and has been renamed the Charlotte Amalia High School Annex to house the high school's 9th grade academy. The Charlotte Amalia Annex is a tangible representation of the transformation taking place at the VI Department of Education and represents what schools in the Virgin Islands would look like. Let it serve as a sign of hope for what the future holds. Today, the student enrollment from school year 2021 is 10,993 students, 5,451 in the St. Croix district, and 5,542 in the St. Thomas St. John district. This total is approximately 275 students more than the 2019-2020 school year. There were 3,456 students enrolled in grades 9 through 12 for the 2020-2021 school year. Of the 759 students enrolled in the 12th grade at the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year, a total of 731 graduated in May, 361 in the St. Thomas St. John district, and 370 in the St. Croix district. However, the official graduation count will be finalized and recorded after summer classes have ended. The chart below shows the specific amount of graduates for Central High School, which is 176, St. Croix Educational Complex, 194, Career and Technical Education, 146, St. Croix Adult Education, 15, Charlotte Amalia High School, 220, Ivana Udorican High School, 141, Raquel O. Wheatley Skills Center, 70, and the St. Thomas Adult Education Program, 27. And again, these numbers will be official after the summer classes have ended. As it relates to personnel, the department views employees as its #1 asset. As such, we strive to provide the necessary support employees need to be at their best, whether it be mentally or physically. During this COVID year, in collaboration with Cigna and the Division of Personnel, the department provided webinars, reading material, and free virtual workout sessions to assist employees during this time. The following are just a few webinars which have been provided to employees. Manager's Guide supporting employees after traumatic events, stress in customer service roles, talking to children about death, understanding anxiety, stress relief, train your brain, effective communication strategies, financial setback, regrouping and rebuilding, Manager's Guide to Employee Assistance Program, coping with pandemic fatigue, stress and your child, and a fresh look at healthy eating. As of January 31st, 2021, the Virgin Islands Department of Education has 2,188 total employees, of which 185 of those positions are exempt. And 2,003 are classified positions. In addition, there are 153 funded vacancies territory-wide, of which 21 of those were teaching positions, 7 in the St. Croix district and 14 in the St. Thomas and John district. The department utilized the substitute pool to mitigate the inadequate staffing levels caused by teacher shortages throughout the territory. For the 2020-2021 school year, a total of 19 individuals participated in the department's substitute pool, 12 in the St. Thomas St. John district and 7 in the St. Croix district, of which 3 were retirees territory-wide. Below is a breakdown of additional needs for teachers that each district expressed. The department's focus is to build a diverse educator pipeline. As previously shared with this body during the Committee on Education and Workforce Development hearing on July 12, 2021, to fill vacancies at the VIDE, the department continues to utilize the International Teacher Program, a program that has served the Virgin Islands well. Moreover, the assessment and introductory phase of a teaching career path in our high schools will take place during the 2021-2022 school year. Interest surveys will be done and exposure to the profession through a variety of activities which will occur throughout the year. This program is the department's grassroots approach to revitalizing the teaching profession in the territory and building a reciprocal pipeline between the University of the Virgin Islands and the VI Department of Education. Students will benefit from the free tuition program and be required to give back years of service to the department. Lastly, new for the 2021-2022 school year is the implementation of virtual teachers using an online service provider. Although not new to the rest of the world, virtual teachers are new to Virgin Islands schools. All 3 are examples of creatively building a diverse educator pipeline using multiple sources. The VI Department of Education understands that having in-person educators to teach students is essential to the overall learning experience. As such, the local hiring of teachers remains the first option for the VI Department of Education. Similarly, substitute teachers remain priority as it relates to hiring at the VIDE. Other creative ways to build the teacher pipeline are in order, however, will not take effect during the 2021-2022 school year. The Department of Education will continue recruiting efforts and will continue to participate in recruiting efforts of the government of the Virgin Islands to recruit nationally to bring Virgin Islanders back home. At this time, Deputy Penn will continue reading our testimony.
Good morning. Yes, good morning. I will give an overview of the fiscal year 22 general fund budget recommendation. The governor has recommended an appropriation of $184,438,881 from the general fund to the Department of Education for fiscal year 2022. This sum includes $105,856,941 For personnel services, $55,277,961 for fringe benefits, $2,443,220 for supplies, $12,868,795 for other services, and $2,312,500 under the miscellaneous section of the budget. For fiscal year 2020, the fiscal year 2022 recommended funding level is $19,868,670, or 12% above the $164,572,11 appropriated under the general fund for fiscal year 2021 as per Act numbers 8365, 8411, and 8451. In addition to the $184.4 million recommended for fiscal year 2022, there is another $725,000 in other miscellaneous appropriations for the department's operations. These sums together total $185,163,881 for fiscal year 2022. And the following chart gives a breakdown of the line items comparing fiscal year 2021 appropriation versus the fiscal year 2022 recommendation. Under personnel services, the cost recommended at $105,856,941 covers 2,192.63 full-time equivalent FTE positions and associated costs. Included in this sum are 106 filled exempt positions at $7,606,149, 24.44 vacant exempt positions at $1,365,290, 1,945.6 filled classified positions at $89,355,93, and 116.65 vacant classified positions at $4,802,826. Additional costs of $2,732,083 include lump sum payments at $1,507,083, substitute teacher pool funding at $800,000, night school teacher per diem payments budgeted at $400,000, and part-time temporary employment totaling $25,000. The fiscal year 2022 recommended sum for personnel services represents a net increase of $4,874,805, or 5% above the fiscal year 2021 appropriated sum of $100,982,136. There is also a net increase of 78, or 4% more FTEs budgeted for FY 2022 than in FY 2021. Personnel services costs for FY 2022 represent 58% of the total recommended budget. And the chart depicts the outline of the filled and the vacant positions and the adjustments and the number of positions. Under fringe benefits for fiscal year 2022, the recommended cost for fringe benefits is $55,277,961. This sum is $5,029,012, or 10% higher than the $50,248,949 budgeted for fiscal year 2021. This sum includes calculations for the employee's contributions to retirement, FICA, Medicare, health and dental insurance, workers' comp premiums, and unemployment insurance contributions. Fringe benefits represent 30% of the total recommended FY 22 budget. And then the chart shows a breakdown of all the different contributions, expenses budgeted under fringe benefits, comparing fiscal year 21 and 2022. For FY 2022, the budget recommended for materials and supplies is $2,443,220. This budget category includes funding for the department's operating and office supplies, drinking water, vehicle and maintenance supplies, gasoline purchases, and food supplies for the school lunch program. The budget for supplies is 32% more than that budgeted last year. Supplies represent 1% of the total recommended FY22 budget. Other services, the sum of $12,868,795 budgeted for fiscal year 2022 under other services includes costs necessary for the continued operation of the department, such as pupil transportation, security services, janitorial services, accreditation of schools, special education services, internet costs, software licensing renewals, communication, travel, office rental, transportation, and training costs. This sum is $3,674,800, or 40% above the FY 2021 funding level of $9,197,346. Other services represent 7% of the total recommended budget. For FY 2022, funding for utilities is budgeted for $5,679,464. At the beginning of each fiscal year, the entire appropriated sum is transferred into the single-payer fund, and utility payments for the department are processed by the Department of Finance. This line item was not funded under the department's FY 2021 allocation. Last year, the Office of Management and Budget determined there were sufficient funds in that fund to cover the cost of utilities for that fiscal year. Utilities represent 3% of the total recommended budget. For FY 2022, the sum of $2,312,500 is budgeted as miscellaneous under the department's recommended allocation. This sum represents a 1% increase from the $2,297,500 appropriated in FY 2021. This increase is to restore the funding to $125,000 for interscholastic sports, which received a $15,000 reduction in FY 2021 as per Act 8451. Other funding under this budget category includes $2 million for school maintenance, $35,000 for the Albert Raxter Scholarship, $20,000 for the James A. Peterson Scholarship, $15,000 for the Tishwanmi After School Program, $10,000 for FBLA, and $7,500 for continuing education tuition subsidy. The funds budgeted under the miscellaneous section represent 1% of the total recommended budget for FY 2022. Other miscellaneous appropriations. The department is also recommended to receive other miscellaneous appropriations for FY 2022 to include $500,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund, $175,000 to fund the Civic Education Initiative, and $50,000 for the STEM summer program on St. Croix. At this time, our Director of Federal Grants, Mr. Smith, will give an overview of the federal grants program. Thank you.
Good morning. The department currently manages $300,330,233 for 16 federal grants received from the U.S. Department of Ed and $8,124,640.92 for 13 grants received from the U.S. Department of Agriculture. The awarded grants include special education, consolidated grants, Strive-In Readers, adult education, Project Restart, the Corona Aid Relief and Economic Security Act, CARES, CARES 2, and then the American Rescue Plan funds. The U.S. Department of Agriculture grants include the National School Lunch Program, School Breakfast Program, Summer Food Service Program, Emergency Food Assistant Program, Child and Adult Care Food Program, Fresh Fruit and Vegetable Program, and the NSLP Equipment Grant, and State Administrative Expense. For FY 2022, the department anticipates receiving approximately $32,909,539.92 in federal funds. Of this sum, $27,404,520 is expected to be received from the U.S. Department of Ed, and $5,350,607.92 to be received from the U.S. Department of Agriculture as reimbursable program funds administered through the department's Division of Special Nutrition. The department has received $211,385,648 in funds from the U.S. Department of Ed tied to the COVID-19 pandemic. This amount represents an increase of approximately 70.4% in our federal funds. These funds are for the purpose of providing emergency assistance as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The CARES 1 and 2 funds are to allow state educational agencies funding for personal protection equipment, cleaning and sanitizing materials, similar supplies necessary to maintain school operations and to support in-person instruction during and after the COVID-19 pandemic, activities that will support remote learning, educational technology to include hardware, software, and connectivity, and mental health services and supports. The ARP funds allow for the same use as the CARES funds. However, the ARP funds focus on the safe return of students to in-person instruction, maximizing instructional time, sustaining safe in-person instruction, addressing student learning loss, and providing summer enrichment and comprehensive after-school programs. It is important to note that funds tied to COVID-19 have a maintenance of effort requirement in the amount of $169,123,512, which requires states to maintain support for elementary and secondary education in federal years 2020 and 2021. The 2020 year aligns with school year 2020-2021, and the 2021 aligns with school year 2021-2022. The department is currently working to obligate approximately $11,216,233 that is set to expire September 30th, 2021. We have requested no-cost extensions through September of 2022 for our 2019 consolidated grant, which has a balance of $6,318,360.28 to obligate as of June 25th, 2021. And our FY 2020 Striving Readers Literacy Grant, which has a balance of $122,264.34. And that is also as of June 25th, 2021. These no-cost extensions will provide the department sufficient time for the continuation of services to meet the educational needs of our students. The Federal Grants Office has set internal benchmarks for the obligation of available funds. Additionally, spending plans are in place for programs with funds that are set to expire September 30th, 2021. COVID-19 has negatively impacted the availability of critical supplies. Manufacturers are challenged with increased production times at a time when there is a shortage of raw materials. Additionally, the demand far exceeds supply as school districts across the country are competing for goods needed to operate schools. VIDE was affected by this shortage as well. Due to vendors' inability to provide goods, VIDE was unable to obligate and liquidate approximately $529,485 of its $14,479,680 that was received from our FY17 consolidated grant. This was in part due to orders for goods that vendors were unable to fill, and for our Carl D. Perkins Career Technical Education funds that were ineligible for a no-cost extension. One of our newest resources to the VIDE are the funds that we received under our CARES Act. The purpose of the funding is to provide emergency assistance, as stated earlier, to states in outlying areas due to the coronavirus pandemic. As the entire world has been affected by the pandemic, the Department of Ed has benefited from these additional federal financial resources to meet the needs of our students and employees. Under the CARES Act, we received two allocations, CARES 1 and CARES 2. Under CARES 1, on the state level, the Virgin Islands Department of Ed received funding in the amount of $19,992,337. Per U.S. Department of Ed guidance, 10%, $1,999,233.70 of these funds were allocated to the state educational agency, and 90%, $17,993,103.30 of the funds were allocated to our local education agencies, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. The chart depicts the allocation based on each LEA to our public schools and our non-public schools, and provides a total of the 19 million breakdown. To date, VIDE has obligated 68%, $13,602,915.30 of the $19,992,337 received. Of the $13,602,915.30 that is currently obligated, $11,714,362.67 has been expended. These funds are available until September 30, 2022. For expenditures from CARES 1, funds for the state education agency, you will observe that VIDE has obligated 72%, $1,445,455 of the $1,999,233.70 received. Of the $1,445,455 that is currently obligated, $676,842 has been expended. In the State CARES 1 Table 3, you will observe that the SEA has utilized funds to procure, but not limited to, laptops, educational resources, battery backups, server racks, and sanitization of the main complex. The chart reflects the state award amount along with the obligation and expended amounts that I mentioned earlier. Table 2 reflects the breakdown of the funds, and Table 3 reflects the items that are being purchased with said funds. Under the St. Thomas St. John District, CARES 1, you will observe that VIDE has obligated 65%, $6,154,808 of the $9,339,670 received. Of the $6,154,808 that is currently obligated, $5,426,282 has been expended. Expenditures fall within the following categories: administration, safe and healthy schools, technology, and non-public schools. Table 2 shows that $383,642 were used for administration support. $1,701,135 was used to secure safe and healthy goods and services. $4,907,481 was used to procure technology, and $2,347,412 was provided to our non-public schools. And the chart depicts the amount of funds awarded, obligated, and remaining for the St. Thomas St. John District. Moving to the St. Croix District, you will observe that VIDE is obligated 69%, $6,002,650 of the $8,653,433 received. Of the $6,002,650 that is currently obligated, $5,519,467 has been expended. Expenditures fall within the following categories: administration, safe and healthy schools, technology, and non-public schools. Table 2 shows that $352,755 were used for administrative support. $1,683,10 was used to secure safe and healthy goods and services. $4,983,113 was used to procure technology, and $1,640,055 to provide to non-public schools. And the chart depicts that information. Both districts utilize CARES 1 funds to hire employees and procure the goods and services needed to ensure schools throughout the territory were ready to welcome students and staff safely. For example, technology and instructional resources such as Chromebooks and laptops for students and staff, student slates, headphones and device bags, portable hard drive, temperature scanners, electronic books, and online platforms, subscriptions, workbooks. Operating supplies such as school lunch resources, igloo coolers, tents, fold-in tables, deli containers, platform trucks. Safety supplies and decals such as sanitation and cleaning supplies, hand washing stations and water bottle fill stations, adult and children disposable masks, face shields, students and staff temperature checkers, touchless hand sanitizers, soap dispensers, disinfectant fogger machines, janitorial service to sanitize school buildings, compulsory signing in at the main office and the wearing of masks while on school campuses, floor decals, adhesive graphics that display safety messages pertaining to COVID-19, nurses' supplies to include disposable gowns, plexiglass dividers for offices, teachers and students, and paraprofessional desks. Directional signage, which have been posted on campuses to remind students, staff, and other stakeholders of the 6-foot distancing guideline, the regular washing of hands, and staff such as technicians, administrative staff, help desk support, laborers, etc. Fund balances at the state and district levels will reflect a reduced amount when the salaries of employees tied to the funds are fully expended and vendors are paid for their goods and services. Vendors are paid when the procurement process has undergone the full life cycle and goods have been acquired and services have been fully executed. The remaining balances are on schedule to be expended by the deadline of these funds. The Commissioner Raquel Berry will take over here for CARES 2 funds.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I will continue our testimony with CARES 2. As it relates to the second allocation of CARES funds, the VI Department of Education received funding in the amount of $53,234,881. Per USED guidance, 10% of the funds were allocated to the state education agency, and 90% of the funds were allocated to the local education agencies, the St. Thomas St. John District and the St. Croix District. The purpose of the funding is to provide additional emergency assistance to states and outlying areas through the Education Stabilization Fund due to the coronavirus disease of 2019. To date, the VIDE has obligated 0.13% of the $53 million received. Of the $7,055 that is currently obligated, 0 has been expended. This is due to the fact that the VIDE is required to spend funds according to FIFO, the first in, first out rule, as much as possible. The U.S. Department of Education still holds the VIDE to the FIFO rule during COVID. These funds are available until September 30, 2023. The expenditures from CARES Act 2 for the state education agency, you will observe that the VIDE has obligated 0.13% of the $5 million received. Of the $7,055 that is currently obligated, 0 has been expended. Table 3 shows some examples of how the state agency will utilize CARES 2 funds to strengthen the distance learning infrastructure, curriculum, and employees with the purchasing of school supplies, musical instruments, digital math, science, and language resources, remote internet access, online musical platform, and professional development, but of course not limited to. Page 20 has a breakdown of those charts with the respective numbers previously mentioned. On page 21, for CARES Act 2 for the St. Thomas St. John District, you will observe that the VIDE has obligated 0% of the 25 million received. Expenditures will fall within the following categories, however: administration, safe and healthy schools, technology, and non-public schools. The St. Thomas St. John CARES 2 table shows that $781,813 will be used for administrative support. 16 million will be used to secure safe and healthy goods and services, and 2 million will be used to procure technology, where 5 million will be provided to non-public schools. Table 3 of the St. Thomas CARES 2 funds, you will observe that the St. Thomas St. John District plans to utilize CARES 2 funds to procure, but not limited to, additional plexiglass for students' desks, temperature scanners, disposable masks, face shields for students and staff, hiring laborers, maintenance staff, truancy officers, paraprofessionals, kitchen workers, a team of administer the program, and program director and administrative assistants, program assistants, compliance monitors, purchase of online resources, subscriptions, books, online technology platforms, contract services for bus services and janitorial services, assessments for purchasing of generators, solar panels, retrofitting bathrooms and touchless fixtures, purifying systems, HVAC systems, retrofitting and maintaining upgrades such as UV lights, monitoring systems, security infrastructure, surveillance, camera systems, PA systems, communication boards, cameras, microphones, touchless soap dispensers, etc. As I continue on page 21, on page 24, you will notice that the St. Croix District has expended 0% of the CARES Act 2 funds. The example, however, in Table 3 shows how the St. Croix District plans to utilize its funds to procure, but again, not limited to, operating supplies such as air purifiers, replacement student barriers, digital technology, licenses, Promethean laptops, establish social emotional wellness rooms with services at all school sites, and construct 9 additional classrooms at the Claudio Elementary School, and the installation of new air conditioning units in all classrooms at the St. Croix Educational Complex and Juanita Guardian K-8 schools. These expenditures will fall within the following categories: administration, safe and healthy schools, technology, and non-public schools. And Table 2 shows that 1 million will be used for administration support, 9 million will be used to secure safe and healthy goods, 9 million will be used to procure technology, and 3 million will be provided to non-public schools. As we proceed to our closing, on page 26, the 2021-2022 academic school year is shaped from the lessons learned from COVID-19. What the data says the future of schools will look like, as well as this FY 2022 budget proposal. The VIDE team remains steadfast and focused in its efforts to provide student outcomes and improve the fiscal management of all funds entrusted to the Virgin Islands Department of Education to meet our mandates. As a means of ensuring the VI Department of Education is working to truly prepare students for life after graduation, the department will focus efforts to plan and budget for resources that will transform the system to schools of the future that support the education and development of the whole child. The VIDE ability to continuously make progress during these difficult times is largely due to the continued support and collaboration of the VIDE leadership team, faculty, staff, students, and stakeholders. The future is indeed very bright for the Virgin Islands Department of Education. Mr. Chairman, this concludes my testimony. The VI leadership team and I are available to answer questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony and your details with the testimony. Colleagues, before we go to a round of questioning, let me see if we have some additional individuals who are now online. Okay, I'm seeing Stephanie Brown. Can you put your name and title on the record? Stephanie Brown?
Sir, I'm doing that at this time.
I did not get that. Can you say it again?
Good afternoon. Yes, sir. I'm doing that at this time.
Okay, just state your name and your position.
Stephanie Brown, the Division of Virgin Islands Cultural Education.
Okay, thank you so much. The committee will take a 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Dr. Jurgen, can you put your name and title on the record, please? Dr. Jurgen?
Good morning. Good morning, Stefan Jurgen, Insular Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John School District.
Thank you. And those individuals that are on virtually, can you now turn on your camera because we're going to begin the period of questioning. So please turn on your camera. Welcome, Senator Saru. Thank you for coming. Colleagues, I'm going to begin with an 8-minute round because I know that there's a lot of questions that individuals need to ask. So we're going to have an 8-minute round, and I'm going to begin with, I'm looking at Senator Fred Gregory, and you're present, committee member. Thank you. I was going to say, I'm looking at you, and I ain't even acknowledge that you wasn't here. I just thought, oh, you were here all the time anyhow. And I know you weren't here. It's sad. Let's go to an 8-minute round, and Senator James is going to begin with you, and then DeGraff, and then Blyden.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers. Commissioner Raquel Berry, or anyone who can answer this question. I see that there's a vacant position for a maintenance coordinator at a starting salary of $42,033. Can you let me know what is the status of filling that vacancy and how long that vacancy has been like that?
Maintenance coordinator?
Yes.
Which district?
Commissioner, speaking to the mic, please.
I'm sorry. Which district for the maintenance coordinator?
I don't think I was able to get that. I was just going through the report, but I see there's a vacancy for a maintenance coordinator. Anyone can just quickly find out how long has that position been vacant? And while she's looking for that, I see that there's a need for a financial control officer there's a vacancy there, a starting salary of $55,000. What are we doing to get a financial control officer on board? Anyone?
Can you hear me? Okay. The maintenance coordinator position originally when we posted the position, we didn't have a lot of candidates that were applying for the position. We recently had about 1 or 2 individuals that applied, and I know that they're in the process of doing the interviews for that.
So with all these projects that is going on and the maintenance of the schools, who is filling that void right now as far as a maintenance coordinator?
We have our maintenance staff and coordinators distributed across all schools, Senator.
But who is taking the lead in absence of a maintenance coordinator right
There's someone appointed to take the lead, whoever's the veteran worker among the group, Senator. They're grouped into clusters and divide and conquer.
Understood. And to answer the remaining of the question, how long has that vacancy been like that, the maintenance coordinator?
Off the top of my head, I can't give you a time frame, but I know that it has been a few months that we've had that position open.
All right, and on the question regarding the financial control officer, I know we're handling a lot of funds right now, and I want to make sure you all have your house in order. I see some other vacancies as far as those individuals who are tasked with the responsibility of handling the audits. So what's going on there, and who's filling those voids in the meantime?
Repeat your question with the audit, please.
I see that there's a vacancy for financial control officer. I said, how long has this position been vacant? And I see there are some other vacancies when it comes to those individuals who are tasked with the responsibility of providing audits. What are we doing to get those things in order so you can make sure your finances are in order? Anyone?
Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner. Senator, that position for Financial Control Officer, we've been trying to fill that position for quite some time. We just waiting for candidates to apply. It's been.
So my question is, how are you guys managing with all these projects? You don't have that specific maintenance coordinator. You don't have the financial control officer, and individuals who are tasked with responsibility of providing oversight for audits. How are you coping with that, Commissioner Raquel?
Senator, we filled several financial control officer positions. This is just the last one.
Okay,
but we are in the process of filling those positions. So it's not that we just have one that we can't fill.
Understood. And I see in the FY 2021 budget, there was an appropriation for $500,000 for VI history textbooks. And I know it's not in this budget for this year because you're utilizing from last year. So can you speak to me how many books were purchased and specifically what books? Was it the umbilical cord? Can you elaborate some more there? Because I have some strong interest in the VI history curriculum in the school right now, and I want to know what's going on there.
Good morning, Senator. The Division of Curriculum and Instruction is in the process of purchasing digital textbooks and workbooks. We have met with several individuals, to include individuals connected to the umbilical cord. We have gotten a total price to include VI history textbooks and other books from grade 3 through grade 9. So we're currently in the process of identifying monies under the American Rescue Plan to not only purchase with respect to the VI history textbooks and workbooks, but in other areas as well. Currently, we're working on the math textbook adoption.
Awesome. I'm happy to know that you're taking the charge when it comes to VI history in the schools. You know my position when it comes to VI history. I have a piece of legislation there, but it's not ready because the way all my legislation is structured, we can't even enforce what we have on the books already as far as VI history being taught from K5 through 12, which is a whole other discussion. But I see here that there's about $3.3 million for 11 Construction LLC for a period of 14 months, and that's through the federal funds for FEMA, and it speaks to the demolition of the Evelyn Williams School site, and is effective upon the execution of the NTP. When would that NTP come into full swing? When will that begin?
2 minutes.
Anyone?
Dr. Wells.
Hi, good morning, Dion Wells Hedrington. Senator, the construction company had some outstanding documentation to submit. Once that is received, then the notice to proceed will be given.
And were they given a timeline as when they should get those documents in place? Are we leading the charge or not?
Yes, so we've had conversation with them, and I'm pretty sure that it's in there now, but I will follow up as it was brought up and report back to you before this session is over.
So my question is there a specific deadline? They have to meet it by this date? Because we want to take advantage of the summer. Summer is basically finished when you think about it.
Right, so once that documentation is presented, then the contract is executed, and there's a specific timeline as to how long it will take for that contract to be completed. Please bear in mind that that campus is free. There are no students there, so there won't be any interruption in the work to take place.
All right, understood. And I also see there that there's $11.4 million, which goes to Milestone Healthcare. It began on 12/2018 and it ends August 2022. And it caters to special education students, specifically for those who need occupational, physical, and speech therapists for students with special needs. So you know this school year is going to be a bit different. I think everyone should be back in school, right? And you know individuals with special needs, you know they went through the little trauma and what have you. So I just want to make sure as far as utilizing those funds for our special education students, if you could just elaborate and give us some insight on what you're working on to prepare for the upcoming school year with those funds.
The fund is to secure the contract, Senator. It's a provider, and
So were you able to find the therapists?
They provide them to us.
Okay, so
yes.
we brought them in.
We contract with them, and they give us the employees.
So can you speak to how many therapists were brought on board?
Time.
We'll have to get those numbers.
Okay, so my last question is, have you been able to expend all the funds, or there's a remaining balance?
I'll have to get that as well, sir. Because once a contract is in place, the total is paid. The entire total is paid to the contractor. It's not a matter of having remaining funds.
And Mr. Chair, one last question regarding Wi-Fi for students in housing and residential communities. I know it ends August 3rd, 2022. So with almost a year left, what are the plans for the utilization of those funds, knowing that our students will be back in the school?
Repeat which project you're specifically referring to, Senator?
Broadband VI has been awarded about $2.2 million for Wi-Fi for students in housing and residential communities. It began 9/2021 and it ends August 2022 using the Federal CARES Act. So now the students are going into school. What are the plans, even though we have a year still remaining when it comes to that contract or agreement?
We continue to provide MiFi devices to our students and work to provide community-based, community-wide internet is still in motion, Senator. And the goal is to have that implemented before the end of 2022.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Before the point of inquiry by Senator Fred Gregory, Commissioner, you have two contracts in reference to Wi-Fi. I know you just said MiFi, but the MiFi is the VIA contract. And the contract that the Senator was referring to is a broadband contract. And it says to provide Wi-Fi internet services to support student learning in various public housing and other residential communities. How is that going to be implemented?
I see. Okay, now I'm clear on what the Senator was referring to. Ms. Dr. Wells, is Mr. Hendrickson on?
Okay, so what I would recommend is that somebody get in contact with Mr. Hendrickson and let him sign on, and then I'll come back so that he can answer the question. And the specific question is the $2 million contract to broadband? How are they going to provide the Wi-Fi services? At the same time, we are going to renew the contract with VIA for the Wi-Fi devices, correct? Because we also have a contract from...
We just extended what
Extended
we
a
have,
year.
yeah,
Okay,
to
great.
provide more.
Okay, thank you so much. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the testifiers. Very quickly, I want to go back to what my previous colleague was talking about as it relates to these positions. So you have significant amounts of funds coming through the territory of one-time funds, basically federal funds. How are you treating those positions? Are any of those positions included in this, positions to support this work? How are you treating those positions?
Which work specifically, Senator?
The federal funds that's coming to the territory, i.e. the CARES Act dollars, i.e. the disaster recovery related dollars. How are you treating those positions? Because I know that you're asking for a significant amount of new positions, and I suspect some of them are to support these one-time dollars that's coming through the territory. How are you treating those positions?
I'm not sure I'm following when you say
so
treated them, but we're hiring as temporary.
You're hiring them as temporary. So what does the NOPA say?
What does the NOPA have a timeline? It's not, what is exactly the wording on it?
The NOPAs are, they are labeled as a full-time employee. However, their offer letter does stipulate that it is federally funded, their position, and it's contingent on.
So the NOPA don't have a timeline on them that says effective 10/1 to 10 blah blah blah.
It would have the timeline on the bottom in the
so
bottom
you are
section.
covering that and I asked the question because I want to make sure that when this is all said and done, we don't find ourselves in a situation where this government have to bring on all of those employees. I'm sure a lot of those employees will be able to be repurposed because, you know, there's pass through and flow through. But I'm just hoping that we do it, we're processing these NOPAs in the proper way so we don't find ourselves in an issue down the road. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, viewing, listening, and present. Again, I didn't see anything in regards to union wage increases. Has that been taken care of for the employees? Any recently or any negotiations going on right now?
Senator Ava Penn, Deputy Commissioner. We recently implemented increases for non-unionized classified employees at the department.
All of your GS?
Yes.
Okay, so they've been taken care of. Have the union negotiated recently or about to
We're
negotiate?
currently in union negotiations.
Okay, good. Also, I was wondering about the GROTC personnel. Is there funding for if they were to receive an increase? How would an increase be implemented for those retired military personnel in the GROTC program? Or is there one that they ever get? How would that work?
That will have to be in collaboration. That's an MOU that we have, and it wouldn't be solely dependent on the VIDE. We will have to speak, of course, with their commander and the MOU that we have in terms of salary increase.
And who would the funding come from?
Us.
Oh, true. Okay, so I say so for that MOU, in a negotiation process is what you'd have to go through.
Right, for salary increases.
Do you have funding for those individuals that would cover that?
Yes.
In the budget? Okay, good. Okay. Now the accreditation process for the high schools, where are we standing with that? Funding for that?
Certainly, both superintendents can provide where each school is, each senior high school.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Superintendent McGregor. Central High School just completed going through the accreditation process. They got an oral acceptance for renewal.
Excuse me, Commissioner, will you have all your personnel state their name before they speak, please?
Okay, Mr. McGregor, state your name.
Yes. Excuse
Good
me.
morning, Superintendent Carlos McGregor. I thought I did say that. Central High School recently completed its reaccreditation process. Got an oral confirmation. I will be getting the official letter this fall. John Woodson completed the reaccreditation process last school year and is fully accredited. This coming school year, 2021-2022, St. Croix Educational Complex will be going through the reaccreditation process. And there is funding in the budget to accommodate the costs associated with their reaccreditation.
Okay, good. And on the St. Thomason? St. Thomas,
Good
St.
morning,
John?
Stefan Jurgen.
Good morning.
Superintendent St. Thomas St. John School District. The Ivani Durkin High School completed their accreditation process last school year and received a favorable recommendation to move forward with reaccreditation. The Charlotte Amalia High School will go through their process during the fall of the 2021-22 school year, and funding has been identified to carry them through the accreditation process.
Okay, great. Also, consent decree, is there funding, and where are we in regards to that?
Consent decree?
You're under consent decree for any?
We're under third party.
Oh, the third party. Okay, you have all the funding to address the issues in that?
Senator Ava Penn, Senator, the funding to cover the cost for the third party is under the Office of Management and Budget.
Okay, okay. Now for student insurance, there's a insurance carrier that you have for the regular student insurance, but for athletic student insurance, is there a separate insurance that you have to cover the student athletes? And is that covered, or what is the cost of that, if so?
Thank you, Senator. The student athletes and the exact cost is, I can get the proposal that was proposed to parents. The student athletes do have a higher insurance for higher protection because it's a higher risk. And that is a contract with parents and the insurance company. The Department of Education just makes it simple and easy for parents to access the information at the school. But those are contracts with parent policies that parents purchase with insurance companies. We just help to make the process easier.
Facilitate. Okay. Okay. So the burden is on the parent for their students.
Commissioner, if I can add to that, please.
Certainly.
Good morning, Senator DeGraff.
Good morning.
Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner. The Division of Sports and Athletics is working with an insurance carrier by the name of Dissinger and Reed. They provide catastrophic insurance for high-risk sporting activities. We are also working through council with the Division of Banking and Insurance to ensure that there is, because currently none of the local insurers provide catastrophic insurance for high-risk sporting activities. So we've been very diligent at working with the Division of Banking and Insurance, working with the IAAs, especially to bring in catastrophic insurance and promoters insurance for high-risk sports. Thank you.
I am so very happy to hear that we have that company, Dissinger and Reed. From time I was the president for IAA, we've been working on that, and I'm very happy to hear that covers the student athletes, and wow, that's a great thing. I'm really happy to hear that. Also, through the chair, I would like to follow up on what more or less would the parents have to pay for those premiums for that insurance?
We'll get those proposed numbers.
Now, in your testimony on page 9 of 26, you mentioned additional cost of $2,732,083, include lump sum payments of $1,507,083 for substitute teacher pool funding, $800,000, night school teacher per diem payments budgeted at $400,000 and part-time temporary employment totaling $25,000. Now, with the COVID and how we've been dealing with school, I don't know if we were using substitute teachers. I don't know if night school teachers per diem. Is this considered a savings from in the 21 budget? And you're recommending to get this monies in the 22 budget?
Ava Penn, Senator, we are using substitute teachers still.
Okay.
We're still using all of the substitute teachers and night school. We're still having all of the programs.
So it's not
Okay.
a savings.
Okay, no, no.
Yeah, this is actual, an actual need.
Okay, no, and that's why I just wanted to make sure, because like I said, when you see night school teacher per diem payments.
Time.
Budgeted at 400,000. You don't have night school teacher, they may be teaching in a day, but I don't think they're doing per diem. So is that $400,000 still?
Senator, yes.
So it becomes
Our
a
programs did operate.
night school?
Yes.
Okay, well then have me excused. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeGraaf. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the journalists and audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Berry.
Good morning, Senator.
And thank you so much for your testimony, along with your professional staff and supporting staff there with you, your leadership team. There's a budget hearing, so let me get into it in terms of starting with the budget book. Good morning, Ms. Penn. I know you're a financial person. Page 8 of the testimony, there's a listing there when it comes to page 8. Okay, page 8. You have your appropriation comparison chart, right? And if you look at the personnel services and the fringe benefits seem to be kind of high. Because the total is 105,856,941, but the fringe is 55,277,961. I believe that number seems to be a little off. That's more than 50%. Is there a reason for that?
Senator Ava Penn, Senator, the fringe benefits are calculated based on formulas that are derived from, that are used by OMB. OMB calculates the fringe benefits. However, to give a percentage, it's about 52% of salaries.
52? I believe it was 40 plus, not 50 plus.
No, that was 10 years ago.
52?
Yes, 52%.
Okay, very well. I have not, through the budget process, all other department is 40 plus percent, not 52. They're the first agency I've seen at 50%, 52%. So something is wrong. Cannot be accurate. Everyone else is at 40, I believe 42%, not 52. Every agency does for this budget process. No one has been at 52%. So I don't know, you're the expert, but I'm just letting you know.
Senator, the numbers come from OMB.
Okay. We'll have to revisit that, okay? Because for some reason it's off. Okay?
Well, we have historically used 50% in calculating fringe benefits, and this year it went up.
Okay, very well. We'll revisit that and we'll scrub those numbers. Let's go to professional service contracts. There's a listing of professional service contracts in the budget book with a balance of 140, I believe $141 million. Let me ask, because I've seen a listing, but is that all of the different professional service contracts? But you know what, I'm getting confused, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm speaking to outstanding obligations. Yeah, $141 plus million, right? Did you mention it? Because I know I've received some information here for an outstanding obligation. I spoke to it last week at the education hearing when it comes to the drill pad for the Ivan Dorkin High School for the JROTC squad. That young man still have not been paid. I don't want to call the name of the company, but he has not been paid. I believe it's So we need to look into that. He still have not been paid. That's what Mina Construction, as a matter of fact. And it has been some time, and you know they're pretty happy with the pad, but he still have not been paid. Let's go to. Let me ask you a question. The procurement process. Who deals with procurement? I have another quick question when it comes to procurement.
Senator, we have a procurement director, but it's under fiscal.
Are they online?
It should be. Ms. Joseph?
Good morning, good morning, Ms. Joseph.
We'll make sure she gets on.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking, what does the process look like when it comes to procuring services for the Department of Education in terms of assuring that the bid package goes, you have at least 3 bids, etc.? Because I do have some documents and received some information in regards to the school lunch program and it not being advertised or sent out for individuals to bid on when it comes to this fiscal year, coming school year. Because do you have any pending litigation?
Ava Penn, Senator, I'm not aware of any litigation. I can say that if you're referring to bid packages and stuff like that for school lunch, that is handled through DPP. So.
Well, DPP said they did not receive that package for the fiscal year coming, because I met with them after in-person inquired. I met with Commissioner Thomas and he said he have not that education did that on their own.
Okay, so maybe within our threshold, but if you give us
and it should have been through PPP, that's what he stated, but it did not come through him. So you guys need to look into that.
Yeah, tell me. You could give us the particulars and we can look into it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but I just want to know what the process looks like, because we cannot afford to have any other pending litigation in those regards, because you have to follow the rules and regulations of the procurement policy moving forward. I think it's very important for the department and for all concerned individuals when it comes to having a level playing field, basically, and assure that we do the right thing by everyone involved.
2 minutes.
Let's go to your grants. You have some $300+ million in federal grants, and another 56, I believe, plus for the 2022. That's a lot of money. When it comes to federal grants, I'm very passionate about the federal grant, because if we utilize these funding accordingly, we will actually have money free up in the general fund to do what needs to be done in other areas. So I note in your testimony you spoke to funds expended thus far, and other that's going to be used up by the end of this year, by September the 30th. You have several that should be used up by September the 30th. Are we on target to utilize those funds by that date, and if not, have all of the extension document been sent forth to us extend those grants, or are they a drop dead date when it comes to utilizing those funds?
Good morning, Senator. Kimo Smith, Director of Federal Grants. Senator, we are on track to expend the funds that are set to expire September 30th. However, there are programs that we did request an extension. Already we're waiting for the approval notification from U.S. Department of Ed. But we do have a couple programs where we realize the need for additional time to be able to complete program implementation.
And you said in your testimony on page 13, that spending plans are in place for those funds that's set to expire. What are those? Just give me an example of one of those plans. What does it look like?
Yeah, so basically programs that have funds available left to expend, they submit the activities and the categories where those funds are going to be spent, and they are also required to provide a date as to when that obligation will take place.
And one last question: with the plexiglass, etc., for the different schools and the different grades, are they different in length for the kindergarteners, high schoolers, the plexiglass, are they all the same height, or do they have different heights, etc.?
They're made to fit the desks, Senator. So the younger students have smaller desks, and the older students have larger desks.
What about height, like for instance, like these?
Actually, I don't know the height. I'm not sure if the superintendents online would have the height. But they're going to look exactly like the ones we have now, if you've seen those.
Well, I was just thinking based on the specs and the students, of course, the smaller students, they just would be a little shorter than the older students. I was just wondering if they're all the same height or they have different heights.
They're generally the same based on what we have implemented at this time, what we've installed. They're generally the same.
Which is how many?
I don't know. The superintendents would have to talk about the feet, but keep in mind these are not mandatory and needed. It's just something that we at the VIDE decided to institute as an extra measure. It's not required by the CDC to have plexis.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your responses.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blyden. We're going to take a quick 1-minute recess. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Ms. Penn, in reference to the question asked for the previous senator, go back to the page 8, and I know you're saying it's 52%. Page 8 of the commissioner testimony. What concerned me was the personnel services increased by 4,874,805. That's the increase for the personnel. But your fringe increased by 5,029,012. So your fringe actually increased more than your personnel. So if you say that your fringe is 50% of your personnel, then the fringe there should have been 2.4 million. The increase should have been 2.4 instead of 5. You said 50%, right?
52, but
so even 50, this 100, this more than 100, this 105, 10%. So even if you do a 52% increase, in your budget last year, you had 50% for fringe. I just looked back. Your budget was 982,000. Your fringe was 50,248,000. So how you got 100% increase for fringe?
Ava Penn, Senator. We customarily always budget 50% for fringe of our personnel costs.
And so I'm just doing 50% for your increase. Okay. You're increasing your personnel by 4.8 million. 50% of 4.8 is 2.4, but you have 5 million.
Okay, so we looked at the expenditures as of June 30th.
Give that to us, okay. Actuals.
Personnel services as of June 30th, total 69,411,480. Right? Our actual fringe benefits.
Say it again for the benefit of those who are writing.
Actual personnel services costs at the end of June, total 69,411,480. Actual fringe benefits costs at the end of June 30th, total 35,827,023. If you divide the 35.8 into the 69, you get 52%.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the proposed increase in personnel and fringe. I see what you're saying here. I will go ahead and work it out again.
Senator, I think the percentage on 2020, the number for 2021 maybe was a little lower.
So for fringe, you said 35,827, how much?
$23.
Okay, and this represent until June 30th?
Up until June 30th, as of June 30th.
But not the last payday in June, so this is 19
That's
paydays?
the 28th pay cycle.
The 20th pay cycle?
Yes.
Okay, so 6 more to go.
So we have 6 more pay periods to go.
Okay. Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Senator Velie. So are we calculating the associated fringe benefits at a straight 52%?
When we are doing our projections, we use the 52%.
Okay, so the Department of Education have how many employees? About 2,000.
219
something.
293, I think.
290 employees.
Oh, well, the budgeted positions is
good,
different.
fine. Okay. But what's supposed to happen is the HR office, your office should work together to establish single and family. Everybody's not at 52%. And that's the issue. We cannot do a straight 52% on every single employee. Some sort of analysis needs to be done so we could get a better picture. I know you can't get the full picture for all of the vacant positions, but at minimum, the filled positions, y'all should have a better perspective on. So this is in fact inflated. It is. Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is. I mean, you're not the only department that has done that. It's just, we need to get more, a little more detail so we can make an informed decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred. Gregory, point of inquiry, Senator Sorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. The Rafael O. Whitley Skills Center has been renamed to the CHS 9th Grade Academy. So where is Mr. Rafael going? Where's his name going?
Thank you, Senator. The CHS Annex, Charlotte Amalia Annex is the new name. And we are
The Rafael O. Whitley Skills Center was established by legislation. That's a name. So if you're going to change the name of the building, legislation is needed to change. So where's Mr. Whitley going?
I was getting to that, okay. Senator.
Okay.
So we are we're modernizing the Gladys Abraham Elementary School, and that's where the proposal for the legislature will come.
So what are you going to do with Ms. Abraham's name?
Well, that's where the proposal for the legislature is going to come. We haven't reached that stage to work through that process as yet.
Which
but we do know...
Because you get rid of one, his name gone, and then Abraham has a name too. And these are stalwarts of the Virgin Islands that we just can't...
Correct. And Senator,
somewhere.
One of the creative things that we're doing with all educators, to include other outstanding Virgin Islanders, is to honor them across and throughout our facilities. One wing, for example, or one section of a facility would be named after and honoring this individual, while the other section of that campus or wing will honor the other outstanding Virgin Islander. But that, of course, we will get to with proposed legislation, as you mentioned. We just haven't gotten to that stage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just renamed the whole facility, though, without consultation or approval from the body, and the bodies who actually named the Skills Center in honor of him. So that's something that we really have to address.
Noted, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Sorrow. It's even a bigger problem because we close schools on St. Croix, so we have to have a comprehensive discussion because Elena Christian is gone, Charles H. Emmanuel is gone, Alexander Henderson is closed, and Evelyn Williams is closed, and Arthur Richards is now going by Evelyn Williams. So we're going to have to discuss a plan as to how we're going to be able to honor those great Virgin Islanders that had a school named after them. And all in St. John, what's the school out by
Guy Benjamin?
Guy Benjamin. You know, so all of those are gone. So we need to be able to, in some manner, be able to continue to honor those individuals. Senator, carry on. You recognize.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers and the whole staff for VIDE. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Senator.
So we are managing historically an amount that we haven't managed before. So that's huge for your department. So that brings one huge question, which is capacity to be able to manage all these funds, especially the federal funds that have been coming your way. I'm hearing, based on your testimony, there's some new positions that are coming aboard. Can you break down what some of those new positions will be in order to be able to manage and expand your capacity to be able to manage these funds?
Thank you, Senator. We are more looking for contract work because that is important. We need skilled individuals to be able to manage the level of resources that we have. From the internal side, in terms of hiring employees, in our existing process, we need more bodies for the minor level skilled day-to-day routine of acquiring requests for quotes, justification letters, etc. There's definitely going to be an increase in that area. But this level of funding requires a higher level of support.
And so most of those will be then contracted, outsourced to be able to have that support that you require.
Correct.
That's what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay. And then the position you're saying that there's some positions that you plan to implement that are new. Do you have an idea? Are they budgeted within this FY22?
No, we plan to use federal funds to hire.
Federal funds to hire that. Right. So, and currently you do have a number of positions that are federally funded, correct? How many positions are federally funded within your department?
We'll get the number for you.
Okay. And do you have a number, how many positions, new positions you plan to bring on board, federally funded?
No, not at all, not at this time.
Not at this time, you're still working on that. Okay. And you did mention about some new employees that would hire utilizing CARES 1. How many employees were hired utilizing CARES 1 and CARES 2?
The numbers we can get for you. We have those numbers we can get.
Okay, so I would like to hear those numbers too. Also looking at your and post-audit report, I looked at your utility service, and I see you have approximately around $5 million for FY22 projected utility service, but there's no information of what the cost was for FY21. So I'm interested to see what was the cost before. Can someone provide that information? How much are you paying on utility? How much did you pay in FY20?
Senator, give me 1 minute, I'll get that information for you.
All right, there's a lot of information you guys are getting, but I understand. Hoping I could get that. Because I just want to have an idea. I know many of the schools are closed since after the hurricane, so they're not really using up that much of electricity as before, and even during the pandemic, we had a lot of our schools that were closed. So I'm interested to hear.
We submitted, just for the record, and if you'd like for me to resubmit what we did, but we did submit the utility bills that was requested by this body last year, actually, for the utilities. So we can, no, he was asking about last year.
Yeah, but I would like to see. I wasn't here, and the
no, I'm asking if you want me to resend that, and
yes,
still this we can.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yes.
Thank you. And then in miscellaneous, according to the post-audit report, I'm seeing here. I want to find out if the IAA received the funds that were allotted for them.
Ava Penn, Senator, IA has not received any funding for this fiscal year.
And why is that?
Senator, last fiscal year, they received some funds, and we are waiting for some reports from them as to how they expended the funds. They have some outstanding information that they need to provide to us. And once that is done and we are satisfied, then they will be advanced additional monies for this year. We have been in communication with them, and they are working on getting that information for us.
Gotcha.
So we hope to have that within the next couple of weeks.
So they owe you reports for FY20?
They owe some information.
Okay.
They owe some information.
Some information.
Mm-hmm. But
and they're clear.
We've been in communication with them. Yes.
Okay, so they're clear what is owed, and they said they will submit it.
Yes.
And once they submit that, and
yes. So we're working. They understand the time is approaching for the end of the fiscal year and what needs to be done, and we're gonna get it. We're gonna work with them to get them the funds that they are entitled to.
But I'll follow up. I'll follow up with the IA to find out what's the status on that, and if there's any way I could facilitate. Because then who ends up suffering is our children. So I want to make sure that the fundings are provided for them.
2 minutes.
So I also, in the miscellaneous government access channel, I didn't see anything budgeted for FY22. Is there a reason for that?
Yes. For the historically, government access channel received funding through the department. Last year, I think it was changed to be taken from under the department and put under the office of the governor.
Okay, so that's no longer through your department. All right. Also, on page 3 of the post-audit report, I see that you're projecting a major increase in federal grants. What are you basing that projection on for FY22? We're talking about close to 76%, about 14 million increase, according to our post-audit. So what are you basing that increase, that projection on? Yes, in the post-audit report.
You have the post-audit report, Commissioner?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Can we have a minute? We need to understand how.
All right, that's
We'll get back to you on that.
to the list
Yeah.
that we have. Also, there's also an increase in other services, but I didn't see a breakdown in that. What are you attributing the increase that is approximately 4,036% increase in other services? And I want to make sure that if we have federal dollars that are available to us, and some of these items can be applied to that we used federal dollars before using our general fund money. So that's very important. You were going to answer?
Yes, I was going to say that when this budget was formulated, it was before we knew about the federal funds, so it did not take into consideration the federal funds. Now that we know about the federal funds, the CARES funds, there is opportunity for us to go now and revisit and see what can be put on the federal side.
Time.
So that's a good response. Do you have a plan where you guys are going to do that? You're going to revisit to let us know, because we're in the process of justifying your budget, and then we have the markup. So it's important for us to know actually what your numbers are, what your projections are, so if they need to be revisited, so we recommend that.
Yeah, I did
Commissioner?
indicate that, Senator,
Okay.
in this testimony when I was reading earlier. So yes, the response is yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time. I just have a number of items that are still waiting to receive an answer to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Penn, you're able to provide the answer for the senator for the question that he asked? What was the specific question, so I could remember?
Had to do with staffing, how many positions are within the federal, are covered within the federal budget.
Okay, number of federal positions?
Number of federal positions.
Okay, HR, you should be able to answer that.
I can answer it.
Go ahead.
In federal funding in St. Thomas, we have 88. In St. Croix, we have 88 for a total of 176. For general funding in St. Thomas, we have 984. And in St. Croix, 1,028 for a total of 2,012, totaling 2,188 employees.
And
put your name on the record, please.
My apologies, Wendy Bailey.
And the new hires, the new employees that were hired utilizing the CARES Act money for CARES 1 and CARES 2.
We're getting that.
We're getting that information for you.
Ms. Penn?
Yes, Ava Penn. Senator, you asked about utilities.
Yes.
Okay, so for FY20, actuals totaled 11.9 million. For fiscal year 2021 year to date, 6.1 million.
As of June
July,
30th?
yesterday,
6.1.
6.1.
Electricity.
Utilities.
So colleagues, fiscal year 20, 11.9 million. Fiscal year 21 to date, 6.1 million. So you could figure out. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to add for Senator Carrion's edification that monies appropriated go into the single payer utility fund where the Department of Finance pays the utility bills for the entire government.
Speak directly into the mic. Yeah, we know about the single payer.
Okay.
We know that all electrical bills, water bills are channeled through the single payer fund, but they have decided this year that they're going to put the amount in the budget and then it'll go directly there. But what we're trying to do is to know exactly how much we need to allocate. I don't know if the senator is going to follow up on the utility.
I just wanted to follow up that because the projection they have for FY22 is 5.
Okay, that's what I wanted you to say. Say it again.
Yeah, it's 5 million and something. So I was kind of concerned. How did you come up with that number if
Right,
FY20
so
was 11?
I was going to, what I was trying to explain is that historically, the funds in the single payer utility account is cumulative. It carries across the years. It doesn't expire. So it's like a pool, and we have historically budgeted 5.8, 5.9, and it just goes to the fund, and that's our contribution to the fund.
Yeah, with the contribution round, because we tallied up all across the board, and you've already spent 6.1, so you're definitely going to spend over $8 million. So the amount that they have here is wrong because they have it in all of the various government departments. So we need to make sure that that is fixed, and we're taking note of that. Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning, Commissioner. How are you guys doing today?
Good morning, Senator. We're fine. Thank you for asking.
Commissioner, I would like to ask a question to you or any of your employees here. We're still looking at the start date of August for school opening.
August 9th.
Do you guys have a signed contractual agreement with Abramson Bus Service or the Manassa Bus Service for the transportation of children to school?
Ava Penn, yes, Senator.
You have a signed contractual agreement, as we speak here, with Abramson Enterprise for the transportation of schools when school opens in August.
Yes.
Well, it's amazing to hear you say yes, and speaking to the folks down there, you're still in agreement bargaining and you haven't signed up. So,
as far as I know, we have an agreement, Senator.
Excuse me, Senator. This is Attorney Moore with the legal counsel. We're currently in negotiations with Abramson.
You have not signed up, though, at this moment, as we speak.
Yes, sir. We're in negotiations with them. As recent as the last 3 days that we have been speaking with them. And that may not have filtered up. I'm sorry. That may not have filtered. Okay.
1 minute, Senator Johnson and Council. Senator Johnson, one minute. Senator Johnson, 1 minute. Senator Johnson, 1 minute, please. Senator Johnson, one minute. When you're speaking, Council, you can't speak at the same time. You're both speaking at the same time. You're not giving the reporter a chance to actually capture what you're both saying. So let's try to Respect each other. If the senator is speaking, let him complete his sentence before you answer. You may proceed, Senator Johnson.
Yeah, I move on to page 16 of the testimonies in related to funds for the public school on the CARES Act. I know of more than one school but have not received funds for their laptop. What's the status on that? In your testimony, you have 2.347 for St. Thomas, 1.6 for St. Croix.
Senator, schools did not receive funds for laptops. The superintendents can talk about the laptops that they purchased and Chromebooks that were purchased.
So they're not going to be receiving assistance for laptops in the private. I said public. I'm very sorry. Private schools. Sorry, I'm very sorry. The private schools.
Superintendents can respond, Senator.
I didn't hear what you said.
The superintendents can respond as to how the funds allotted to their districts for private schools will be disseminated to private schools. Private schools decide how they use their funding.
I appreciate if I hear from anyone else, superintendent, because of schools that have not received any funding to purchase these laptops.
Mr. Smith will respond. Mr. Smith will respond first.
Good morning, Senator. So, Timo Smith, Director of Federal Grants. The funds are provided to each of the two LEAs on behalf of the non-public schools, and they work together to determine what the needs are of the non-pubs and how they want to spend the funding that they are receiving. I'll go ahead and let the superintendent speak now to what decisions were made and where we are with the implementation of those funds.
Stefania again, Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John School District. I do have my Deputy Superintendent, Ms. Disha Powell, on the line, and she'll respond about the private schools in this district.
Good morning, Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John District. So whatever requests have been made prior as it relates to technology has already been ordered and some have been received. And so the non-public schools are still making additional requests and those will be processed accordingly as well.
Superintendent McGregor, likewise in the St. Croix District, we're also working with the non-pubs to spend the remaining amount of money that they have. Karen Blake is on the line and she works directly with the non-pubs in her office, and she can provide some more detailed information.
Hi, good morning, Senator. Karen Blake, LEA Program Manager. Yes, in the St. Croix District, we have had non-pubs that have purchased laptops. They have received those laptops, but we still do have the non-pubs that are spending their funding as well.
And can anybody tell me of any school, private school, that receive any of their laptops?
I can get the specific names of the schools for you and I'll just give me a minute.
I appreciate it. What I'm doing that, Commissioner, on page 11 of your testimony, you spoke about $7,500 for continuing adult education, tuition and subsidies. Is this sufficient funding for these programs?
Yes, Senator.
Excuse me?
Yes, Senator.
Did we have a lot more students partaking in these continuing education programs within this pandemic?
No, Senator, and if well, our hope is that enrollment increases as we approach the ending part of this pandemic experience.
Your population in the schools have dropped since the pandemic?
No, Senator.
2 minutes.
As we know right now, UBI is offering some agriculture classes. What are we doing to make sure that from K to 12 get these particular type of classes?
Thank you, Senator. We are working and implementing the strategy to address agriculture, marine programs, cultural programs. In our transformational strategic plan, we prefer to take a comprehensive approach than piecemealing. And while the department is in a transformative state, it is now we're buckling down to make sure that there's a comprehensive long-term plan for all of these, and that's where we're at. I indicated the other day that our goal to finish our transformational work is December 2021, and that's just a targeted goal. We anticipate finishing way before.
So, with the opening of school in August, would any of these classes be afforded to these students this semester?
Senator, the classes that we have currently within our system, not what UVI is offering.
So, at Grove School, we took a tour up there, and they was trying to expand on that farm program. Have anything have been done yet to make sure that we expanded it, and have they hired a teacher for the agriculture classes, especially in that school?
Assistant Commissioner Sum.
Mr. McGregor?
Commissioner Sum.
Assistant Commissioner Sum seems to be on mute. However,
Right.
yes, we did hire a teacher for the agriculture class at Galilee Rivera School. They're doing some great things at that campus, and we look forward to expanding the program there as well.
Thank you. My apologies, I was on mute. Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner. The State Office of Curriculum and Instruction has been working on agricultural science curriculum and standards. We have presented a curriculum from another state that we will be working to adapt to make it culturally relevant to the Virgin Islands. So we've identified a position, creation of the State Director for Agricultural Sciences in the department to ensure that both districts are working in a universal approach to the implementation of agricultural sciences in our school.
Time.
We've also reactivated our...
You may finish.
If I may.
Yes, you may complete.
Yeah. We've also reactivated and reinvigorated our FFAs. We have a very active FFAs. They attended conferences just prior to the COVID pandemic. So that is something that is on our radar that we're working steadfastly to improve and expand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I have one more question. I wrap up on this.
Quickly, Senator, proceed.
Did you, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Senator, quickly, you may proceed and wrap up.
Thank you. Commissioner, I saw in your pool of teachers that you're bringing back, and 3 of them was retiree. Have any of these employees went through any problems with GRS and their contributions since they have came back?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. HR, any reports?
No, they did not have any problems. They're allowed to work 2 years. And we track that information and we advise them when they are unable to work as a per diem anymore.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson. Senator Joseph? Oh, sorry, point of inquiry, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a quick point of inquiry. I just want to know, since we were talking about agriculture, I know there's a mandate that was passed by the existing or the current Commissioner of Agriculture when it comes to agriculture in the classroom. So what I want to get from you is, what is the status of getting the Director of Agriculture on board and to make sure that we implement agriculture in the classroom?
And again, Senator, we're strategically tying those programs to our new monies in building curriculum and transforming our system. Between the CARES and the ARP funding, we have the opportunity to be creative and transform our system. So that will fund those types of positions. That's our hope. And then get the resources and the instructional and operational resources to support the program.
You answer half of the question. The other half of the question is the status of the Director of Agriculture. What are we doing to get that individual on board, and how long has it been vacant?
So a part of that response to part of that question is, again, the funding to hire, and then the latter part of your question. how long it has been vacant. I'll have to look back and get that.
If I may, Commissioner, there was no state director. At one point, there was a district director, but there was no state director. So this is a new position because we realize the importance of agricultural sciences. So this is a new position that is being created and to be funded under the American Rescue Plan.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wish that you made it clear that it was a new position instead of saying vacant. Thank you.
Mr. Sum, you're saying that you're looking for a state director for agriculture? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Agriculture falls under CTEB. Why are you separating it out?
Well, for clarity, it's not solely agriculture. At the state level, we're looking for lack of a better term, position that not just, with our reorganization, we're not just having one person over agriculture. This individual will have oversight of agriculture, CTE, to some extent, and workforce development to some extent.
What's the title of the position?
We haven't decided on the title as yet, but we know. Okay.
Please don't put State Director of Agriculture.
Right,
we have a CTEB program. You need a State Director for CTEB because next you're going to have a State Director for masonry, for plumbing, for electricity.
That's why I clarified, Senator. Exactly.
Secondly, I think you need HR. Somebody need to just speak to the difficulty in finding agriculture teachers. There's a tremendous difficulty because the agriculture position requires a degree, correct? HR?
Correct, Senator.
Put your name.
Wendy Bailey.
And there's a very, very minute population of individuals coming to the Virgin Islands with a degree in agriculture. So it's one of the areas that is extremely hard to fill, and a lot of individuals that qualify or have the expertise don't have the requisite bachelor's degree or don't have the educational component. So it's one of the hard areas that we have to see how we're going to be able to beat that particular mandate. Senator Joseph. Point of inquiry, Senator, carry on.
Since we are on the topic of state directors, I want to know what's the status of the ESL state director and how long has that position has been vacant?
She's getting the length of time, Senator. And it
So
will
it's still,
be filled. It will be filled.
So it's still vacant?
Yes, and it will be filled.
You have a time frame when it will be filled?
As soon as we can have enough applicants to interview, Senator.
So no one has applied for that position?
You can check the system and see.
I'll get that information to you. Your first question was how long has it been open?
Yes.
And the
vacant.
second was how many candidates we've had?
Yeah, if people have applied for that position, because I was told that you guys already had someone in mind for that position.
We have to interview. We don't have anybody in mind.
Okay.
They have to apply and we have to interview.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Carry on, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day. Testifiers, a pleasant good day to my colleagues and the listening and viewing audience. Commissioner, you and your team are here. I know that we met already earlier this week, and I'm very thankful for your presentation today, and you came with your full support. My questioning is going to go on the line of federal funding. I'll just follow up with some of the previous colleagues' questioning relative to that. Over the budget, I've been asking some critical question relative to the indirect cost allocation. Kindly indicate what is your indirect cost rate for federal funds? What is your indirect cost rate?
Good morning, Senator Kimo Smith. The current indirect cost rate is 6.7%.
6.7%. And who sets that? Because we got some additional information during the budget process from like DPNR. Their indirect cost rate is 22.9%. That's higher than yours. And you manage far more than they do. So kindly indicate on the record, how do you arrive at your indirect cost rate? Because there's a lot of disparity with a lot of our agency with the indirect cost rate, and those indirect cost rates should be standard throughout all.
Okay, Senator, the Office of Management and Budget handles the negotiation for the indirect cost rate agreement. So that indirect cost rate that I mentioned is from FY 2019. The negotiation for current rate is still underway, and so we have requested an extension from our federal partners to continue using the 6.7.
Okay, good. Now, my follow-up question to that would be, in a negotiation with OMB, are you at the table for the indirect cost rate with your cognizant agency? Are you or any representative from the Department of Education at the table in those discussions?
No, Senator.
Okay, and that's an issue. Because you know your budget, you know your needs, you should definitely be at the table in those discussions. Now, and this cost rate, who are they negotiating with? The Department of the Interior?
I'm not sure who the negotiation is between, Senator.
Because you're not at the table. Okay, thank you kindly. Now let's look at the information that was given relative to the post-audit report. Kindly, I want to ask you relative to all of these types of outstanding, if there are outstanding obligations that we have relative to our vendor payments. Do we owe our vendors any funds? Ms. Penn, I know you are more apt to answer.
Senator, yes, we have some outstanding payments to vendors.
Kindly indicate the amount. The total amount.
140, it's like 141,000 that we are, we have submitted for prior year obligations.
Current year? How prior? From when? What is the date?
Going back to 2012.
What? 2012, you have outstanding obligations. And what is your time frame to pay down these outstanding obligations, Ms. Penn?
Well, we need to get the approval from the Senate, from this body.
Okay, and you sent down the appropriate legislation that has been already submitted to us for our consideration with all the supporting documentation?
Not yet. No.
And so my question is, because these vendors are local, our people, right? How many of them? They are our people?
Yes.
And so how is it that we're not taking this as a sense of urgency to pay them and to send down the information to us for our consideration so that we can pay our people their money? When you work, you're supposed to get paid. And they have delivered on their services, correct?
Yes, Senator.
So kindly indicate your time frame to send that down so we can have that and consider that.
I think that process is handled through the Office of Management and Budget.
OMB?
And when that, no, I don't know about the PMP. Once, I think there's a point in time when that is presented to this body in an aggregate with all the departments.
Okay, it probably will be a supplemental budget. Okay, I'm going to move off of that.
Okay.
And I'm going to switch to the Ralph O. Wheatley Skills Center. And I'm sure you know it's coming. Kindly indicate for us on the record what is happening with the graduating class. There's a class there. They have not been able to graduate. I noted in your testimony, Commissioner, you have 70 people have graduated from the Ralph O. Whitley Skills Center. Kudos to you and all of them, because these are out of school individuals and they're coming to this facility to receive training.
2 minutes.
Tell me where we are with that.
Yes, Dr. Jurgen?
Good morning, Dr. Jurgen, Superintendent St. Thomas St. John School District. We have identified some space for the Raquel O. Whitley Skills Center to continue into the 2021-22 school year. So they will remain at the site. Most programs will operate during the day, and some programs will also operate during the evening. So the programming will continue.
I'm sorry, Dr. Jurgen. What site specifically are you referring to that the Ralph O. Whitley Skills Center will be operating from during the daytime?
I'm referring to the original site that everyone is familiar with.
Okay.
They will occupy the same space as the Charlotte Amalia High School Annex with some creative and flexible scheduling, and also utilize the same space later in the evening when the annex is not in use by the 9th grade academy.
Okay, now you should know that all the Raphael Whitley Skills Center have been offering is in-person instruction from its inception, since the COVID. They have never stopped, to my knowledge, based on my information that I've gathered. So I trust that it will continue, because the learners at that facility, they chose to do that and go to the Ralph O. Whitley because of barriers that they have encountered. I want to next follow up on a question from one of our senators regarding the IAA and them not receiving their funds. Do you have agreements with these entities?
Time.
You may answer.
Yes. Agreements. What do you mean? What
Do you have grant agreements or any type of MOA, MOU that will spell out when they are supposed, what reporting requirements, when they are due, so that they could get this funding? Do you have those in place? Are those something is part of your process and standard operating procedures?
Not for the IAA, no.
Okay, so that is something that needs to happen. That's standard. You shouldn't be holding back human beings' money, especially if they're doing the work, and you, because you don't have standard operating procedures or any kind of agreement, okay, in place. How would they know? You don't have an agreement. So because, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to wrap up quickly because I don't want you to tell me about my time. Okay, because I'm going to be succinct. Thank you kindly. Right? You cannot, it is not the practice. You have to get those standard operating procedures so that they would know on the front end what the expectations are and what the deliverables are for the money that they're going to receive, and have that MOU or MOA in place. Mr. Chairman, thank you kindly for your leeway, and I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. So, Ms. Penn,
yes,
so they were told, they were informed as to what they need to turn in?
Yes, Senator.
In writing or verbally?
Both.
Okay. So they know exactly what guidelines they need to follow?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. But then, what was your, I don't understand your answer before then.
Mm-hmm.
The answer before made it appear like there's no set
And I think
guidelines.
it was, yeah, I think it was because the language was MOA and MOU being used versus internal guidelines developed. But
Senator, if I may, historically, when it comes to the IAA, the department would process the goods and the request for goods and services for IAA. So they would get the 3 quotes, and then they would submit them to the business office. We would pay. So if they don't submit it, they get nothing.
Right.
So what what I wanted to do is to try to work with them to give them some leeway and some, in procuring their own goods and services, some flexibility. We gave them a sum of money last fiscal year.
How much?
So we expect them to report to us
To
how to
account
spend the
for the
money
monies that was spent.
before they can get the second set
second.
of money. So that's all. That's where we are right now.
And that's all I want to do for the record.
Okay, thank you.
In going back to your actuals, if I look at your actuals, the $69,411,480, and I divide that by 20 pay periods, it comes to $3,470,574. I multiply that out by the next 6 pay period, so I am anticipating that your actuals for personnel this year is going to be $90,234,924. And for your fringe, I'm anticipating that your actuals is going to be somewhere around $46,500,000. So in looking at what was projected this year, your actuals are below your appropriation, correct? Your actuals are going to be, you planned out until September, it's going to be below.
When I did the projections, it is going to be lower.
Okay, so I'm looking at that number because for personnel, we did include 100, the budget was $100 million. What was it? You were not able to bring on individuals that you wanted to hire? Of your vacancies that existed for this fiscal year, how many were you able to hire? How many vacancies you had? How many individuals were you able to bring on?
Starting when, Senator?
This fiscal year, October 1st.
Give me 1 second.
Okay, and then you had, what's your actuals for other services, Ms. Penn?
Other services, as of June 30th?
Yes.
That's supplies there. Yeah. 3,567,991. Wait, hold on a minute. I'm giving you the right. Yeah.
Now, Commissioner, we passed a bill, and I'm going to go back to other services, but not right now. I remember during the 33rd legislature, Department of Education came with a bill for us to reprogram monies. And we did pass a bill, reprogram monies to give you greater flexibility to meet some of your outstanding expenses. I thought that bill you were going to pay the vendors that were owed. What happened?
Senator, we did pay the vendors, and
Ms. Penn, you're confusing me today, I know, because if you pay the vendors.
no, but Senator, listen to this, right? We pay the vendors that we knew about, but we have no control over vendors bringing in invoices after the fact, divisions bringing in invoices after the fact. That is what happened.
Okay, so Commissioner, then something is wrong with the system because your financial person is supposed to know about all those outstanding vendors that were owed because I think you said something 2012?
We're right.
That's
Senator, and to be frank, we had individuals who we've had to first hold accountable, the ones who are with us today, who obligated the government. And then we learned of prior, such as 2012, circumstances where we just had to do some investigation to make sure and legitimize their claims that we owe them from 2012. So it's a two-folded issue that we were dealing with.
And what's that amount? You said?
140.
Pull on the mic. Pull the mic down.
$141,190. Somewhere around.
Okay, that's good enough. You don't need to be exact. So, Commissioner, you have put in place yourself along with Ms. Penn. You put in place procedures that this won't happen again.
Definitely from our start. We don't know what we're going to experience, but
No, I mean
definitely
from now.
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. And all of our state directors, district directors, supervisors, managers, anyone that manages a budget knows that they cannot and will be held accountable for obligating the government
Okay.
without clearly the permissions.
Okay, thank you so much. Before I go to,
Senator Violet,
yes, ma'am.
we've had 132.
So say your name and speak up, speak loud.
Sorry.
You have a teacher's voice, you want a teacher, eh?
I have an HR voice.
Okay, well,
We've had 132 employees that have been hired, and I know that we have several offers out right now, and we're just waiting for the candidates to sign off on their offer letters to add to that number, and that's as of October 1st.
okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Before I go to the next senator, which is going to be Senator Francis, we have a young lady here in the chambers with us who I think she wants to be, she don't know if she wants to be a senator or attorney, but she wanted to learn the legislative process. So I just want to introduce her. Her name is Miss Amory Jones. Take the mask off, sweetheart. Come right in front of me. And take off the mask so everybody can see your face. Miss Amory Jones, she's 12 years old. She's an 8th grader at the Montessori School. And she wants to learn the legislative process, and she's been looking at the finance hearings. And yesterday, she asked me a very important question. She said, if somebody gave you money to buy shoes this week, and you didn't buy the shoes, should they give you money next week again to buy shoes? That was her conversation to me yesterday. And she said, how does that work? And I was like, well, why? And she said, like, that's what I'm getting that's going on. 12 years old and all. That's, Amory, was that your words yesterday? Is that what you told me? All right, thank you. Thank you, Amory. Senator Francis, you recognize.
She could be both attorney and a senator.
Senator Gittins, welcome. And thank you for coming. Senator Francis will be back, so let's go to morning, Senator Gittins. Senator Potter, you go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Morning. Still morning? Morning to Commissioner Barry Benjamin and her team. Commissioner, it seems as though you were here a couple hours ago.
Good morning,
I'm
sir.
gonna work with the Senate President to negotiate an office for you and the Budget Director, okay?
That
so y'all
sounds like
have
a
a
plan.
space down there. Commissioner, I know the last time we spoke just recently, I mentioned to you and you agreed that based on the significant challenges that the Department of Education is experiencing as a result of 2 unprecedented hurricanes, as a result of COVID-19 springing up on us, as a result of hundreds of millions of dollars to spend, as a result of building new schools, preparing for school. I mean, I think you have a tough job. I know you have a tough job, you and your team. So we agreed that the timing is right to solicit the services of some crisis managers or crisis management firm to assist you in navigating this very challenging process. I don't think anybody would blame you for doing that. You know, so you agreed and you said that that is something that you're going to be working on. My first question, Commissioner, is I looked at the budget book and I saw on the maintenance, $2 million was allocated for maintenance, and then I saw $2.1 million allocated for maintenance and repairs. So I just wanted to get a handle as to what's the distinction between those two $2 million funds. Is it?
It's the same unit.
So is it saying you have a $4.1 million maintenance budget? Does that mean?
No, that's $2 million. You want to clarify?
Yes, Ava Penn. Senator, The 2.1 million includes the 2 million for, it's only 2 million.
Okay.
The 2 million is the million for school maintenance under the miscellaneous section, and the 100,000 is for repairs and maintenance under the general operating budget for the department.
Okay.
What they did, what the presentation in the budget, they put everything together.
Okay.
The miscellaneous and the general operating, and they put it in the different line item categories.
I got
But
you.
it's only 2 million for
1 2 million. Okay.
school maintenance.
Okay, I know historically there's always been the question about maintenance. The fact that you do not have, I hear Mr. Sibley crying this every time I see him, we don't have adequate funding to properly upkeep the facilities. Now, if that is the case historically, and we want to have properly maintained schools, wouldn't we put the accurate number during budget hearings? Wouldn't we request the accurate number to properly maintain our schools? What would that number look like in a perfect world?
So historically, and I will have Dr. Wells share some of the monies really that we've received that we're using from our emergency funds to address maintenance and repairs. However, $20 million has been the proposal and the recommendation rather to the VIDE.
Okay.
And we have stated that, over the years here before this body, that's the recommendation that we've been told it would take to maintain and repair our schools.
Okay.
But with the emergency funds that we have, we're being creative because clearly this FEMA process is very draining, very long-winded, and we have the flexibility now to be creative with our CARES and our ARP funds to help address the maintenance and repair issues.
Okay, excellent. The division of personnel was here before us, I believe it was last week, and I think it's the director, Clendenin, mentioned that they did an audit. The Virginians Code gives them the authority to audit the personnel functions of the Department of Education, and they detected 60% or 60-something% errors with regards to the preparation of personnel actions. I just wanted to get your take on it. Is that something, and Ms. Bailey, that would be going to you, is that something that is accurate in your view? And I did know, you go ahead, Alex.
So I would say that information wasn't accurate. We actually have not met with them again to discuss those findings.
Okay.
But in our original meeting, when we did meet with them, the issues was that it wasn't that the information wasn't in the system. It was that it was separated. So for example, an HR generalist, a personnel relations admin, whoever's handling the documents of that information for that employee may scan them all in together. However, the system has various breakdowns of how they should go. So when we did some of the audits, we were able to show that information was there.
Okay.
So that's why I don't
Okay.
think that 60% was accurate.
Excellent. I mean, I'm exhaling, I feel a lot better.
Yes.
With regards now, Commissioner, I read in your testimony that you were doing a whole lot, webinars, reading material, etc., to prepare your teachers, counselors, and school personnel to address the emotional and social needs of our children. I know they've experienced a lot, and we can see the physical destruction of buildings and address them, but it's sometimes not as easy to understand the psychological impact of all that our children have gone through over the last 5 years. Now, how prepared are our teachers and counselors to meet the psychological and social needs of our children? Is there a program in mind? When you say webinars, I get nervous because I don't know how many teachers actually sat through, grasp the concepts, so how prepared are you?
And fair question, very important. So to be clear, the approach from the department, we rely on the health professionals when it comes to mental health, when it comes to the wellness that is not cognitive. We are in the cognitive space. We're in academics, right? But we know that everything else, social, emotional, relations, We all have to address that before we can have academic success. We are contracting and procuring the services of professionals. One of the things that we had many years ago is something called the Village, where our students benefited from clinicians, social workers, and the alike. That is something we know we have to do to include our staff, our teachers. They can't help our students if they themselves need some support. So it includes support for our staff. And we do not intend for counselors and teachers to do something they cannot. We have to rely on the professionals to do that for us.
Okay, glad to hear that. Does the FY22 budget adequately address the issues of school safety for our students and staff? I know we have open campuses, particularly here on St. Thomas. Do we have the lighting, the cameras, and all of that to ensure that we are going to have a safe, school environment for FY 2022?
And again, we're reprogramming, looking at our program services and our emergency funds so that we can be able to do so. So for example, I know you mentioned the school campus, but we want to retrofit our school buses, help to have cameras and systems on the school buses. The intercom system was asked about on Monday, and those are things that we know for sure we need, even to our master key systems on our old aged facilities. That is a security issue as well, having hundreds of keys without a master key system, but we have the ability now to use those funds and get creative to address those issues.
Okay, thank you very much. One final question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bailey, I know you have some vacant. My follow-up question to you would have been, do you attribute the error rate to the vacancies that you have in your department? But you've allayed my concern that, those vacant positions, the personnel relations administrator, the assistant director of HR, and the 2 HR generalists that are currently vacant.
So the personnel relations admin, we actually filled it last week. So I'm very excited and happy about that. The assistant director position, as part of our transformative with the Virgin Islands Department of Education, with the commissioner, there's been a lot of restructuring, and HR is included in that restructuring part. What we're trying to do is across the board have managers. In this case, we see that instead of an assistant director, we need 2 managers in each district. And so we are looking to do that hopefully before the end of the month so that we can start the interviewing process by early August.
Excellent.
I'm not sure if your time was called, if you would allow me. Yes. I think it's important.
On the chair's time.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Because, we come in here, and I think what Ms. Bailey mentioned is very important for me to stress on. The management is the issue. With a Department of Education and the size it is, the magnitude of it, management is very important. We have a lot of direction with the reorganization.
Thank you. So you're saying assistant directors for... I missed the question for HR?
He was specifically asking for HR.
I'm speaking HR and everybody, the organization of the whole department.
Okay, you're saying that you need an assistant director in St. Thomas and one in St. Croix?
Managers.
Managers?
So eliminating the assistant director of HR and adding 2 managers to handle the day-to-day in each office.
What's the difference?
So, if I may, go ahead. Because it's a part of my restructuring of the department. Okay. So our directors, the assistant director, for example, of course, steps in and handles the functions of the director if he or she's not there.
So do you have an assistant director now for HR?
No, we are not filling that position.
So how do you manage the St. Croix office? Who's in charge of the St. Croix office? Who is?
Go ahead.
It is me. But on a day...
No, I know, but do you have an assistant that oversees St. Croix?
I don't have an assistant. Day-to-day, I manage both offices.
Okay. And is there no one that is presently employed on St. Croix that can serve as an assistant?
So I do have leads, like I have 2 personnel relations admins on each side in both St. Thomas and St. Croix, and I consider them my leads to be able to handle a lot of the major obstacles, especially when it comes to either NOPAs or offer letters or things like that. So
you have some employees on St. Croix who have been working in HR for 20 years plus, because I have dealt with them a very long time ago, and you have some individuals that are pretty knowledgeable in reference to HR. Can none of those individuals serve as an assistant in St. Croix or a manager for St. Croix?
Well, I'm hoping that they would be interested in the management. We have been talking with them about it, but not the assistant director. That's not the role where we're trying to go. It is definitely a manager on each side.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that internal promotion for managers, since you have individuals that have been there for 20 plus years, that understand the system inside out. For that particular position, I know most of the individuals in there, and I can close my eyes and select individuals who would do a good job in making sure that the mandates of the Department of Education are met.
That is the goal, yes.
Okay, great. Now, Commissioner, you recently led a delegation to the Model Schools Conference?
Yes, Senator.
Daggett?
Yes, Senator. He's the founder of the Model School.
What, every school went? How was it? I know years ago we used to have a school team from every school. Who went to this conference?
Various principals, various coordinators went, and each superintendent can specifically state which school went, representing each district. But we had various schools and coordinators from both districts.
Okay, I wish you had sent a little team from each school, because the Model School Conference is really a nice conference, and you're able to get a lot of different ideas. Did they limit participants?
Well, it was intentional, this part, because the model schools, the direction in which that conference, and the leadership of that conference is going, our schools will be participating in the demonstration district next year. So this was a preliminary base, as we've been accepted, and the school teams will then participate in the future conferences.
Okay, can each of the superintendent tell me who attended this particular Model Schools Conference, please?
Yes, good morning. Superintendent McGregor from the St. Croix District, Deputy Superintendent Bastian, Deputy Superintendent Otley Herman, Principals McGregor from Gardine, Principal Smith from Arthur Richards, Principal Rodney Moorhead from Complex, Principal Loretta Moorhead from Proby Larson. Help me out, Dr. Bash. Colin from my
Carla Bastian, Deputy Superintendent. Assistant Principal Cheryl George from the Educational Complex. Assistant Principal Dr. Eric Willie from the Lumoko School, who will be at the Educational Complex next year. We had Coordinator Paulina Crossley over Lamajard. And I want to...
A total of 16, yeah. Yes, a total of 16 individuals from the St. Croix District, Senator.
No one from...
Good morning, Senator.
No one from Central High School?
That was actually written in...
1 minute. No one from Central High School, Mr. McGregor?
Senator Bielli, just know that the opportunity to travel to Model School was extended to the entire district, and of course these individuals are also on summer vacation, so those who wanted to attend, we provided them the opportunity to attend. It was extended to every leader within the St. Croix district.
Okay, that's a telling statement. Mr. Jurgen?
Good morning, Senator. I'm Stefan Jurgen, Superintendent, St. Thomas, St. John School District. We extended the invitation this year to principals as the leadership because we were participating in the demonstration district, and we wanted the head to be able to fully understand what was expected. If a school did not send a principal, it is because they could not attend for whatever reason and conflicts with their schedules. We also had myself, Deputy Superintendent Powell, and other coordinators attend from the district. It is written into our CGA, and that's why we were able to send 16 people from each district. Next year, we plan on sending more assistant principals.
Which schools, Mr. Jurgen?
We sent individuals from the Shadramalia High School, Olamola, Ivana Udurkin High School, Adelita Cancrine, Lockhart,
Mola.
Joseph Gomez. And then we had some district coordinators as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Also, Senator Viale,
Yes.
representing Central High School was Assistant Principal Delani.
Okay.
Correct. I just have the list actually in front of me. We actually out Carla Bastian. We had Director Serrano Griffith over Special Ed. We had Pedro Parija, Director of Curriculum and Instruction. We had Ms. Cheryl Jeremiah Andrews representing the CTEB program. Mr. McGregor mentioned Assistant Principal Delani, who represented CHS. We had Kira Samuel, the Director of Data and Assessment, Karen Chancellor, Parents, School and Community, to cover all 16 participants for the St. Croix District.
Okay, thank you so much. Commissioner, was there any discussion in reference to reopening schools safely? Was there any panel discussions at Model School that addressed reopening schools in this particular environment? Did they have a session on it?
Not that I attended, and I can't recall specifically. It was a robust program.
Okay.
I could look back at the agenda and see specifically.
Okay,
But,
that was just out of curiosity. I just wanted to know. But did your team, and I mean, Mr. McGregor, Mr. Jurgen, did you guys have a chance to interface with other professionals in the mainland in reference to the reopening of schools? Did you have some discussions? I don't need detail. I just want to know if you have some discussions about other school districts that have reopened.
Senator, we sure did.
Okay, good.
We engaged in a lot of discussion about the return and what that's going to look like, with a heavy focus on understanding where our students have been away from being able to socialize. And so social and emotional learning is a big thrust going into this school year after bringing all of our students in after the pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, Superintendent McGregor, I've had the pleasure of attending at least 5 model school conferences over the years, and I wanted my 2 deputy superintendents to experience this year, and so Dr. Bastian could put more answer to that question.
I just wanted to make sure that, I'm good, Dr. Bastian and Mr. McGregor. I just wanted to make sure that we had some discussions, because the Virgin Islands is not in this alone. It's all across the nation. So it's always good to just have discussions so that we can be able to continue to build on what we're trying to offer in the Virgin Islands. Senator Carla Joseph, you were given a point of personal privilege.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. I would like to take this time to introduce my summer intern, Ms. Shania Nieves. Ms. Shania Nieves stands very small, but I would say and subject to you that she carries a big whip. Ms. Nieves is the 2021 valedictorian from the St. Peter and Paul High School. Ms. Nieves has joined my team and has jumped right in. She has traveled with me to St. Croix over the weekend to see the premiere of Mr. Jaron Richards' Youth Man, Young Man. Okay, see, this is how you deal with young people. Youth Man, Man Up. It was a very riveting opportunity. I did see some other senator at the event. My good St. Croix senator was there, Senator Johnson. So I want you to really join me in congratulating her. She has fit right in. Also, just to be quickly, my program has already employed, our summer program has employed 14 young people, and we have placed them throughout our community. And that spells a lot for our community, so we are building our workforce one brick at a time. Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
You're running the clock yet, right?
No, we
Thank you,
holding the
Mr.
clock.
Chair. And good afternoon to the Department of Education. I'm going to go back to the budget. The overall increase of the Department of Education's budget is 19.8 million about? Okay, speaking to the mic. So the variance between FY21 and 22 is some $4.8 million on the personnel. And I'm trying to understand what's involved in that number. Is it new positions? Is it salary increases? What's in there? What is that 4 million made up of? And while you're getting that information, I also need to know if there were positions were budgeted at 100%. And how many vacant positions you have, and how many of the vacant positions are new. So that's a lot of information.
What was the last piece? I heard how many vacant positions we have and
how many vacant and how many of the vacant are new positions for FY 2021. So you could get the information, and in these instances you could answer in the chair's time if I run out of time. But let's go to other services and charges. So under other services and charges, I am having a hard time over here, colleagues. So under other services and charges, there is a $3.9 million, $4 million increase, basically. That's a 35.6% increase. What is made up of that $3.9 million? What's in there? What's different about last fiscal year?
Senator, in order for us to, and I may take up a lot of your time, so if I can
No, just tell me what's in the $3.9 million. What is it?
Okay, basically what we did was try to restore the funding levels to 2020.
No, you can't restore funding levels. You have to have a purpose of the funds. You can't just restore levels. Is it for a new contract? Is it for a new service? What is it for? I mean, we've had these discussions with every single department that has come down here. Departments cannot justify their increases in their budgets. What is that what is the $4.4 million for? I'm going to wait until the chair come back because I am going to need extra time because I need my questions answered, please. Okay, so none of my question has been answered yet as it relates to this $19.8 million increase. Are you hearing me? $19.8 million mean $20 million. And in order for this body to make a decision, we need to know what are the elements that make up this $20 million. Now you have $8.1 million or $8.2 million of vacant positions. Based on the post-audit report, $1.8 million. Again, I'm going to go back to how many of those positions are new. That's important for us to know. Come on, guys, you got to answer me.
Okay, I'm sorry, Senator. Could you repeat the question?
How many of those, of the $8.1 million of vacancies, $8.2 million of vacancies are new? And then in the commissioner's testimony, Senator, you're keeping track for me?
Let me see.
I hope so. In the commissioner's testimony, there is 185. There are a number of vacancies, of which 185 are exempt positions. However, of the funded vacancies territory-wide, only 21 of the vacancies are for teaching, 7 in St. Croix, 14 in St. Thomas. I need to know how many are non-teaching positions and how many are school-based positions. So how many are admin positions. So there's a lot of information that we did not receive in this testimony to make an informed decision. Okay?
Senator Fred Gregory, if I may.
Yes.
We have 153 vacancies. To answer your first,
could you speak into the mic, please?
I apologize. 153 funded positions, and there's 24 in St. Thomas, St. John that are new positions. And
You have 24 new?
Yes, and 30 in St. Croix.
And what are the new positions?
Give me 1 sec. You want the
Positions
titles?
are they?
One
Yeah,
sec.
you could, do you have that information that you can just provide us?
I can send it to you if you'd
Was
like.
it in it, is it on the, in any of the appendices?
It's not.
Is that important information for us to make a decision?
Okay. Do you need? Okay.
And then you have on the commissioner's testimony, there is on page 6, there are, I think you are saying that this is your wish list. Is that an accurate assessment of the testimony?
Correct. That is.
So
what,
in your wish list, you have some 138 positions of wish lists. That concerns me. It concerns me because of the statement on page 5, where we only have 721 vacancies total for teaching positions. So this wish list lays out teaching positions. I think one of my colleagues asked about ESL, elementary ed, secondary education, vocational ed, PE, art, music, special ed, librarians, paraprofessionals, etc. We need to know what are the true priorities of this department. If we only have 21 vacancies, if we have 100 and something vacancies, and we only have 21 of those vacancies that's tied to teaching, that concerns me. So I'm unclear. So I need an explanation. And then under the St. Thomas St. John district, I think you have a calculation error. You have 54 positions at the bottom, but it's actually 102. That brings you to the 138. So, Commissioner, I need to get an explanation as to what are the priorities of the Department of Education if we only are considering 121 vacancies of all of the 21 teaching position of all the vacancies.
So Ms. Penn is going to explain first, and then I will answer your question.
Okay. So,
into the mic, please.
Senator, in fiscal year 2021, we lost about 121 positions.
How?
They were not included in the budget from
Okay.
2020.
Okay.
And we requested we requested that those positions be included in the budget for 2022. So there was about 5.3 million positions that we asked to be added back to the FY22 budget.
So let me just rephrase my whole concern here. And this question is for you, Commissioner Berry Benjamin. Has the Department of Education conducted an assessment of their needs? And when I say an assessment, I'm talking about classroom size. How many teachers are needed based on the amount of third graders you have per classroom, the student to teacher ratio. Have we done that? Has that been done?
Yes, Senator, and that's how the districts came up with the chart that you just saw, where they expressed their needs.
Good. That's good. Right. But my concern is, so the districts is coming up with a chart, and the reason why we're here is to ensure that our students have teachers and the necessary supporting cast
2 minutes.
around the whole educational perspective to support them. And again, I'm going to say my concern is of your vacancies, why is it that our districts are saying that they need 36 positions in St. Croix, 102, which I think in St. Thomas is a bit excessive because why would we need 40 paraprofessionals? How many paraprofessionals do we have in St. Thomas? Why are we having this one-off with our administrative type staff and our teaching staff? The teaching staff should be given a priority.
I think that's what Ms. Penn was explaining with the positions that we
didn't have.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in your vacancies now, the majority of your vacancies are of admin type employees. You said you have 21 teaching positions. That doesn't mean that you don't have other school-based type positions. So that's why I said you didn't give us enough information. So that's why I'm spending all this time on this. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you may have had other non-teaching positions, but what are they?
We're gonna definitely get it to you.
You understand my concern?
Understood.
Yes.
Understood.
So we have to be able to make a better decision, because if you have all these needs in your district, as far as school-based type positions, we can't ignore it. But we have to understand what is it that your vacancies are made up of. Okay, so I am very concerned about that. And Mr. Chair, yes.
Well, no, we'll get those specific numbers to you, Senator.
The positions. You see my concern? So that's something that assessment have to happen. We can't continue to fund the department at the levels that we're funding it, and hearing our superintendents come to us time after time and talk about the fact that they have all of these needs in their district. We have to weigh how we deal with admin as opposed to our teaching positions.
Time.
That's, you know.
Yes, if I may, Senator.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
Go ahead.
Just for clarity as well, the applicants for teaching doesn't amount to the need as well, and hence why we move forward as well with our online service provider to get some teachers. And I'm just adding to what you're saying. I know exactly what you're saying.
I don't want to cut you off, but I need you to understand what I'm asking. I'm not asking about applicants. I'm talking about what you should have reflected in your budget to show clearly the direction that the Department of Education wants to go in.
Yes,
this has nothing to do with whether or not you have
understand.
applicants or not.
I totally get it. I'm not
all
negating
right.
what you said.
Okay, good. Mr. Chair, can I ask for some additional time because some of my questions were not answered? Please. Under the miscellaneous budget.
You wait for me to even say yes.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were shaking. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Senator.
Under the miscellaneous, you have 500K. And it says that of that 500K, I can't remember the funding source. Tourism revolving, 175,000 coming from civic education, 50 coming from STEM, 50 is to go to STEM St. Croix, to the total of 220,000. You have a balance of $280,000, which is not accounted for. I want to know, I want to say that this whole STEM program that was implemented in the St. Croix District Commissioner has been implemented for a very long time. And it's very concerning to me that, you know, we are what, 5-6 years in, and we have not looked at implementing a STEM summer program in the St. Thomas St. John District. When is that going to happen? But I still want to go back to this $280,000 that's not accounted for.
Okay, Senator.
Tell me what the 500K for.
The 500,000, Ava Penn, Senator, the 500,000 from the Tourism Revolving Fund is used to supplement the travel for the interscholastic sports teams.
That's not how it's reflected. They have a clear request for interscholastic laid out. I don't have the page number in front of me, so I could go back to it. But so what's the amount for the interscholastic if that's included?
The interscholastic is 125, and it was reduced this fiscal year by 15,000.
Okay, so what's the rest money for?
100,000 is for IAA, and then you have the different grants.
So this $500,000 is a separate amount. You see here? It's a separate.
It's that's under the miscellaneous section of the budget.
So 125 and how much you said for the other one?
100,000 for IAA and 125,000 for interscholastic.
So you're still short about $75,000, 80,000.
I don't know. What are you referring to, Senator?
The 500,000.
The Tourism Revolving Fund?
Right, the 500,000 is from the tourism revolving fund. In addition to the 500,000, it's 175,000 is miscellaneous appropriations. 500,000 is only one of those miscellaneous appropriations.
I guess it's the way it was presented in the post-audit report, but it does not make up the entire 500K. If you look on page...
No, the 500K is one miscellaneous, is one appropriation.
I understand, but I'm saying based on the post-audit report, it does not break it out all the way. It only gave me up to 220,000 and didn't tell us where the other 280 is coming from. That's the issue.
Thank you. Point of inquiry. Who is it? Senator Pata, is you? Senator Pata.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I apologize in advance if this question was asked and answered before. I noted that you have two contracts, one for broadband VI and one for Omni Systems, where they're being funded through the E-rate program. In the past, I know we've had some challenges, some issues with the E-rate program where vendors perform work, but were not paid because of the grant application being approved. What's the state of the E-rate program right now? And will vendors have any issues being paid? Can they be assured that they will be paid because the problems with the E-rate program have been rectified?
Thank you for the question. We couldn't get Mr. Hendrickson earlier when the question was asked, and I want to make sure that he gives you the recent, latest, current status of that program.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Senator Pata. In the budget, interscholastic is broken out separate as a line item.
Yes.
So it doesn't fall, the Senator was trying to find out what are you using the $500,000 in the tourism revolving fund for? Because it can be interscholastic and that's a separate line item. So what are you using it for?
But Senator, the 500,000 supplements the $125,000.
Supplemented by what?
I'm sorry? It's for travel.
Yeah, but so you're saying that your travel in previous years have been more than $125,000 that you needed to supplement out of the 500,000?
Historically, that is what the tourism revolving fund monies were for.
Yeah, but it ain't what it's for. It's whether or not you're spending it for travel. Every year we fund money for interscholastic. We fund in the last budget interscholastic sports 110,000.
Right, but
IAA athletic programs a separate line item of 100,000. So the 500,000 for the tourism revolving fund does not have any particular earmark. So we say exactly what are you using those monies for? This year you're using it for no travel, because nobody travel.
it is used, it has been earmarked by this body for travel. That's what it was earmarked for. That is what it was paid, that is what it was appropriated for every single year. That's what this body did every single year. It supplements the 125 to interscholastic.
So then you have to have a balance of hundreds of thousands in that because we have not been spending no more than $200,000 a year for travel, and $125,000 is already earmarked separately, not under the tourism revolving fund. That is, I'll find it the budget bill. Matter of fact, I have the budget bill here.
Yeah.
And the budget bill has a line item for this year for IAA and for travel to be split equally between districts, $100,000. So that is line item. And this line item from the general fund. It's not the miscellaneous section or the monies that you're receiving for the tourism revolving fund. All 500 can be used for travel. You've got to have a balance, a tremendous balance. What's the balance? Is that a separate account?
That's a separate account.
What's the balance in that account?
Okay, give me a minute. Let me look for that. me a minute, sir.
Okay, while that is being answered,
Go ahead.
we're trying to add up the categories. And this year, with the overall budget presentation, we're going to do it a little bit different from the budget submission. We're going to make sure that we don't combine the personnel and fringe. And instead of the operating expenses that we usually have, we'll break it up into supplies and other services. It's going to follow the same format like the budget book. But when you look at other services, we had $9 million, $9,197,346. 9 months in, 3 quarters in, we have spent $3,567,000, which means we spent like let's say 2. So for the next quarter, you're going to send a next 1.2. That goes up to 4.7. But you had 9 million in that category for other services. So you have a tremendous amount of money, other services now, that can be expended before September 30th. But then when you flip, you now gone from that 9 million appropriation, and for fiscal year 22, the recommendation is 12,868,000. So why are we increasing other services when we couldn't spend what was appropriated this year? If we couldn't spend the 9, we're going to spend about 5 or 6. If you get good, you spend 7. So why are we increasing it? So I could take 2 million from that category and bump it down to school maintenance and give school maintenance $4 or $5 million because it's not being spent in that particular category. And I would still be able to maintain $9 million and shave $3 million on the budget, and it's still adequate. What's the balance? You found the balance?
Yeah.
Tell me the balance.
Okay, we of the 500,000 we expended 142,545 to date.
Okay, but that's what you expended. What's the balance in the account? Because the balance rolls over every year.
Oh. Okay, I'm waiting for somebody to send it to me. My office to send it to me.
What was the 142 spent on?
That was, I think we used that for the bubble. What they had the bubble.
At UVI.
Yeah.
And you have how much you spent the year before?
I can get that.
Okay, so get all of that. I'm going to remember. E-rate, broadband.
He's on.
He's on.
He's on.
So broadband and
E-rate.
Via. Via is to purchase MiFis. Some 800 and something MiFi, I think you funded. What is the broadband contract for? How is the broadband different from the MiFi?
All right, so Rodney Hendrickson, Director of Information Technology. The broadband initiative is for remote internet service for students so that they'll be able to connect to a wireless environment that we're putting in their housing communities and public spaces so that students are able to continue doing their schoolwork when they're away from the school environment. That's what the broadband initiative is for.
So what is a MiFi then?
The MiFi was what they were using MiFi in the interim.
No. I'm looking. I mean, you extended a MiFi contract for this year. It's in the postcard that you extended it for next year. Virgin Islands Telephone Corporation, DBA via 8/1/2021 to 7/31/2022 to provide 1,849 wireless internet service to public and non-public school.
Yes.
Let a tech person answer, Commissioner. What's the difference? Because now you sign a contract with broadband for $2 million for 1 fiscal year, and that is to provide housing, Wi-Fi services to public housing and other residential communities in the territory.
That's correct.
So explain how both of them are going to coexist.
Okay, so as per the first CARES Act monies that was expended for the MiFi devices, that was done to the districts so that students can start the process. As soon as this environment is in place, then they will revisit the contract with VIA as it relates to the MiFi usage.
So have you revisited the contract, and is the contract extended for next year?
No, we haven't revisited it because the environment is not fully yet in place. We are in the final stages of getting the environment up as we receive the equipment, the wireless equipment that needs to be installed.
Now, in your submission, you submitted that the VIA contract is going to be extended until 7/31/2022. Has the contract been say that again, sir?
Okay, so I will leave procurement respond to that because they are the one that deal the contractual stuff. As it relates to the MiFi, that was through the districts. All we did is ensure that they are getting the right equipment for the students to be able to use.
Whose procurement? Has that contract been signed? Procurement?
If you'd allow the districts to, the MiFis are paid through our CGA funds, and it's for the interim, that broadband contract for community-wide internet has different phases, and we cannot not have internet for our students. When it's completely finished, then we could look at removing the MiFis. But those are not procured through Director Hendricks' office. They're procured through the districts, the MiFis.
And I understand that. I'm just looking at as to whether or not these two contracts are overlapping. The contract for broadband, $2.2 million. How many households? Because the wording is kind of vague.
All right, so we have chose 60 locations between all three islands that this environment will be installed. Once it's installed, any users in the surrounding communities up to a mile away from those access points will be able to connect. All students, no matter whether public or private school, will be able to use that environment.
So you have a listing of those communities?
Yes, we do.
Can you send that listing to us?
Sure.
As Prentice, I'd like to send it to the
sure,
committee.
I'll send it to the committee.
So
Send it.
the procurement person is on?
She was on.
Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon, Ms. Joseph. Do we have a contract with VIA for this upcoming school year?
The contract has not been executed as yet, Senator. It is proposed for the St. Thomas St. John District, who've requested the MiFi services until the broadband community contract has been executed. So the district did not want to be without MiFi services while we await the completion or the contract and negotiation process, the contractual process from the broadband to be completed. So that's why it's there. Notwithstanding, at any time we can terminate the contract with VIA. We can terminate it. Note that the VIA agreement is proposed. It has not been fully executed yet. We are waiting on some additional documents from VIA.
Has the broadband contract been fully executed?
No, sir. It has not been executed. It is undergoing, I do believe it's with broadband currently for review. So both contracts are proposed at this time.
Okay. We have about 3 weeks before school reopen. What's the target date to complete negotiations with Abramson Enterprise?
The target date, my target date was July 1st. However, the contractor was away, their legal counsel was away and did not provide us with a timely review of the agreement. However, we are meeting with them to hopefully wrap up everything tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
School busing?
Meeting for yesterday was canceled.
And school busing, do we have a contract with school bus Inc.?
Yes, School Boston Inc.'s contract is valid through 2024, if I'm not mistaken.
Point of information, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hendrickson, in reference to the broadband contract and the MiFis, the commissioner stated that you're waiting for the contract to go through to cancel the MiFis, but in the interim, but moving forward, I should say, it will be less effective for the students because in county communities, you said you have a certain amount of sites, which I believe most of them are the community centers. What about every student being able to have access because the centers close at a certain time, etc.? So to me, that puts them at a big disadvantage. So how will you work out the different, how will that work?
Okay, so the Wi-Fi, Rodney Hendrickson, Director of Information Technology. The Wi-Fi environment is an outdoor environment. So anywhere outdoor of the community center, they will be able to connect to that environment. Similar to how self-service works. Once you can see the service, you can connect to it.
Very well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Fred Gregory Point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the conversation around the busing contract. So the negotiations that you're having with the St. Croix contractor, does that include the new buses that were purchased with federal dollars?
Yes, Senator, it is a school bus operation contract, not the normal or the historic pupil transportation contract.
So we hiring a contractor to drive our buses? We buy buses with the federal government money to give the buses to a contractor? That's what we're doing? I mean, it's not y'all's fault in any way because y'all come and met it. But I just need to understand if that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing? Commissioner?
Yes, Senator.
The contract.
So Commissioner, well, no, I don't need the procurement director to answer this. I need the commissioner to respond to this because this is a very important thing. We purchased, how much was the amount of those buses that we purchased for the St. Croix district? Okay, so we don't have that information either.
They have it.
But we're at hand, but, so you put, how many buses? 165 what?
15 buses, Senator.
So we buy 15 buses. And the buses have been sitting for about 2.5, 3 years, right? So we are utilizing a contractor to provide the services that, help me, Commissioner, help me with this. I'm having a little hard time with this one.
Yes, Senator, and I think you said it best earlier. It is an issue we met, but in addressing school bus transportation for our students, the fact that the Abramson School Bus Company fleet is deteriorating. We have buses sitting. We came up with a contract for them to utilize the buses
right,
to transport our students.
And that's the best we could do. We bought the buses without a plan. And then when this administration came in, no plan was developed by now, 2.5 years later, to establish how we are going to utilize those buses in-house, hire the employees, and utilize the buses in-house. In this district, we have school bus drivers within the Department of Education that provides school bus services to our special education students, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to leave it right there because I know that I just feel like we have to do a better job of protecting this government. And I'm going to leave that there. What's happening here is wrong. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Sarah is next. We got 3 more senators to go. The broadband contract that was put out to bid? Was there a bid offering for that particular contract?
Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. Yes, it was solicited by the Department of Property and Procurement. Correct.
Okay, a public bid or they sent out solicitations?
Oh, it definitely went out through the formal bidding process.
Okay, great. Senator Sarah. Senator Cyrus, mic, please.
Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. So page 7 of 26, testimony quick. For the 21-2022 school year, the implementation of virtual teachers using an online service provider. I don't see that in your pending contracts. Who's this online service provider and what's the cost?
The contract is not completed, Senator. It's on the final stages. Ms. Joseph?
What's the cost? Was it pending cost? What's the pending cost and what's the funding source?
$50,000.
$50,000?
For the St. Thomas St. John District, that's what has been submitted thus far.
What's St. Croix?
I have not received a request for St. Croix as yet.
Okay, what's the funding source for this contract?
Consolidated grant application.
Federal funds, okay. So we're going in school, and then we have a virtual teachers. Okay, all right. Let's go back to the internet. What was the insurance to cover the devices? What did we pay? What was that amount? Or do we have insurance to cover the devices?
Yes,
Attorney,
we have secured the.
Go ahead, Ms. Joseph.
Sorry. Supplemental insurance was secured via Security Inc. It is on the pending contract. It is on the executed contract listing, $400 and I think $30,000 to insure all of our devices in both school districts.
Okay, now we have these contracts via a federal Omni's E-rate broadband is the CARES Act. One contract was to provide internet service to the various communities. Who is the checker of the checker? Because a lot of communities were void of internet service. So who is the one that goes around and say, hey, you are in breach of this contract? Who's responsible for that? Because we're giving contracts, but there must be a program manager to say, hey, this wasn't done.
So, Senator, this is Ms. Joseph. Note that the broadband contract for the community-based MiFi services has not been executed. So there's nothing to check at this time.
Okay, before we were giving out, we were advertising that we were giving internet to the communities. Who was checking that? Who would that be?
Mr.
Nobody?
Hendricks, the
Mr.
internet
Hendricks?
was not provided.
Sorry, Ms. Joseph, I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Internet was not provided to the communities via any contract that we have. What we did is secure the MiFi devices for our students in all school districts. So noticing that all of our students were not able, or especially our non-public school students, were not able to have access to wireless devices or it be accessible via the MiFi devices, hence the reason why IT and the entire initiative was made to have the MiFi or the broadband services implemented within the communities itself.
Okay,
The broadband.
hold on. Okay, we understand, Ms. Joseph. I don't have much time. Duly noted. Let's go to post edit page 90 of 100, landscaping. These contracts start at 10:01 and end at 9:30. So these are contracts that are slated to begin. Do we have existing landscaping contracts? Because I see every school is covered by a contractor, but the schools and the landscaping stress me a little bit. So should our contracts start at the beginning of the fiscal year, or should we move to have contracts aligned with the school year?
So So the supply contracts are aligned to the government's
Okay, I
fiscal
understand
year.
that. We understand that, but in your expertise, is this effective?
It is effective as we've already started. I've already made the request to renew the contracts starting October 1st. So we will not be without service.
Okay.
I think that's the question. Will we be without service? No.
Okay. Let's move to ESL. I don't see, I need to follow up on that. The ESL director is not listed in your vacancy listing. Why? Is that
It's not a funded position.
why is it not funded? Have you seen the census and the demographic of the Virgin Islands? We have to have an ESL director.
That position will I think that was one of the positions, Senator, and we're double checking, that was defunded when the 120
Okay, it was
positions.
defunded, but we had $3 million for critical hires. Why did we not use the critical hire money for the ESL director?
It's the position is going to be filled. It's a priority for us.
Coming back.
Yes. No.
Okay.
I'm being as honest
Okay.
and frank as Frank could be. It will be filled, Senator.
Okay. Raquel O. Whitley Skill Center and Day Adult. How many staff do you have for Day Adult?
How many
Staff.
for day adult? That's something we'll have to pull. That's not something we'll have randomly here. We'll have to pull it.
No. HR should know how many people in Day Adult.
I didn't hear the question, sorry.
Our Day
Senator.
Adult. Do we have 2 full-time employees only? How many employees do you have in Day Adult?
2 minutes.
Give me a second. You asking for the adult?
No, St. Thomas Day Adult.
Give me 1 second.
And what has been expended on Day Adult? Because I think that Day Adult has gone to the dogs, in a sense. We've really abandoned the Day Adult. So what have we spent on Day Adult, and how many employees do we have in Day Adult, and who is enrolled in Day Adult? Because you have in your testimony some 7,500 local, and then you have $163,509.37 from federal dollars. What have we used to allocate for Day Adult? Who is over Day Adult?
She's pulling, it's multiple layers because you're asking for employees and then program.
I tell you only have 2 employees. You don't have to look for that. You only have 2, right? So from the funding, tell me, what have we allocated for Day Adult? Who's over Day Adult? Anybody on the screen?
Ms. Powell, would you like to speak of, and Mr.
Sure. Good afternoon. Disha Powell, Deputy Superintendent. So you are correct. We have 2 full-time staff. We do also have part-time employees that are on per diem that serve as the instructors for the.
How many, Ms.
That serve
Powell?
as the instructors for the. Excuse me?
How many part-time employees do you have?
I believe it's about 5 part-time persons that work the program in a day, and I think we have 2 programs. We have one in St. Thomas and also one in St. John in the evening. So maybe it's about more like 12 in the evening program. But we have, as a matter of fact, as of last year, Mr. Francis did request from full-time staff. He sent us resumes. We asked the folks to apply, and they changed their mind for whatever reason. So we are still trying to actively recruit. So for full-time staff, at least 2 full-time staff for teaching staff for the.
How
the
long have
adult
you had the
program.
2 full-time staff? How many years?
No, I said well, we had full-time staff in the past. Ms. Hudson retired about 2 years ago, and I believe, can't remember the name, but we always had a full-time person in ELA and in math, and
Ms.
those persons retired. So we have been searching to replace them, but we've been unsuccessful.
So while I respect all of your intelligence, because I really do, this program falls under the State Office of Career and Tech, correct? Because you answering a state level question.
The districts also have purview over those programs. So there's a state office of adult and career and technical education, you are correct. But there's also the district team that's responsible for the day-to-day operation.
Okay, so I'm asking if so the state office has a fiduciary oversight of the program. So I need to know from the state office, what have you spent on adult education?
Yes, so we can pull that number, Senator.
Because Ms. Powell been dealing with night school and that all for a while, but it's really we need to kind of accountability. The correct people to answer this fiduciary question, I need that person to answer it.
We'll get the person to respond and we'll pull the numbers.
Okay, Mr. Chair, lastly, so I've been seeing the positions for I want to say the fiscal office. Now you have accounts payable specialist, right? Any chance of promotion into these new positions that we're asking for? Let me tell you why I'm asking this. I don't find a proper succession plan in education. I say to say like most agencies. Like the Certified Public Manager Program, the entire top tier of education is enrolled in a mid-level management program. When I'm looking at the model schools pictures, the top tier is at model schools. So if we're planning to, we talk about capacity over and over and over again. So is there any intent going back to the fiscal office to promote these employees into those positions, keep them at a level of training? Because we like to associate separations from agencies solely to salaries. But if we begin to give some incentive of training, I think people are more inclined to stay at the job. So any intent to promote in your fiscal office all these positions, because somebody got to be able to move up.
Senator Ava Penn, before someone is promoted, we try to give every opportunity for training.
So what opportunities have we given for training?
We have different seminars, training courses that we offer the employees.
So what have you offered in the last year or two?
How
many?
We've had several courses through the U.S. grad school. As a matter of fact, we are, I think in the next 2 weeks, we're going to be having some Excel training through UVI-CEL. And
okay, so I don't conclude that we haven't given the adequate amount of training for people to really rise through the ranks. And this is just not for education, this is across the government. That succession planning, we are going to just fall off when we get to the top, and you're gonna have this gap. And that's the problem in government. We have the really, really low and the really, really high, and the mid-level management is absent to our detriment. And Mr. Chair, the Vice Chair asked a question about the salary listing, not the salary, the vacancy listing and the teachers and the personnel.
I'm going to get back to that.
Okay, because the contracts also would indicate what that looks like, because how many students per teacher, and that assessment should have been done prior to submitting a budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And that's succession planning. I agree we need it all over, and we even need it here at the legislature. We need to seriously begin to look at those issues. Ms. Penn, yes, sir. In reference to the CARES Act money, there are allowances within those monies to be able to hire staff, correct?
Yes.
We can hire individuals to maintain the campus. We could hire professionals to be able to reduce class size and hence have adequate social distancing. Do we need to create a separate category that says federal or CARES fund for fringe personnel and fringe? For example, you have 12 vacant custodian positions in this budget, but you now have federal money that you can hire all of those 12 individuals and don't turn them over to the general fund. You have laborer, you have paras, you have teachers, and the flexibility of the CARE funds allows us to use our money to supplement.
Senator, that's the general idea. But remember,
but you have it, once you have it in the, once you have it in the general fund portion, those individuals coming on as permanent. I'm saying if we separate it, well, we can utilize X amount this fiscal year, X amount next fiscal year to bring on custodians, bring on some powers, bring on some additional teachers, with the understanding that 3 years down the line, when the monies expire, then we'll assess and onboard if we need to onboard, but we'll see exactly what we need at that particular juncture. But if we just put all in the general fund, then what are you supplementing? We're going to continue to have this large pool of federal funds that could be utilized for those areas.
Well, in terms of the custodial workers, the idea was to augment the St. Thomas.
No, but I'm saying, we have dealt with a federal grant for fire service. We bring on 20 firefighters under the federal grant. We keep them on the federal funds for 2 years. On the third year, they have the federal grant. We put them on the general fund, but we're able to supplement for 2 years. So I'm saying, can we supplement? Can we?
Yes,
it don't
we
have
can.
to be no, right? Today,
We can.
to,
But I was talking about in terms of the custodial staff. On St. Thomas, we had janitorial costs, expenses for janitorial, right?
Yes.
So we wanted to take that same money that we used to pay contracts to hire the staff.
Okay, I didn't thought that. I didn't know that's what you were doing. So you're going to end the contracts?
We're ending the contracts on St. Thomas, and we're moving to quarterly contracts. The quarterly cleaning will be done through the CARES fund.
Okay, so you're doing quarterly deep cleaning?
Yes.
Okay, fine. But your day-to-day cleaning of custodians, they can also fall under the COVID funds.
Exactly, but we brought them on the general fund so we could bring them on right now. And the idea is to put them on the CARES.
You can't do that there.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
You want to bring them on with a regular NOPA?
Yes, we can. We have that flexibility with the CARES. We can do that. We can do that with the CARES. We can't do it with CGA, but we could do it with the CARES.
We will have a discussion. Okay. When we submit the budget, right? Whatever is on general fund is on general fund. I'm not obligated to Department of Education. So if we put $105 million as is proposed on the general fund, are you saying we're going to come back and they're going to reduce 105 and say it's now 98? Remember now, the budget is 20 million more. We have the opportunity. Propose. We have the opportunity. We have the opportunity to look at the expenses, and those COVID-related expenses, we can shift them over under the CARES, as long as we maintain. And when you shift, when am I going to decrease that overall? As long as we maintain that the maintenance of effort, we have the opportunity to revisit the budget and shift those expenses that are COVID-related to the CARES side. And the maintenance of effort is going to look at the past 3 prior years, correct? Right, which is 170 million. 2017, 2018, 2019. 170 million. We can't go below 170 million. Is that the average you get? What was 20? It's 169 and change. We indicated it in the testimony. It's general fund. Let me go to the next person, and then senators are going to come on. Let me go Senator Gittins, and then Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, thank you for coming.
Good afternoon to all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to caution the testifiers and the responses that I would like factual responses and not fast responses. As I always say, prior planning prevents poor performance. That's the 5 Ps. And that said, I like your mission statement of the department's commitment to the superior preparation and performance of every student. So we must live
Ms. Joseph, can you share with Senator Giddens the timeline that we have to finalize the contract?
The question was whether or not we have an executed contract in both districts. That's a yes or a no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Senator. Go ahead, Ms. Joseph.
Yes, so no. No. There is a contract in place for the St. Thomas district, and there is none in place at this time for the St. Croix district.
How soon do you believe the St. Croix district contract will be executed?
I am hoping that it would be done by next week, barring no deficiencies or any setbacks during negotiations.
When was the St. Thomas district contract executed?
It was executed in 2015. I'm sorry, 2019. 2019. We tied it into a 5-year agreement.
Mr. Chair, it's very hard for me to hear the testifier. I'm not sure if you're getting a response.
Senator Gittens, we can hear on this end. Can you repeat your response, please?
It's not coming through on this end.
Can you repeat your response to Senator Gittens, please?
The St. School Busing Inc.'s contract was executed in 2019. It's a 5-year agreement.
Okay, the St. Croix, is it the same, 5-year agreement, or how long is it?
It was advertised for we're pushing 1 to 3 years. So we're negotiating year 1 now, and we have, we're pushing towards 3 years, quite honestly. A 3-year term.
Okay. Commissioner, is there a reason why it's such a vast difference between both districts with the bus contract?
No, Senator. The average time frame for contracts is 1 to 3 years. And this is a new contract that we're signing with the bus company because it's a different contract. It doesn't look the same as previous years. They are using the new buses from the department, so we didn't want to get into a lengthy year contract.
All right. How many outstanding vendor payments are there? And how far back do they go? I heard some discussions earlier.
Ava Penn, Senator, approximately 141,000 going back to 2012.
And there's one I know for sure that I called your office about. Has this matter been addressed?
That is on the that matter is on the list, and it is under review.
Okay, it's been under review for quite some time now. That's more than a year. Now, do you have any policy objectives in place for paying outstanding invoices?
Could you clarify the question, Senator?
I want to know if you have any policy objectives, any policy guidelines to address outstanding invoice payments.
Well, we follow the government's process. If it's a prior year, we have to get DPP.
So the agency doesn't have a policy on its own?
No.
Okay, I suggest that we do. Question, does school administrators receive a stipend or any type of bonus for any reasons?
Are you referring to, well, for any reason, chairpersons, coaches would receive stipends for their services, coaching teams and...
Yeah, I'm specifically speaking to administrators.
School administrators, we have district administrators as well.
or just all administrators?
Yeah, school administrators.
I can't think of any reason they would have stipends. We used to have stipends under the AYP era, but not recently, Senator.
The I did ask you about the buses. I noticed in the post-audit report, you didn't provide a fuel maintenance cost for the fleet.
2 minutes.
Is there a reason why? And the 148 vehicles that you have within the department, does this include those new buses?
Yes.
Okay, what's the reason for not providing fuel maintenance?
We have compiled the information, and we're still trying to reconcile to give you the accurate figures.
But you know that this is about the hearing, and we should have had this by now, because this would also need to be considered.
Yes, Senator, we're working on it.
Now, Commissioner, you spoke about virtual program, I believe it is. What would this look like?
Hi, Senator.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, so students if from 9 through 12 6 through 12 will be able to participate in the virtual program. They will be instructed using an online service provider, and those students would have had to demonstrate the ability to work independently, demonstrate accountability, responsible attendance records, as well as the ability to still function academically over the past year. Teacher or principal would have to write a letter of recommendation as well, so that that child or children can participate in the program.
Are we hiring teachers just for this? Are we using local or persons on the mainland can also apply?
We're using our online service provider, so the instructors will be provided through that company.
So they can come from anywhere?
Yes, it's a small pilot program.
So this means that our local teachers wouldn't have to be teaching in person and at the same time teaching students virtually, correct?
No, that's not correct. Our local teachers are not a part of that program, but we are still in a COVID environment, and if we have to go back to 100% virtual and or hybrid, our teachers will have, if we have students that have to learn from home, for whatever reason in this COVID environment, our teachers still have to service those students through the technology that we purchase.
Time.
Right, but I'm asking at the same time, I understand if you have to go back to virtual, but if we say we're going 100% in person, this means that the teacher will not be required to teach in person and at the same time for any other reasons virtually.
Correct, correct, Senator.
Senator Gittens,
Yes,
you may wrap up. Your time has been called.
I apologize. Last question. Will all the teachers receive their laptops as indicated in your testimony? Or have all the laptops been procured?
Our districts can respond to that question, Senator.
Good afternoon, Superintendent McGregor. We've ordered the laptops for every teacher, administrator, and paraprofessional in the district. It's going through the procurement process, and we hope to have them in their hands as soon as possible.
Thank you. Is that satisfactory, Senator Gittens?
Does the St. Croix district respond? I didn't hear the response. If you could just repeat that. I certainly didn't hear the St. Thomas on either.
Stefan,
You may proceed, Dr. Jurgen.
Okay, the St. Croix, can you hear me now? Senator Gittens, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Sure. The St. Croix district ordered laptops for every teacher, administrator, and paraprofessional in the district. It's going through the procurement process, and we hope to have them in their hands as soon as possible.
St. Thomas, St. John?
As soon as possible would mean before the start of school, correct?
No, as soon as possible means as soon as the order can go through the complete cycle to include a requisition and to include purchase order. So I can't tell you it will be before the school year. That would have been our hope, but they'll get them as soon as we possibly get them.
I'll accept that. St. Thomas, please.
Sure.
Good afternoon, Stefan here again, Superintendent St. Thomas St. John School District. All of our teachers should have laptops already. If there is a situation where they do not have laptops, that can be handled at the school level, but Superintendent McGregor is correct in that we also have additional laptops procured, but that will be swatched out on a need basis.
Thank you for your responses. I have one point of inquiry. Before I go to the point of inquiry, Commissioner Barry Benjamin, I think one of my colleagues asked about a particular position in the district, and you said that the position was defunded. What position was that again?
I was checking the ESL.
So the ESL position was defunded. In what year?
That's what we were checking for, Senator.
Okay, good. So based on the fact that you have an ESL position defunded and you have all of these vacancies, and that's where I was going in my line of questioning, isn't the ESL students an important component to the Department of Education? Why haven't we done a delete to address that situation? That's an important part of our students' learning.
I agree, Senator. I don't think that we needed to do a delete to provide the services. Our students still get the services because the teachers on the school level, the district staff are in place.
Do we have an ESL? What district was that in?
He was referring to St. Croix.
Good.
Right.
So it's in the St. Croix district. Do we have an ESL coordinator in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and that's the point. While we may feel that the teachers are doing what they're supposed to do, there is a reason why we have that structure, right? So the coordinators provide that necessary support to the teachers and to the districts, et cetera, and to the districts, period, right? So we should delete to create a position. To say that the position was defunded is not enough. We have 150-something vacancies within this department, and of those vacancies, 21 of those positions are teachers. It means that we have a number that are non-teaching positions, of course, that are administrative. We need to look within our souls and begin to address the issues that's occurring in our schools. Don't you know when the last person left from the ESL position in St. Croix? I mean, that's a priority, and that's why I asked the question, Commissioner, about the assessment. We have to assess, so what are the needs of the respective districts? Let's figure out what the needs of the districts are, and then we could begin to have the conversation about the other things that flow after. But if we are not addressing the needs of the districts, how?
May I?
Yes.
Well, I was just saying I agree with you 100%, but the assessment was done, and that's where the numbers came for each district. Now, I acknowledge your point.
Okay, thank you. So can you please forward a copy of, do you have the assessment on your laptop today?
No.
Who has the assessment?
Our districts would have the assessments of their needs.
The HR director, do you have the assessment?
Not on this laptop. I have it in my office.
Okay, so can you please ask someone from your office to please send it up to us today, because it's important that we have that information. All right, I have, send it to Senator Vele's office, please. There are several points of inquiries. Senator
Johnson,
I'm going to take a 1-minute recess. We have some housekeeping measures that need to be taken care of.
The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Colleagues, we're going to go to Senator Whitaker, and then I'm going to give everybody 2 minutes to get your point out. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to listening in the audience. Good afternoon to the testifiers. Thank you. My questions center a lot on HR. Commissioner Barry Benjamin, of course, the record to your HR director. So the per diem positions for the cleaning contracts, for the basic facility workers, different, all the different per diem employees. Is there a plan to retain any of those employees, and do you have a budget, a cost associated with that?
We always encourage business to apply to our positions. Senator Whitaker, Wendy Bailey. We always encourage our per diem employees to apply to any open positions that we have.
One of the things that's going to be really important as we move forward, one of the suggestions I have for the department when it comes to professional development, the learning management system. Commissioner Barry Benjamin is already plans on their way in working with the division of personnel and to also obtain the costs associated with professional development, software, programs.
Professional development software programs, Senator, for employees?
Correct.
Professional development, not sure about software programs.
Yeah, professional development software programs. They have 360 reviews under different companies that offer licenses from various professional development programs.
Yes, Ms. Bailey will respond with respect to that.
So we do work collaboratively with the Department of Personnel, and we do provide any of the workshops that the Division of Personnel provides. We send them off to our staff, and obviously it is up to them if they'd like to do it. Certain webinars that have gone out recently is Excel, PowerPoint for software along those lines. Division of Personnel has also been working along with us with customer service. So those are some of the professional developments off the top of my head that I can think of.
So Ms. Bailey, so they're not required to take part in professional development, am I correct?
That is correct.
Outside of their certification, that is correct. So that's something that we would want to change, correct? As we support education, really, mandate various courses, especially also around counseling and various learning techniques and styles. I would suggest that you look into that, Commissioner. When you left on this hearing, I mentioned to Assistant Commissioner Jones that one of the items that I want us to invest in is the testing of our children. It's known as psychoeducational testing, and there's also a cost associated with those tests. Going down to the line item VI history textbooks and the post-audit division report, we line itemized $500,000 for VI history textbooks. Is that for one company? Is that, can you provide me clarity on that, Commissioner? Exactly what textbooks are we referring to?
Assistant Commissioner Sum.
Good afternoon, Victor Sum III, Assistant Commissioner. Those monies speak to the development of the VI history workbooks for grades K through 8. Grades 1 through 3 has been completed. We're combining the work on the VI-centric workbook, so that those monies speak to those as we work to produce and publish the VI-centric textbook as well as the workbooks for grades 1 through 8.
And I would remind you that it's the Virgin Islands and Caribbean history mandate, so we would have to look into Caribbean history textbooks. So that's something that, statutorily required to do. So we'll continue that effort, and I do thank you for the inclusion in the core curriculum efforts.
You're welcome.
To close off, I want to also dive into the two CTEB scholarships. That's the Albert Baxter Scholarship and the James A. Peterson Scholarship. What is the status of, and one, status of the providing the CTEB board with those funds?
Clarify, Senator, which funds specifically?
The Albert Baxter Scholarship funds, and James Peterson, those are the two funds that are directly under the CTEB board. It's in your budget. Statutorily, it's CTEB run scholarship program. CTEB board runs scholarship, makes decisions about the applicants who apply directly to the CTEB board. So what is the status of, and specifically more speaking to the process by which you're going to use to provide the CTEB board with funds once the decision is made or made for the awards?
Ava Penn, Senator, once the board has been made aware of the allotments, so we are waiting for the recipients of those awards to be submitted to our office for us to process those checks. That's how that works.
Not only, but I've also experienced a delay. I've also experienced where or we had cut the amount. So I just want to make sure we're still on board, that these numbers reflected in the budget will be the true numbers, because last fiscal year, those two costs were cut in the midst of decisions being made for the awardees.
Okay. Senate.
We'll just keep on top of that.
Okay, I'll work with you.
Thank you for that. And my comment call, Chairman, because I can't.
No, not yet, Senator. Go ahead.
School maintenance. I want to get, so you have, Commissioner.
2 minutes.
You have in the miscellaneous section on the local grants, you have the school maintenance amount, but that, what I would really suggest and would be very helpful is if you could really break down the school maintenance costs, some of which, how you incorporate the use of COVID monies,
That's different.
monies,
That's separate.
and as well as the local funds. Can you kind of break that down further in terms of school maintenance budget itself?
Thank you, Senator. All of the COVID-related cleaning products, sanitization, resources were purchased with federal funds and not monies tied to maintenance.
Okay, so I would suggest that we drill down to school maintenance, that we get more clarity on that. The other item has to do with the Single Regional Complex. There's and it's provided by proper procurement. There's a contract that was awarded to a vendor for one of the classrooms. Are you familiar with that? B111.
What is the question around it, Senator?
Question, what is the status of starting what's going on with that contract? Have they started to work on repairing the classroom?
Ms. Joseph and the district, I'll have to yield as Ms. Joseph works with contracts, and the district will be able to say if work was started. Ms. Joseph, can you respond to that specific contract?
Good afternoon. Can you please repeat the question?
There's a contract that has been awarded. One of the three contracts in total in terms of, well, as we know, first one had to do disaster funds. There's a contract that was awarded to a vendor for one of the classrooms, or perhaps a classroom at the Single Educational Complex.
I am not familiar with that contract. What services were being provided? I'm not sure what the question is, but I'm not aware of that contract.
Thank you for that. I'm going to close out my comments and call. We have to develop a definite, stronger system in project management. I'm telling you that there's a contract that's been awarded. It's published on the, as you see right now, on the Power Performance website. We need to get into better level property management, especially in that case, there's three contracts on Richards, build the moving project at Central High School, and then I'm talking now about what I saw with the track and monitor. wanted to get, and I'm saying I'll ask these questions as we prepare for school reopening. It's going to be really, really important that we get a sense of what's going on with the construction work at the facilities. I did get an update today as I was out by the CTEB school today, and I have a sense that work is being done to one of the wings. However, I really need this information concrete and for us as a community to really know if we're really ready to reopen. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Ms. Joseph, you're going to say something?
Yes, Senator Viale. Kadila Joseph, Director of Procurement. If I'm not mistaken, you're referring to the special education classrooms, classrooms B11. That contract has been awarded and actually executed. The contractor should have commenced work last week, beginning 7/12, if I'm not mistaken. There's also another award that was made for AC repair services at Ed Complex, hence the reason why I asked which service are you referring to. That contract is undergoing the contractual process with the Department of Property and Procurement.
Okay, thank you so much. Somebody need to mute their device. And the repair of classroom contract, the date that we have here is July 2nd, so that was just started.
Correct.
And the next one for complex, I think is a band room plus auditorium. I'll look for that after. Oh, that one is in you're still professional design builders, custom builders. You're just finalizing that particular contract?
Yes.
Okay. So you have a projected date for finalizing that contract?
It's being drafted, it's being prepared by the Department of Property and Procurement. I do believe that the contractor, that PMP is waiting for the contractor's updated contractual documents. I'm not sure when they will be able to provide that as they are waiting. The contractor is relying on other areas or other government agencies to provide them those documents.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a contract with Testifier International for replacement of freezer bags at St. Thomas Lager Building. What's a Lager Building? That's the school lunch storeroom warehouse.
That's the old school lunch warehouse located in Anna's Retreat.
Okay, was it completed?
It should be. I'm not sure if Dr. Hendrickson can speak on it. It should be.
Okay, I will get an update. Let me go to a 2-minute round so that we can be able to conclude with Department of Education and move on to the next two groups. So colleagues, concise questions. Senator James, start with you. Senator James.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second round. Back to the whole school bus situation, right? I see here in the budget there is a vacancy for a school bus inspector. Is this a new position or is this something we always had?
Always had.
Okay, so how long this position has been vacant?
We have to get those dates.
The reason why I'm asking, because we know that we have a new fleet of buses. Have we done an assessment just to find out what is the total value of the fleet? And if so, what is that value of the fleet of buses in the District of St. Croix that was purchased?
Senator, I don't know if I know for sure I don't have that information here. I will have to check back with the Restart group. You have it? We'll get it with the Restart group, of course, which purchased the buses.
And briefly explain to me what's the role of this school bus inspector?
You have it?
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Good day, Senator.
The value of the fleet?
Yes, $1.736,655.
So don't you think it's critical that we have a school bus inspector?
Absolutely, Senator, but keep in mind the school bus inspector also has to come with certain requirements as well. It's not as easy as hiring a school bus driver.
And is the school bus inspector a territorial position?
District.
District. So they have more than one school bus inspector.
Yes, Senator.
All right, so with the new fleet that we have, I'm hoping and praying that there's a long-term plan for maintaining the new fleet, and to make sure that the company that will be providing the services are held accountable, or is held accountable when it comes to utilizing government property. Is that being implemented as far as accountability?
Yes, Senator, we have a contract. We have to uphold to the guidelines of the contract.
Awesome. Just want to make sure because, well, my piece, people treat other people's property different compared to their property. I'm not saying that they're irresponsible, but I just want to make sure when we have these things in place that it lasts for a very long time, because we have a history of letting things go down the drain. My 2 minutes went down the drain because y'all took long to talk. I'm not going to abuse my time. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senator, carry on.
Good. Let me see where I start. Good afternoon, once again. Going back to ESL position, you still don't know how long the state director position has been vacant.
I can't tell you the vacant position just yet. My team is still looking for it, but it has been some time.
Approximately sometime, you have any idea?
Well, you have a number of individuals here in this administration who haven't been here. We're trusting the system to give us the information versus historical knowledge from individuals.
Got you. And you are aware, though, that ESL program is a federal mandate, Commissioner.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that position should be a critical position that should be funded.
Hence why we're hiring for that position.
So who at the state level is making sure that VDE is in compliance if there is no state director, ESL state director?
The Office of Curriculum and Instruction, under our Assistant Commissioner, will be responsible for ensuring that we are in compliance with everything.
So there's no acting person in that capacity either, right?
No, that is the Assistant Commissioner's role in the absence of that person.
And what has been the challenge in filling that position since you came into office?
Well, we experienced the defunding of positions, and that was one of those positions.
That was the position that was defunded.
One of them, and hence why I'm telling you it's a priority to fill now.
So it's incorporated in this budget now?
Yes, Senator. It's going to be hired right now.
Okay. Yeah, I want to continue on that line, though. How many ESL qualified teachers do you have in each district?
We'll get the number. She'll pull the system.
And I also would like to know, I think Mr. Summit is also in the line, since he's the person responsible for making sure that compliance it's followed. But what has been done to qualify more ESL teachers?
Time.
And I also want to know what funding has been separated for that training, if there is federal fund for that.
The districts can talk to that.
Thank you. You may proceed. Who's going to answer?
The districts can talk about the funding.
Senator McGregor.
Good afternoon, Bishop Powell, Deputy Superintendent, St. Thomas St. John District. Yes, we do have a program in our CGA specific to the program for ELL students, and we actually have a certificate program that we've added. We've been doing BSOL training for a few years, but we also have a new certification program that we're working on that's going to be online hopefully this school year, and we also are doing a master's program to also attract other individuals to that area. So those are some of the things we're doing, but the program has existed, and we do have a coordinator in our district as well.
What's the amount? What's the federal amount that's been designated for this?
Specifically for those programs, I believe we're spending a little bit more than $200,000 for those specific programs, and for some online programs and resources that we've been purchasing for that particular group. But they also get to participate in our other programs, and so they're part of our after-school programs, a part of our Saturday Academy. So they also participate through other funding sources as well. But specific to the trainings And the specific resources is between about $200,000 to $300,000 annually.
Okay, and how many of those teachers that passed that went through the program are actually teaching ESL students?
Well, we have students distributed in the general education population. So some of the persons that go through those trainings are general education teachers, and specific to the teachers that are in the more of a self-contained setting, all those teachers are qualified to be in those areas. So all of them have been through several trainings we've had in the past and have become certified through those programs we've offered in the past. But we do realize many of those teachers can go home, and we do realize that it's just an area that's growing in our district in particular. So we do have to get more teachers on board.
Yeah, but you didn't really answer my question, because one thing is to be qualified, but the next thing is how many are actually teaching ESL students?
If you want specific like numbers, I'm going to have to get that information from our ELL coordinator, and so I can provide you that data in writing.
Yeah, because what could happen is they could be qualified and be part of the master program, but not actually be in the ESL program teaching the students that need those skills that are ESL student. I was an ESL student, so that's why for me this is very important also, and I went through the program. So please make sure that the teachers that went through the program, through the master program, and acquire those training certification under federal money, that are actually using the skill set that they acquire for those students within that program, because that's not what's happening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion.
I just wanted to clear the record and correct the record. Earlier, I mentioned the St. Croix district. The last person to retire was working in the St. Croix district, but it's a state position. Both districts have ESL coordinators. I just wanted to correct the record.
So, Commissioner, if I may?
Mr. Sam, go ahead.
Yeah, the Commissioner is absolutely correct. Both districts have ESL coordinators at the state level. Not only is there no state director, we have funded that position. We've included funding for that position under the American Rescue Plan. And until that time, the Director for Curriculum and Instruction, as well as the Director for Assessment, continue to monitor the progress of our ESL students throughout the territory. This is a priority for the Office of the Assistant Commissioner and the Department overall, and we are anxious to bring somebody on board. This requires a very skilled person with knowledge of ESL. It's extremely technical.
Mr. Sam, I think that I know that the senator concern relates to the services those students are getting in the classroom.
Mm-hmm.
We have a large number of students of Haitian descent and a large number of students of Hispanic descent. Are their needs being met? I and myself, along with Senator Sarro, went into the classroom in St. John, in which these ELL students were placed in a setting where there was not an ELL teacher in the classroom. So I think his overall is, how are those students getting service? You know, I mean, we could have layers of here, you know, but how is that service getting to those particular students in the classroom in terms of instruction? And we need to have a concise plan, because we have a large population of ELL students that's growing, especially in the St. Thomas district. So if we can't solve them in school, they're going to end up dropping out by the time they become middle school. Okay, and English language learners. Senator Johnson.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have two simple questions. On the island of St. Croix, do you have bus driver hired by the Department of Education for special needs children?
Yes, Senator.
And on the island of St. Thomas, School Bus Inc., the buses that they have, these buses are government bus, are they?
No, Senator.
They're company bus?
Yes, Senator.
And are you sure about that?
Positive. We have special education buses on St. Thomas in which the department operates.
The School Bus Inc. bus belongs to the School
Yes, Senator.
Thank you very much. No further question. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator Johnson. Senator Joseph?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I will try my very best to stay within the time frame. Kindly indicate to us, Commissioner, are assessments of staff needs based on what the principals say they need, or just on what HR sees through the retirements and resignations?
Both.
Both. Okay. Now, indicate to me, do you have a listing of the staffing needs, the instructors, the teachers from each school, based on the courses the teachers are going to need to teach in-person instruction within the schools?
The needs are on page.
In your testimony, I saw those needs.
Those are the needs of instructors that are needed.
Okay, but is it based per school? Have you, I don't remember.
Per school, we can get by school.
Okay, if you could send it to me by school, the needs by school.
Got it.
Okay, my next question was, who has been hired? What teachers, and it's critical because we're going into in-person instruction, what teachers have been hired thus far?
For the upcoming school year.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have an exact number because we still have some offers out there. I can tell you.
Well, Miss, with all due respect, Miss Bailey, you can't tell me about people who you haven't hired. So just tell me who you have hired, who have their process, their NOPAs have been completed and they're on board.
You said for teachers for the upcoming school year, correct?
Okay, for the upcoming school year, those who are on board already hired, those who you have in the pipeline to be hired, are just separated for me.
So that's the thing. If they're new hires, they are scheduled to start on August 3rd. So they're not technically employees as of yet. So the process is still in the system.
Okay, okay. And so how many specifically have you had total?
For just teachers or in teaching areas?
Teachers, mostly, underground teachers. And I would need it to be a breakdown based on the schools.
Okay. That's going to require a little bit more time.
And you could send it to the chairman with those breakdowns.
Okay.
My time has expired, Mr. Chairman, and I want to be very respectful to you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Senator Francis, you're back. You ready?
Senator Francis, you ready?
Okay, Senator Francis, this is a 2-minute. No, it's a.
Commissioner, to civics in school, you have been in a campaign for quite some time now in regards to us being able to set up the curriculum regarding civics in school. Can you speak to any plans to address that in the school year or in the near future?
Yeah, just thank you, Senator Francis, and please know that it is in our comprehensive transformational plan so that it's strategically addressed now and over long term, but ACSUM does have an immediate update. As you know, the publisher was unable to fulfill that work. The publisher stopped the work that we were doing. So he can provide the update.
Thank you, Commissioner. Victor Sum, the third Assistant Commissioner. The challenge with the VI-centric textbooks is that it is a customized project which requires collaboration between the publisher, the contractor, and VIDE. And there's some disadvantages, but to address this challenge, the VIDE is combining the VI history workbooks, as I mentioned before, with the VI-centric civics textbooks. The goal or the plan is to leverage the customized publishing of the workbook project with the customization required for the VI-centric textbook. So instead of doing them separately and having the difficulty with trying to get a publisher to customize it, it's not financially attractive to publishers. So we're combining the VI History Workbook project with the VI-centric project, and then trying to find a publisher for whom this is financially attractive. And by bundling the projects, it assures simultaneous completion. That's where we are.
Well, thank you for that. You know what's happening nationally in respect to this, and I think it's critical that we here as in the House be the leaders in making sure that our VA education, civics, centric type education is really support to our students. Additionally, one of the nuances or determined over the years that the first legislature have worked with the Board of Education, as well as for them to develop, or at least some discussion in respect to developing a fast track for teacher certification. As we continue to see vacancies and attempt to fill the vacancies, I really wanted to know if there's any plans to address the issue of fast track for the teacher certification.
Time.
Thank you for the question, Senator. And I wanted to point out before I respond to that, sorry, I'm clearing my throat. I'm having an itchy throat, so I have a mint in my mouth. To respond to your first question, please know that we haven't stopped because the publisher stopped the work with us. We just recently went through a presentation of electronic VI history textbooks, civics, etc., an electronic presentation of a digitized version of our VI history and civics existing textbooks, so that we can offer these online and our students can watch them digitally and interact and engage with them digitally. To answer your question around fast tracking teachers certification, we've made proposals to the board, and again, we don't have the final say with respect to that, but we continue to work with the board on that.
Very well, thank you. And before I left, there was a discussion or in your presentation, your testimony this morning, you spoke about the International Teachers Program. I just want to know, I know that there were some issues regarding that we have to get the delegate involved in respect to continuing to ensure that our international teachers maintain their current documentation, visa, and the like. Have you been able to, again, address that particular issue on a long term so that we don't have that fallout that prevent our international teachers program to continue? And thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. If I could just have the Commissioner address that, and your time, I'll appreciate it.
Not a problem, Senator Francis. Commissioner, you may respond, or Ms. Bailey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Wendy Bailey. We don't have an issue with the international program.
No, I don't think you heard his question was, they're here for a certain period of time, and then when the work visa is up, they have to leave.
Correct.
And there were a number of international teachers that wanted to stay longer, the petition, etc. So he's asking as to whether or not there have been any change, or whether or not they're still going to be here for a time certain and then have to leave.
Okay, so the program it's a cultural exchange program for teachers. And so the program is under the Department of State, and they set the deadlines and the time frames. They come here with a minimum of 3 years to a maximum of 5 years. For the first time last year, because of COVID and many of their home countries were closed due to the pandemic, for the first time they allowed a 1-year extension. This year, again, they allowed that extension. So those that had been in their 5th year are now at their 7th year, but it's with the understanding that they're supposed to go back to their country at the end of their program.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Potter. You recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I just have one, maybe 2 questions for you. I was just looking in the budget book, and I saw outlying areas, consolidated grant to the outlying areas, and I just was curious, $16 million. I was just curious as to, what that grant entailed.
Which grant?
It says consolidated grant to the outlying areas, $15.9 million.
What year? There's several consolidated grants by year.
It is from 10/1/21 to 9/30/22. So I want to know how that money is projected to be used. How much money was expended so far, and how much money actually remains.
Okay, Mr. Smith will provide the details on the consolidated grant.
The consolidated grant to the outlying areas.
Yes.
And that's us, by the way, when they talk about the outlying areas, okay?
Yes, Senator, that's our block grant that we receive annually from the U.S. Department of Education. So currently, we actually have 3 years open with CGA funds.
Okay.
We have 18, 19, and 20. Most of that funding gets allocated to the LEAs, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. And then they have...
You said to the LEAs?
Yes.
What's the LEAs?
The 2 districts that we have, St. Thomas, St. John, and local education agencies. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Okay.
And I know your time is limited, so I prefer if we allow at least Ms. Arisilda and Disha just give the broad program titles versus the specific so that you understand the broad program titles that we have written in those grants.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator. Deputy Superintendent Audley Herman for the St. Croix District. Some of the broad titles are Educator Quality and Professional Development, our well-rounded supplemental classrooms where we have all of our innovative programs, our English as a second language, our administration and technical assistance. We have our personalized learning program and our technology in school program. So we have about 9 programs between both districts to include non-public schools.
Time.
How much money has been expended so far, or how much money remains?
Mr. Smith will let you know right now.
Okay.
Okay, Senator. For 2018, we currently have approximately 2.9 million to obligate under CGA. For 2019, we have approximately 5.8 million, and under our 2020, approximately 11.5 million.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Potter. Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I could get my questions answered within this short window. Mr. Chair, I've asked this before, and I think it's only fair for it to be addressed on your time because I have not gotten the answer. The $20.8 million broken down by the various categories under personal fringe supplies, other services, I need to know what are the elements that's inside of this $19 million, less the utilities. Ms. Bailey, did you get the information on the $5 million, the $4.8 million? What are those, what's in the personnel services category? I asked it earlier when I got an opportunity to speak, and it was not answered. I need for it to be answered. I asked about the $4 million, Ms. Penn, for the $4 million on the other services. It needs to be answered. I'm going to move on. Maintenance of effort. Did you all prepare a maintenance of effort document to be sent to the federal government last fiscal year? Yes or no?
Yes, Senator.
Can we, through the chair, I need to get a copy of your last 3 years of maintenance of effort documents. Lease. I note in the post-audit report that we only have 1 lease, that's with special education. Do we have any other leases in the Department of Education? Quick.
Yes, we have a lease for office space.
How much is the lease and what is it for?
It's $5,500 a month for
Total year.
What, 65?
66?
66,000
For?
operation of office space for operations.
What is that?
The division of operations, that's engineering, the architect, the unit.
And where is that being funded from? Where is it being funded from?
Asset recovery.
So asset recovery is paying that?
Yes.
All right. And we needed to utilize asset recovery dollars to the tune of $66,000 when we have all of these schools that are in the conditions that they're in. Commissioner?
Time.
Bad business. Mr. Chair, I think I have one more question, if you would allow me.
Proceed.
The online program. So I've been hearing a discussion around the online program that should be implemented this school year. And last time I asked the question, and it seems like there was a lot of confusion in the responses. So I need a clear response today as it relates to how are we determining who attends this online program and how is that impacting our teachers? Meaning, when the legislation was passed, it was passed for the online program for areas where there were no teachers to teach the students. Now we're talking about this online pilot program, and I need to understand, is it the legislation, I forgot the number now, or is it some other program? Because I believe that one of the deputy superintendents from St. Croix answered me the last time and indicated that there was some confusion in the way they responded, and the online services, online schooling was for special education students. So I need to understand, is this tied to hard to staff areas, or how are we determining what this online program is and who attends?
Thank you, Senator. And it actually is for both. So we have the online service provider, and they provide teachers to school districts across the world, not just in the
What are we doing
in
here in
the
the
US.
Virgin Islands? That's what I need to know.
They're providing us teachers, similarly. They're providing us teachers to fill our teacher vacancies. So it is meeting the mandate.
So what areas are you looking at right now?
The districts will have to share those areas, Senator. But it's also providing the teachers for the pilot virtual program. So they're providing for students who will be in the virtual program, as well as students who will be in our physical classrooms with a vacancy.
So this virtual program, how does that impact our unions, our teachers' unions? Because we can't arbitrarily decide to go to a virtual program when we have teachers on the ground.
We don't.
Okay, so that's
so
what I'm trying to get you to
That's
help
what I
me
said.
to understand.
It's filling both. It's filling our vacancies, and it's also providing instruction for the students who enroll in the virtual program. Now, the qualifications. So you have students in school in person, in our school buildings, and then you have students who are eventually going to qualify and be accepted into the virtual pilot program. And they both need teachers, right? So the students in the virtual program, this online service provider will provide teachers to this set of students who is in the virtual program, and they're also going to provide teachers to these students who are physically in our classrooms, but because of teacher shortages, doesn't have a teacher. So the online service provider provides teachers to every and any school district, regardless of the program.
So you have an in-person learning and virtual learning?
Correct.
So what is the impetus for the virtual learning component absent of teacher vacancies or teacher shortages?
That's what we're filling, Senator.
I missed that.
Okay, well, your turn is next, so I guess we'll have. What's the qualification for a student to qualify for virtual?
Ma'am, I'll hand it because it wasn't clear the last time. I'll ask Ms. Ericelda Herman if she could articulate that. Let's see if we could get a better clarity.
Good afternoon, Senator. Initially, the first thing is for the parents to submit the application. What we're looking at is their attendance rate.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Atley. What is the application based on? What qualifies a student to apply to become virtual?
So once they are registered within the public school system, they can apply.
So there's no criteria. There's not health issues. There's no criteria. It's just parent choice.
She's getting to it. She's getting.
So there is a criteria. You ask what qualifies them to apply. So to apply, you have to be a student within our public school system. Upon application, we are going to, the territorial task force has been identified to review, one, their attendance from the prior school year, their academic performance, as well as we're asking teachers or principals for a recommendation in terms of how the student performed. And then we are also asking parents to submit any special circumstances with supporting documentation. So for example, we have students who have respiratory illnesses, we have students who suffer from seizures constantly. And so they are asked to, explain that situation and submit any requisite form, whether it's the medical record signed off from their physician. That would be the best document ever to attach. That will be reviewed, and then we will determine who the population will be. Because it's a pilot, it's only 27 students per grade level, 189 students per district.
So then you're utilizing, because that criteria doesn't say that it's based on a lack of space or a lack of availability of teacher. That criteria is signed literally if you want to sign up. You've been to school the school year before, you did well, that you can apply. Is that going to be a violation of the present contract that we have, because we're now entering into online? We're going to dig down more on that, because we need to, and this is a budgetarian, and we got to, but what's the cost of the service to the 189 individuals? 50,000? In 50, it's more than that.
It is, Senator, because please note that the contract is twofold. The contract not only provides teachers and services for the online program, but it also provides teachers to fill our much needed vacancies. And so what we are looking at is we're looking for a provider that, we're working, because St. District.
So you're, hold on, Ms. Atling. So you're saying that you're going to find a provider that is going to.
No, we have.
You have a provider.
Have quotes for our provider,
so,
Senator.
So what is the 50,000 for K to 12? What does the 50,000 represent?
6 to 12.
The $50,000, we have a provider that's going to provide service to the entire school year from 6 to 12 for 50,000?
I didn't state 60,000, 50,000. No. I didn't get to that amount yet. I was explaining what it was for. Approximately right now, what we are looking at is anywhere from $400,000 to $500,000, and this includes filling our teacher vacancies.
Okay, I know it had to be more, because there's no way you could find a provider for $50,000 to teach 6 to, so it's $400,000 to $500,000.
Yes, and this includes our teacher vacancies and courses that we may not be able to offer due to the teaching population that we have.
Okay. You got to be careful with this for high school. Is this going to be aligned to our content standards or curriculum, et cetera? Everything is aligned, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Yes, the districts did their research.
Senator, I'm going to let Senator Gittins go before Senator Sarah. So just wait up a minute. Senator Gittins.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again. Quickly, Commissioner, I want you to be more specific about the question I asked earlier with regards to administrators receiving stipends or bonuses. I'm talking specifically for regarding accreditation. Does any school administrator receive stipends or bonus for accreditation?
No, Senator.
No. Okay, thank you. Amongst other issues within the agency, as many others, it seems to be a serious disconnect within HR and fiscal. In HR, how long is it going to take for us to
Senator, Commissioner Berry Benjamin, earlier I explained the reorganization that
Okay, how long has it been vacant? I understand the reorganization. How long has it been vacant?
About 2 years. About
2 years.
About 2 years. All right. Again, let me reiterate the fact that there's competent minds in the St. Croix district that can fill that position. And going back lastly to the fiscal office, because I'm told that you're working on these unpaid invoices and whatnot, but you know things don't stay as close-knit as we wanted sometimes. So I know there is supposed to be some departures coming up soon. If there's this void within the agency again, will the process have to start over again with these individuals who are unpaid?
Time.
And lastly, if you could tell us as well who is the online service provider for these virtual learning.
We're not sure who you referenced when you said make sure that they're paid. Proximity Learning is the company for the online service provider.
When I said make sure they're paid, I'm talking about all those persons who still have outstanding
obligations.
With the departure of personnel from the fiscal office, will the commission carry on or will the process start over again? Because this thing has been lingering for many years.
Yes, Senator, it will be done.
Thank you. I think you did say who the service provider was. I missed it. Who was that again?
Proximity Learning.
Okay, thank you. In terms of certification of these teachers for the online program, how do we verify that they're meeting the same criteria and standards as those teachers in the Virgin Islands?
We wrote to the Board of Education and asked for that the board honors their state certification from their respective states. These are teachers from across the nation that's hired through the online service provider. And
so you're doing reciprocity?
Pardon?
Reciprocity? So is that reciprocity going to extend to individuals who apply? Somebody from Atlanta applied to become a teacher in the Virgin Islands.
That is
they're already certified. If they do it for the online, you got to do it for all.
We're on the same page, Senator. That is our position as well. So it's growth. We're progressing with our relations with the board, coming of the same understanding, but that is our position as well. We need to be flexible at this point so that we could start to fill our challenges. That is an ongoing challenge for many, many years.
Have the board responded?
Yes, the board they responded to support the online service provider.
Proximity Learning is a certified education company?
Yes, they actually started providing services internationally.
This is a bid? Is that a bid?
Excuse me?
Did we put out a bid for this online company?
Yes, yes.
How are they going to do the grades? Are the grades going to be at a home school in the Virgin Islands, or they're going to do a separate report card?
The grades are going to be from our system center.
So they're going to have access to Power School as a separate school, as Proximity Learning? They're going to have a separate school set up in Power School?
The details around that, the districts are finalizing, but they're not going to be using a separate system. James Richardson will have to finalize how he's going to assist through Power School.
And the two districts plan to align whatever policy is going to be developed for this program?
Yes, Senator, that's guaranteed.
Senator Sarro.
Thank you. That take away my whole line of questioning for a minute. So who's doing teacher evaluations? That would be Proximity?
The principal.
The principal would be evaluating a virtual teacher?
As well. They also have an evaluation system, so it's a dual role.
Okay.
Because we need feedback from our end as well, from the principals.
Let's go to the maintenance division. We had a whole discussion about school readiness. I see 2 plumbers, 2 electricians, 1 maintenance coordinator in the budget. Is that sufficient?
No, there's never enough maintenance.
So what does the maintenance division need critically now? Is Miss Dr. Wells Hendrington, you have 2 plumbers, 2 electricians, 1 maintenance coordinator. What do you need to function?
We need skilled workers, Senator, like mentioned before. I do have a listing of our critical needs, and once funding is available, those will be filled.
Please provide that to us during the budget markup to fill your critical needs, because I can't continue to knock maintenance when we're trying to pull water from a rock at this juncture. Now, is civics, I heard a civics discussion earlier. Is civics being taught separately?
What do you mean separately?
Is that the intent to just have a separate civics course? I think I heard a civics discussion.
Yeah, but that is not the department's.
I know, but that's what they're asking you to do. Teach it separately.
More or less.
Okay, so this ain't budget. It could be budget related, because I don't find a need for us to look for civics teachers having a strong history and political science background. If you teach U.S. history, Revolutionary War, you get to the forming of a new nation. To form the new nation, 3 branches of government, the Articles of Confederation, the Constitution, that's your civics course. You get to World War I, when you have to declare war, only the Congress can declare war. That's civics, right? If you review history, the Organic Act of 1936, 54, 1970, self-governing. Therefore, that's a whole civics lesson on the structure of government. It's my time. I have time still, right? If you go to Caribbean history, briefly, if you do Caribbean history, talking about colonialism, we have to go from a monarchy to a parliamentary type of democracy. So you don't need, you just come from model schools, world history, the breakup of the Soviet bloc. What is communism? You just come from model schools, Bill Daggett, Bloom's taxonomy, quadrant D, rigor and relevance. You have to make civics relevant. So the board could say one thing. I think that you need to ensure that in that curriculum, civics is taught through and through and through those courses. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Get it off your chest. That's the way it's supposed to be set up. Senator Whitaker. Okay, we have the next group is here. Senator Whitaker is in there. Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me ask, in the testimony commission, you have 88 vacancies when it comes to teachers. And you have you listed different teachers in different categories. But let me ask you, since you're going to have in-person learning, after-school program, do you plan to have after-school program, and is there cost associated, and is it part of the budget, and what that costs?
We will have after-school programs, Senator. The structure of it, both districts can share with you. But we are looking, again, to expound our current after-school, weekends, and summer programs.
And the price tag for that?
There's no price tag at this point.
Okay. Okay, in terms of the structure, you can probably do that in the chair's time, but let me ask quickly, in terms of the initiative fund, Title 33, Section 3093. When it comes to money for initiative fund and allotment, I know you allotted, each school allotted $75,000. $75,000.
You're referring to
Impress account.
The Impress fund.
Our Impress funds that goes to schools. What about it?
When do you receive those funds? At the beginning, interim, or the end of the year? And are you able to, are the schools able to utilize those funds on a timely basis? Because I know in time past you had issues in terms of the funds coming on time and being able to spend those funds. So do you have any issues or challenges when it comes to those funds coming to your department?
All right, Ms. Penn will expound on that, but the funds are received once the reports are in.
Ava Penn, Senator, that fund is made up of revenues that go into the fund. The The schools get a check every year. The base is $50,000 for school, and I think it's like $15, something like that, over students, a population of 300. A population of 300, they get an extra 15 per student, right? So they're supposed to report every month on how they utilize those monies, so that at the end of the school year, by June, we should have already have all of those reports, so that we can process the payments for the upcoming school year.
And is that happening?
Well, the schools are submitting the reports late, so that affects our ability to review the reports and process the payment.
So most of the funds are not being utilized.
It's not that the funds aren't being utilized, that is a reporting.
Okay.
The longer they take to submit their reports, the longer it takes for us to process the checks for them to get it for the upcoming school year.
So is there anything in place to assist the schools with assuring that they handing those reports on a timely basis?
Each district has a financial control officer, and they have accountants in the schools, and
It boils down to accountability of holding schools accountable for submitting the proper documentation timely.
So who is responsible for the accountability part? You?
The superintendents.
Okay.
But remember too, we're looking, and we're talking historically.
Right.
You know, we're on the break of COVID, where schools didn't spend money or didn't spend as much money. So
Okay.
we're getting back into this school year is where we can ensure accountability, because folks are going to be on our campuses and having to utilize those funds more than they did last year and the year.
Okay. Thank you for responding. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Well, thank you so much. I was going to join the conversation, but that's a whole next issue. They need to turn in the reports, and then they get funded. If they don't turn it in, the allotment is going to be reduced for the next school year. So those schools that didn't spend those monies, that's what they're going to have for the next school year, because it's going to be reduced. The online part, we have a lot of missing components. Whether it's going to take 4 hours for us to get the answers that we're looking for, but evaluation of teachers under the online program. Who are they going to be assigned to? Are they going to be assigned to a specific school, a specific principal? If you have an online class at a school because you don't have a teacher who is going to be in the classroom, you can't just have 20 students in a class without an adult and they're being taught virtually. So all of those components, Commissioner, we'd like at a time, maybe we can even just have a
meeting.
next meeting to explain that entire component, because while we fully understand the need for possibly for such a program, especially for those hard to fill areas, like we have trouble getting Spanish teachers and that type of stuff, we still need to make sure that there's not any unfair advantage in place for the online program versus the requirements that the teachers in the Virgin Islands must meet on a regular basis. So HR, everybody will have to be involved in a system. There are programs in the States where they would certify you without the education background. They would certify you just with the subject area degree. While in the Virgin Islands, you have to have subject area and you have to have education. We're one of the hardest districts in the nation. So we have to look at exactly how that is going to play out. But I'm going to allow you to put a closing statement on the record, and then we're going to move on to the next group.
Thank you so much, Senator, and I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity here today before the Finance Committee. We've noted the areas that you have questions about. We will definitely address those to bring further clarity so that you're better able to prepare the budget to award the appropriation. Our funding, we're just in a really good place at the Department of Education because of the amount of federal funds that we have. And we do look forward to being creative with those funds to fund many of the, really our transformational plan and direction forward so that we can have better outcomes in our public education system. So we're utilizing those funds and strategically aligning the programs necessary. So we will get back to you with respect to our local dollars specifically. And we thank you for the opportunity. If there's anything else that clearly comes after this hearing, please reach out to us so that we can better assist before you make your final decisions with the budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and just make sure that we get the maintenance of effort and that we get the paperwork for, I think it's 3 years, 2017, 2018, 2019.
Thank you.
The Committee of Finance will recess for 5 minutes. The Committee of Finance is back on the record. Madam Clerk, last item on the agenda, please.
The Board of Education and the Career and Technical Education Board invited testifiers: Kyza Callwood, Chairman, Board of Education; Michael T. Francois, Chairperson, Career and Technical Education Board.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to allow the testifiers to put the name and title on the record, and then I'm going to allow those individuals that are participating virtually to put the name and title on the record. Begin with you, sir.
Anton Dews, Executive Director.
Pull the mic to you.
Oh, sorry. All right. Anton Dews, Executive Director for the board.
Sir.
Michael Francois, Chairman for the board.
Thank you so much. I am believing that Mr. Callwood should be with us shortly, but those individuals who will be participating virtually, beginning with the table, Ms. Hendricks.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Winona Hendricks. I'm the Vice Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Good afternoon, Emmett Hansen, Associate Executive Director.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. You're on mute, Ms. Berry. Dr. Berry? You're still on mute. No, try. Okay, now is your device on mute? Unmute your device. That's it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you, Ms. McGrath.
Good afternoon to all. Dr. Suzanne McGrath. I'm the Secretary for the VI Board for Career and Technical Education.
Thank you so much. Ms. Jackson.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Anastasia Jackson, Board Vice Chair, CTE.
Is there anyone else virtually? Okay, I think that is it virtually. I'm going to allow Mr. Callwood to put his name and title on the record. And you'll go after the CTEB board, Mr. Callwood. So just go ahead and just put your name on the record.
Go ahead now.
Yes.
Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you so much. Just your name, your name and title, ma'am.
Alcenta DeWent, Director, Business and Finance.
Thank you so much. Mr. Francois, I'm going to allow you to go first, and then Mr. Callwood will give his testimony, and then we'll have a round of questioning.
Good day, Honorable Senator Violet, members of the Committee of Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, fellow testifiers, and members of the listening and viewing audience. The Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education members, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you. My name is Dr. Michael Francois, Board Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education and Professor at the University of the Virgin Islands. Today I have the responsibility of reading the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education's testimony on record. Joining me here today are Board Vice Chair, Dr. Anastasia Jackson, retired Principal of the Career and Technical Education Center, Board Secretary, Dr. Susan Deru McGrath, Director of the University of the Virgin Islands Center for Excellence in Leadership and Learning, Treasurer, Ms. Jenny Hawks, Executive Director for My Brother's Workshop, and Executive Director, Anton Dews. Critical to our mission as board members of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education is the mandate that the employability skills, both academic and technical, be provided to all students in the Virgin Islands, regardless of their plan to attend college or enter the workforce directly after school. In addition, teachers and students must be provided the proper resources required to keep up with the rapidly evolving career and technical education changes across the globe. Our formal budget request for fiscal year 2022 in alignment with OMB's recommendation, and we have taken into consideration the decimated overall budget of the Virgin Islands government caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. However, we also want to clarify that this budget excludes the needed help granted to career and technical student organizations above 100,000, which we deducted due to the travel restrictions to national conferences in 2021. We will ask to budget these funds in our next year's proposal, bearing in mind that back in 2010, our budget was at over 700,000, giving us the much-needed funds to impact the territory career and technical education labs. There is a visible correlation between functioning equipment in CTE classrooms and Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education funding. Although the assumption is that the Department of Education budget contains money to update CTE equipment, immediate repairs, quick fixes, and other shop needs are generally not addressed. Furthermore, without some cash reserve on hand, such requests fall by the wayside. It is well known that because of past slow payment through the MUNIS Enterprise Resource Planning System, ERP, or other reasons, vendors demand upfront payments. It is worth mentioning that Perkins funds are focused on secondary programs, and the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education still has no oversight or even input in allocating said grant. Today's testimony will include the current status of the CTE board, our accomplishments for 2020-2021, our goals for fiscal year 2021-2022. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, today I will not reference the many articles written on the importance of career and technical education since its name changed from vocational education in 2006. CTE, after all, is the buzzword on everyone's lip these days. But equally so, I will not rave about how much better CTE students perform in high school and higher learning at universities and colleges. On the contrary, I want to concentrate on the issues that plague us here at home, the apparent inability to grant career and technical education equity as has been given to academic learning. As stated in last year's testimony, quote, the Department of Education is still struggling as a result of Hurricanes Irma and Maria, which occurred 2.5 years ago, unquote. And, quote, less than 2 months ago, we were struck with the most dangerous virus in our lifetime, unquote. Recently, Director Deuce and other team members visited the CTE classroom on St. Croix and St. Thomas. Vice Chair Dr. Jackson reported our findings to the Committee on Education by stating in part that, quote, on St. Thomas, the situation was worse. If it had to describe the St. Thomas CTE classrooms in one word, that word would be deplorable, unquote. The situation with CTE concerns remain dismal. Earlier I mentioned concerns of equality in teaching and learning opportunities. For our academic students on St. Thomas, temporary classrooms have been erected. However, on both islands, CTE instructors have primarily been left to fend for themselves in leaking buildings, unsanitary conditions, and without the needed supplies. The board has engaged in several discussions with the Virgin Islands Board of Education and the Department of Education. While these talks support CTE, we are questioning their seriousness based on the actions or non-actions observed. We are a board committed to advancing CTE from kindergarten to high school and beyond. But proverbially, we are swimming with our hands tied behind our backs. Notably, in recent talks with the stakeholders at the Department of Education, we have made minimal progress in acknowledging the board's duties and responsibilities. The mission of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education continues to focus on providing employability skills, both academic and technical, to our students so they can be successful in the constantly evolving global economy. In our continued conversation with the Workforce Development Board, we realize that the board needs to look further than today and begin the shift towards tomorrow's technology. To this end, the board is actively engaged in promoting high-tech occupations such as cybersecurity and drone piloting. The board also realizes that learning approaches and methodologies have changed, resulting in the eventual transition to virtual reality technology in the classroom, changing the game entirely. The board is committed to facilitating the Virgin Islands learning population in obtaining its place in the world economy. Many of the Virgin Islands codes that mandate CT responsibilities have been relinquished to the Department of Education over the years. While there must have been a good reason to do so, many of those changes currently hinder the board from doing the job appointed to do. Let me be more specific. In her address to this board in 2013, the Vice Chair, Eileen Garner, advocated the resources allocated to support scholarships be leveraged, and students, rather than receiving small scholarships, should be selected under conventional guidelines and offered full scholarships to pursue degrees in growth sectors here in the Virgin Islands. We are still asking the Department of Education for the Raxter and Peterson Award. This year, we received $41,250 out of the $55,000 allocated. Again, as the board did then, we believe it is prudent for the Virgin Islands to invest in its own human technical capital. Let us no longer talk about CTE and start walking the walk. The children of the Virgin Islands are poised for greatness. However, education will have to reform because the world is changing. We are positioned to help them get there today. The current status of the board. Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education currently has 7 of the 9 members as mandated by the VI Code. 6 of the 7 are new board members nominated by Governor Bryan and commissioned in late January 2020. We still need 2 more board members from the island of St. Thomas. The office currently operates with an executive director, 3 staff members, 2 in St. Croix and 1 in St. Thomas. Once the final approval is given, the board will search for a program monitor to complete the St. Thomas staff. Fiscal year 2021 accomplishments. Since being commissioned by the governor and seated in January of 2020, the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education members have tirelessly worked to advance CTE in our island. The new members maneuvered through the former board's workload with minimal guidance. Therefore, the first order was to obtain complete transparency. To this end, the board established bylaws and developed procedures to comply with the overall mandate as set by law. Then we jumped right in, evaluated prior accomplishments, searched through files, and set achievable goals. 2020-2021 goals updates. We eagerly worked on goals accomplished most while others are in progress. Following is a quick update summary. Goal 1, to create a dynamic website that provides career and technical education content based on the user's request. Our new executive director took the initiative to update and maintain our website. It is, however, an ongoing process. What was first envisioned has been 85% accomplished. This year, 95% of scholarship applications were submitted electronically, and most of our instructor certification documents are uploaded on the site. In addition, we included sections for students, parents, and expanded on the instructors' pages. further development will consist of a better chat box, integration, and resources accessible to both instructors and students. Goal 2, to develop team building efforts that will support and foster the growth and development of CTE. We held numerous meetings with other boards and the Department of Education. These avenues are not ends in themselves, but extricably linked to continual collaborative efforts and partnerships with the Department of Education, the State Office of CTE and Adult Education, UVI Cell, District Superintendent's offices, principals, teachers, the Board of Education, the Workforce Development Board, vocational initiatives, and parents and the private sector. Goal 3, to increase CTE program assessment and development. We are happy to report that this goal was completed. However, since this is a complex goal, we have added new objectives and reintroduced the same plan to 2021-2022. Specifically, we are waiting for reports on the overall achievements from online learning during this past year to evaluate and assist in the future development of electronic curricula, textbooks, and information on the urgent skilled labor needs here at home and globally. Goal 4, to search avenues to provide additional financial support for CTE programs. Ongoing conversations with the Department of Labor and other entities have not yet resulted in outside funding. However, the board is confident that we are getting closer to a favorable report and perhaps identifying available CTE grants. The fiscal year 2022 goals. Goal 1, CTE instructor certification and professional development. The board will increase instructor certification by 30%, provide 2 professional development sessions to CTE instructors aligned with curriculum standards, instructional best practices, and technological integration. Goal 2, to increase CTE program assessment and development. The board will gauge our future development of electronic curricula, online learning, and textbooks, as well as information on the urgent skilled labor needs here at home and globally. The number of students that graduate with a CTE industry recognized certification or license will increase by 20%. A minimum of 50% of all CTE programs of study will have an industry or national certification requirement for successful program completion. Develop an MOU with the Virgin Islands Board of Education to allow junior high school students who complete an industry certification, such as NCCR Core or Microsoft, etc., to receive 1 high school credit. Goal 3, communication and marketing. The board will enhance community engagement by providing information that informs the public on meetings, events, and news, increase visibility during CTE Week with speakers and demonstrations, attend industry conferences to gain knowledge of related advancements, and potentially recruit new instructors. Goal 4, interagency collaboration. The board will hold at least 2 town hall meetings in collaboration with other boards and agencies, collaborate with other agencies to develop research and forecast future studies and programs related to CTE. Work with the Division of Personnel to establish an online credentialing system to track, monitor, and report on CTE instructor certification, and set a professional development tracking process for instructors and administrators. With our current goal for this fiscal year, Mr. Chairman, the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education has submitted an ambitious plan, again, like last year, for improving the status of career and technical education in the Virgin Islands. We are delighted that Bill number 330267 is now law, Act 8374, and congratulate this body wholeheartedly for the support it received. we believe that every student should be career ready upon graduation, whether that student is going to college, trade school, or directly to work. Our children must be ready for life. Providing them with academic as well as a technical skills will ensure a successful entry into the workforce. The funds that CTE board is requesting are necessary as we survey the monumental task ahead of us. The portion of Perkins funds which the Department of Education can utilize for CTE is inadequate to meet the needs of our students. Consequently, the board has consistently assisted in providing CTE support for travel and other activities for students and professional development for staff. And yes, when the needs arise, the board will step up and invest in its funds to further CTE in all aspects of learning. The board is submitting a detailed proposal for the 2021-22 and 2022-23 fiscal years. A listing of current board members as well as office staff are attached. The members of the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Technical Education, thank you for the opportunity to read this statement into your record. We are now ready to answer any questions you may have. Any additional information which we do not have upon your request will be submitted promptly. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Francois. Thank you very much for your testimony. Is anyone else with you to testify? Need any no other comment for it?
No.
Okay. Mr. Callwood, or is it Dr. Callwood? I want to make sure I'm right.
I'm Kyza A. Callwood.
Okay, Mr. Kyza A. Callwood, thank you for being here. Again, I don't mean no disrespect. You may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson Kurt VLA, well, now in your seat, Acting Chair, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 34th Legislature present, and in listening and viewing audiences. I'm Kyza A. Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Today, I have with me in person our Director of Business and Finance, Alcenta DeWint, and I'm going to put on her spot. Today is her birthday. Happy birthday, Alcenta DeWint. Thank you for joining us. Joining us virtually are Vice Chairperson Winona A. Hendricks on the St. Croix end, our Executive Director, Dr. Stephanie Berry, and Associate Executive Director, Emmett Hansen II. I offer testimony on behalf of our governing board in support of VI's fiscal year 2022 budget of $1,937,038. The Virgin Islands Board of Education is an independent agency of the government of the Virgin Islands. Members of the board are elected in 2 legislative districts, 4 in the St. Croix district and 4 in the St. Thomas St. John district. We also have 1 at-large member, a resident of St. John. Our St. Croix members are Winona A. Hendricks, Terrence T. Joseph, Shauna K. Richards, and Emanuela Perez Casillas. Our St. Thomas members are Judy Gomez Esquire, Jeanette Smith Barry, Nandi Siku Esquire, and myself. Angel Boques Jr. is our at-large member. The 4-year term for the board is staggered. Through 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection 21 to 23, 41 to 42, 82, 90 to 91, 121, 127 to 129, 171 to 177, 184 to 191, and 193 to 194, the VIBE is responsible for the general policy and direction of public education in the Virgin Islands. The VIBE is charged through this authority with responsibilities to include but not limited to administering and overseeing the Territorial Scholarship Fund Program, special legislative grants, and federal funds issued or awarded to the VI Department of Education, certifying education professionals employed in the Virgin Islands, developing and revising educational policies, reporting on school plans and facilities management accountability and environmental compliance, and mediating hearings, appeals of decisions of the department and complaints concerning all educational and public school matters. The work of the board is directed by 5 standing committees that meet at regular intervals. They are Professional Staff and Certification in Higher Education, chaired by Jeanette Smith-Barry. Policies, Rules, and Regulations, chaired by Winona A. Hendricks. Public-Private Liaison, chaired by Angel Boquez Jr. School Plans and Facilities Committee, chaired by Emanuela Perez Casillas. And Finance, Scholarship, and Collections, chaired by Shauna K. Richards. The executive committee is comprised of myself, Chairperson Kyza A. Callwood, Vice Chairperson Winona A. Hendricks, and Secretary Shauna K. Richards. The 20th Governing Board also has 3 ad hoc committees. Well, actually 2, I'm sorry. The ad hoc committees are the Internal Controls Committee chaired by Judy M. Gomez Esquire and the Legislative Liaison Committee chaired by Nandi Sekou Esquire. Table 1 provides the revised VIBES FY 2021 appropriated budget and the expenses incurred as of June 30th, 2021. There is no anticipated budget overrun. Personnel Services. Presently, the board has 16 budgeted positions. There are 3 persons in the St. Croix office, Associate Executive Director, Financial Aid Representative, and a Certification Specialist. There are 8 persons in the St. Thomas office, the Executive Director, the Director of Business and Finance, Accountant, Financial Aid Coordinator, Financial Aid Assistants, and 2 Loan Collection Officers, and 1 Maintenance Engineer. We have prioritized critical vacant positions to fill within the next 60 days. All positions are non-unionized. An organizational chart is attached in Appendix A. Through Act 8411, the VIBES classified employees received a wage increase in fiscal year 2021. As of June 30th, 2021, there were no incurred personnel services expenses of $438,364.75 and fringe benefits of $216,573.18. First bank account. As of May 31st, 2021, the board's first bank account currently has $51,336.72. The monies in this account are primarily for certification application fees. Personnel Services. The 4 vendors in Table 2 below currently provide professional services. They are Jennifer Jones Esquire, Crucian Point LLC, Xerox Corporation, and Chico's. Outstanding obligations. As of July 9, 2021, there is $23,207.10 in outstanding obligations currently being processed. Real property. The board currently rents an office space in 115 Strand Street in Christiansted on St. Croix from St. Croix Restoration. The FY 2021 annual rent is $48,024. It will increase to $49,465 in fiscal year 2022. The board is reviewing the feasibility of purchasing property to renovate or construct a permanent home on St. Croix. The VIBE owns the St. Thomas office property at Dronagain Scotter, number 60B, 61, and 62. The property consists of 2 buildings. Our main 2-story is a masonry building with offices, storage areas, restrooms. There is also a generator. This property needs repairs to its roof, courtyard, and grounds, which were not factored in the FY 2021 budget. There is an estimated $120,000 needed for these repairs, subject to the increasing cost of labor, materials, and supplies. A survey was recently performed to ensure the boundaries were identified before commencing any work in the courtyard and grounds. There is a single-level historic building on the street front that will be rehabilitated to serve as the board's conference room. Capital projects. As of June 30th, 2021, the VIBE has $275,000 in funds available for capital projects, namely the Gertie House, located on Dronagain Scotter, number 60B, 61, and 62 in St. Thomas. On April 30th, 2021, the VIBE's leadership team met with its architect regarding the completion of plans for the restoration, rehabilitation, and renovation of the historic cottage. An invasive selective demolition inspection conducted on June 16, 2021 revealed significant rotten interior wall paneling, floor and subfloor wood members, and building structural components now requiring removal upgrade, enhancement, and/or replacement in their entirety. See Appendix B. This recent development will require us to ensure the final plans will address what is needed while maintaining the original character image of the building. It also will require requests for supplemental funding in the FY 2022 budget to address increases in construction and related costs. Vehicles. The board maintains 2 vehicles in each district. The board has requested a trade-in value of the older vehicles advance in each district to replace them as our budget permits. Student financial aid. Territorial Scholarship Fund Special Legislative Grants. For FY 2021, the board received an appropriation of $1,192,416 for the Territorial Scholarship Fund program and $353,150 for the special legislative grants. Table 3 below provides a breakdown of these scholarships. The financial aid application period was from January 2021 to April of 2021. However, the deadline was extended to May 7th of 2021. There were no applicants for the Exceptional Student and VI National Guard scholarships. Staff has redoubled efforts to incorporate a targeted outreach plan for these scholarships and solicit assistance from agencies such as the Office of Veteran Affairs, Department of Human Services, and the VI National Guard. The Morris F. DeCastro Board meeting will be held in late July of 2021. Table 4 below shows a total of 496 applications received. Of that 496 applications, 392 were through an online application system and 104 were paper application. When compared to the number of applications received for the 2020-2021 award period, there was a decline in applications. However, the board approve an increase in the territorial scholarship loan grant amount awarded to all eligible applicants, $1,500 in loan and $1,300 in grant. Given to successful implementation of the online financial aid application process and evaluation over 3 award periods, the VIBE intends to move to a fully online application process in fiscal year 2022. Staff commenced issuing promissory agreements to students whose applications were deemed complete and will continue to call and email all students whose application were deemed ineligible for reasons to include but not limited to disclosures not returned, low GPA, and having a part-time status or not providing proof of enrollment. Coronavirus Supplemental Scholarship. The Coronavirus Supplemental Scholarship is made possible through Governor Albert Bryant's Jr. Executive Order number 504-2020, dated July 9, 2020. The deadline was extended to December 18, 2020 due to low number of applicants. Through correspondence with VIBE and the Office of Management and Budget, the application deadline was extended through March 31st of 2021. Subsequently, by Executive Order number 512-2021, on May 17, 2021, the scholarship was extended to include spring 2021 graduates. This scholarship is open to all high school, homeschool, adult education, and general education graduates of spring 2020 who are permanent residents of the Virgin Islands and resided in the territory at the same time of graduation. Applicants must be accepted into or in attendance at an accredited institution, college, university, or other post-secondary education, third-level tertiary education, or advanced vocational or trade school. Applicants are available online through the board's website. The current application deadline is August 13, 2021. In addition to our website and emails to all our educational stakeholders, the scholarship has been advertised on the VI Consortium, in the St. Croix Avis and the Daily News, as well as through radio ads on Isle 95, Roomba 98.3 with Junior, Reef Radio 103, Reggae 100, WSTX, and the Vibe. Table 5 below provides a breakdown of spring 2020 and 2021 graduates who applied. As of July 2nd, 2021, 217 applicants have received $1,000 award under this scholarship and 30 are pending payment. Currently, disclosure statements are being issued to applicants who have completed the application process. Staff also continue to call and email applicants regarding missing information. Collections. Figure 1 below provides collections over the past 5 fiscal years. As of June 30th, 2021, $505,126.13 was collected in student loan repayments. This represents $204,248.21 more than what was collected around the same time in fiscal year 2021 of $300,877.92. The VIBE is considering all possible means of increasing collections, including a collections drive with different incentive to reduce the approximately 700,000 in delinquent accounts. Data migration from the old to new system has commenced, and the anticipated launch of a new collection system is slated for no later than the second quarter of fiscal year 2022. EDC contributions. To qualify and remain eligible for benefits provided under the Economic Development Commission's program, 29 Virgin Islands Code subsection 708M requires each beneficiary, excluding small businesses, to submit an annual contribution to the board in the amount of $3,000 to be placed in the Territorial Scholarship Fund. As of June 30th, 2021, approximately 189,600 were posted in contribution from beneficiaries of the EDC program. Letters re-emphasizing the importance of compliance have been sent to all applicable beneficiaries listed on the Economic Development EDA's website as of June 9, 2021. The board has requested information from the EDA on all active and inactive EDC beneficiaries that are or were required to comply with this mandate for the period of 2017 to present. Disaster recovery claims. Public assistance applications were filed with the Federal Emergency Management Agency for damages sustained in both VIBES locations by Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. The VIBE was awarded all smart projects maximum threshold of $123,100 listed in Table 6 below. FEMA officially obligated the Category E St. Thomas project in March 2021. However, the VIBE will not be able to complete the Category E project scope of work by the period of performance date. Therefore, a time extension request letter was sent to the Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery for consideration. Fiscal year 2021 accomplishments.
You could take your time, and breathe.
I just love to read and I get excited. Thank you. Fiscal year 2021 accomplishments. Through its relationships with the Department of Education, the Career and Technical Board, the University of the Virgin Islands, the American Federation of Teachers, the USVI Parent-Teacher Student Association, Parent-Teacher Association, and other educational stakeholders, the board works on matters that affects public education in the territory. Year to date. The board completed and approved a distance learning policy in April 2021. Radio ads to promote the distance learning policy are currently aired on Isle 95, Roomba 98.3 with Junior, Reef Radio 103, Reggae 100 WSTX, and The Vibe. On June 15, 2021, the board submitted to the governor and the 34th legislature its 2021-2022 School Management Accountability Report with its findings and recommendations based on site visits and available data provided by the Department of Education. Upon the request of the Commissioner of Education, the board conditionally agreed to certify nationally certified online teachers who have been contracted by the department to teach certain courses that are hard to staff. beginning with the upcoming school year. Before these contracted teachers begin, the department must provide the board with detailed information on important issues, including the number of online teachers, the list of courses to be taught, the evaluation protocol, and the avenue through which these online teachers will meet the VI history course requirement. From October 1, 2020 to June 25, 2021, the board certified a total of 107 school professionals, 59 in the St. Croix district and 48 in the St. Thomas St. John district. In progress. The promotion and retention policies for elementary and grades 7 and 8 and 9 through 12 are currently under review in our Policies, Rules, and Regulations Committee. In collaboration with the CTE Board and the VIDE, the revision will include 6 credits for career and technical pathways and incorporate the distance learning policy. The electronic communication device policy needs additional work to include recommendations for risk management for electronic communication and electronic devices use. This policy will be prioritized after the promotion and retention policy are completed. The board's 3-year strategic plan goals have been drafted to include brief statements framing how goals will support the plan and corresponding action steps to support framing of how our goals will support the plan and corresponding action steps to support implementation and outcomes. A work session is planned for August 2021 to complete the plan and identify at least one goal for the board to adopt for the upcoming fiscal year. The School Plans and Facilities Committee will have a follow-up meeting no later than October 2021 with the department to discuss the draft standards for conducting a comprehensive annual inspection in accordance with 17 Virgin Islands Code subsection A24A2A. The Professional Staff Certification Committee is currently engaging in finalizing policy revisions to update and clarify certification requirements and processes. The primary focus is on clear guidelines for requesting and receiving certification and ensuring that there is efficiency, transparency, and accuracy in handling of all certification requests. It is anticipated that the new policy will be implemented along with the online certification application. The design phase of an online certification application is in progress, and we anticipate a soft launch no later than the end of this fiscal year. Actually, we plan to do that in August. Our goals are to increase the number of certified professionals by at least 10% in fiscal year 2022 through online certification and provide a clear certification strategy involving collaborative efforts with the Department of Education and the University of the Virgin Islands. In absence of a complete list of current employees and their certification status from the department, staff is currently reviewing, analyzing, and comparing what has been submitted by the department with the board's records. Staff is in communication with the department representative on necessary revision and improvements, and both entities will collaborate a plan to increase the number of certified professionals engaging with our students in instructional and support services. We are also working with the department to ensure that our students have the best qualified teachers in their classrooms and the best trained professionals engaging with our students. With respect to early childhood certification and in compliance with the legislative mandate Act 8270, the board had direct communication with UVI representatives on the matter of early childhood education preparation. There are already 7 courses, 21 credits to be exact, available at UVI to help teachers to meet early childhood certification requirements. The board will be working with the department in reviewing teacher placement in pre-K through 3rd to ensure that all teachers are certified in early childhood. In addition to funding made possible to the department by the legislature, funding is available through the Territorial Scholarship Fund program to assist early childhood educators in obtaining the requirements. In conclusion, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our dedicated staff for their commitment to supporting the VIBE and its stakeholders through these unprecedented times. We also thank the Committee on Finance for allowing us to provide this testimony. Mr. Chair, that concludes the Virgin Islands Board of Education testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callwood. Colleagues, let's quickly go to a 5-minute round, beginning with Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. All of you who listen and present. Take a deep breath. Okay. Now, staff first. How much staff do you have, Dr. Francois?
We have 4 individuals in the office, an executive director, 2 administrative assistants on St. Croix, and 1 on St. Lawrence.
And how are they paid? Are they're not unionized or anything? They're exempt?
No, they're not unionized.
No, they're going through the ERP. They're not unionized. They're regular government employees.
Okay, so have they received any type of wage increases anytime recently?
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so they're up to date with their wage increases.
Sir.
Okay, good. Mr. Callwood, same thing for you. Your employees. How many?
Currently,
many employees?
Currently, we have 16 budgeted positions.
Please state your name before you answer.
Please.
Everyone.
Kyza A. Callwood, Chair of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Currently, we have 16 budgeted positions, and we have a total of 11 that is filled currently.
And you said they're not unionized?
No, they're not.
Okay, so what, GS or?
They are GS non-union.
And have they received their wage increases?
They have.
Okay, good. Once your staff good, I know the production will be even better. For CTE, Dr. Francois, again, that's a passion of mine. It's not just a political statement. I learned auto mechanics in the 70s, so I'm really big on it. And as you know, I had the one legislation where we attempted to look to address teachers on a contractual basis. You know, we're able to have a meeting that was put on the side. But again, how are we putting the instructors in the classroom? I know we have to jumpstart this CTE program and stuff going. It is there. It was bigger than it is. How do we get to that in some of the goals that I heard you take based on the budget?
Dr. Michael Francois. We're actually talking to the Department of Education right now to find a way where our board could actually contract CTE teachers directly.
Good.
On top of that, we've been working on the recruiting effort with the Department of Education, where recently, as a matter of fact, a few days ago, board members went up to Atlanta with the governor to try to do the recruitment. I also did research to see what's the issue, why we can't get CTE teachers in the territory like we would like to. And one of the things I realized, like we all been discussing for a while now, is salary. So I did research on what's the issue with salary. I have that research that I could share with
okay, good, man. So maybe we could turn the legislation that I had into where you hire and then find a funding source to do that. Excellent. So I will look to collaborate with you on that, because again, it's for the children. I could fix cars to this day, and I learned auto mechanics in the 70s. So thank you for that. Mr. Callwood, in regards to the scholarships that are given, or some of the, do you give, I think it's grants that have to be paid back? We have delinquencies?
So we have special legislative, we have the territorial loan and grant program. We also have the special legislative grants. The special legislative grants, the individuals don't have to pay back those, but the loan and grant program, they must. Currently, we have over 700,000 in delinquent accounts.
You know, I heard you and you're reading, you read it so fast that I say, boy, I'm gonna leave that one slip. $700,000 in delinquent monies owed to the government. Is it because you need more staff to be able to collect this money? What is the process for us to address this? And also, because I have 1 minute, I was also told that, again, people were asking about being able to pay back, I guess, online. Is that set up? So you could address that for me, please.
So the online process, we are working on to finalize that process.
You need funding for that to get that done?
Well, I'll let the executive director more clearly speak to that, and then I'll come back and finalize the response.
Sure.
Director Barry, go ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director for the Virgin Islands Board of Education. What we're in the process of doing now, before we can attempt to collect the debt, we have to validate and reconcile our records, which we're in the process of doing. To answer your question, Senator, there's always an opportunity, especially on a 6 to 12 month period, to hire additional staff to help us with our collections efforts. As it relates to access from our borrowers, we're in the process of migrating data at this point into a new system that will allow for borrowers to be able to access their account information in real time and also make payments electronically. However, that's not something that we're going to roll out immediately, because we have to make sure that our records are reconciled and that we look at the entire portfolio and address any outstanding internal administrative matters or validity issues that we may have.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, and then Mr. Callwood could just finalize. In closing, is that $700,000 delinquent for this fiscal year, 21?
No.
It's right. It's for many years past. So we're going to continue putting a process together, and the number going to keep going up. So at some point, we got to get serious, get the people in online. That's what we're here for, budget hearing. You could answer Mr. Chair time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
So, Senator, thank you for that. There's a plan that the executive office have come up with to ensure that we bring down the 700,000 in delinquent accounts. The 2 staff members, the 2 loan collection officers, I have to applaud them because I personally get calls on my personal cell phone that people are complaining they paid the Board of Education already, and you're sending us this letter for. So we have a lot of those stuff going on. But everyone that we have that either in our accounts that's shown delinquent, we have sent out a letter to them. And then they are responding, and then that's how we're able to reconcile that the executive director was indicated until we can get our online process, which will help to simplify the process just a little bit more.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Callwood. Senator Saru?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick yes or no, I guess, to Director Berry or Chairman Callwood. The federal government granted a deferment of loans for student loans. Did the board implement that practice, or are you still collecting?
I will leave Director Berry.
Was there any deferment granted during the pandemic period?
We did that based on a request. If the applicant requested it, then we did it. But she can speak more directly to make sure that we fully answer your question. Dr. Berry?
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Virgin Islands Board of Education. No, that's the quick and dirty answer. No, we have not done so. However, we are in the process of devising a collection drive, which may include some level of deferment or forbearance. But those are things that we are currently looking at and anticipate that in the new fiscal year, we'll be able to do something to assist those who are delinquent.
Thank you so much, Senator Carrion. Senator Blyden, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Chairman Callwood and your supporting team there with you, and thank you so much for your testimony. Chairman Callwood, in your testimony, you spoke to 2 areas when it comes to the supplemental scholarship, the coronavirus, and you have another one also, and you said you have to extend them. And you also mentioned the marketing strategy in terms of where you advertise them.
Right.
But you're missing something very important here. When you were running for office, where did you advertise mostly? Wasn't it on WST, the People's Station? What happened?
No, well, we are. I think we are working with.
Areas.
We are. I guess I just missed that one.
If you want a message to go out, you need to advertise there. That's my point.
I just missed that one, Senator.
So are you advertising on a station in order to get the word out to these individuals? Because I about just. I don't understand it. Why folks aren't responding?
Director Berry can speak to WSDA.
Succinctly. No, just if they do it or not. I just need to know because I would like to know if they are.
Yeah. So, Director Berry, is WSD on the list?
They are on the list. We're trying to do rotations. We're currently on a rotation with this group, and then we will be adding WSTA. There's also some other routes that we're planning to take to be more diverse in the targeting the audience.
You want to get the word out, you need to use that station. That's just my opinion and
Thank you,
recommendation.
Senator. We'll do that.
Also, you spoke to your legal services, and it's paid based on an hourly basis. How much funds have been extended thus far for 2021 fiscal year?
So as of 2021, we have expended for the legal services $74,750.
24,750, and what's budgeted for next fiscal year, 22?
I think it was 53,000. Yeah, 53,000.
53?
Yeah.
So why have it decreased by some, why have it been decreased? You don't expect to use that much services?
Well, we decrease it. One, mainly that our executive director is online, and she does have a background in paralegal. So some of the things that we would have had to go to the attorney wouldn't have to go to her, but the more heavy lifting, the attorney participates in.
Okay, very well. Also, when it comes to the capital projects, you stated as of June 2021, the VIB has $275,000 in funds available for capital projects. What exactly is it for? A repair of a building? Upgrade of a building?
So it's to repair the Gertie House, which is directly in front of our main two-story office. Has been there for quite some time. So we have to, and it's a historical site, so we have to fully repair that building, which experienced hurricane. We were happy for the legislature to give us that 275, but that 275 was just going to allow us to start in doing an investigation and through it, and I have provided in the testimony where you can see the pictures of what is under the flooring. So that alone has to be mitigated, and then for us to begin doing the upgrades accordingly.
And not only that, being a historical building, there's a lot of hoops you have to go through also. Did you consider that? It's going to take you some time.
Well, I think we were approved from the historical preservation, so we have already got through that hoop already, Senator.
Is the executive director available?
Yes, she is. Dr. Berry can answer.
Dr. Berry, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
When it comes to historical preservation and the building being historical, what other challenges do you see the divisions facing in terms of the time frame when it comes to this project?
Well, this project actually started back in 2008. I got involved in 2011 with it, and we went through an extensive review process with the historic preservation, and our plans as presented were approved by them. However, subsequent to the 2017 storms, and in more recent times with us revisiting the Gertie House, it was discovered through the inspection that there is significant rotting throughout the flooring, and we decided that we were going to do our best to make sure that we maintain the cultural image and try to stick to the original approved plans by the historic preservation. It was a somewhat long process, and we don't anticipate that it will be there will be any significant changes that will require us to go back to the historic preservation for approval of any revised plans.
Okay, very well. Thank you so much. And before my time run out, let me go to the CTEB board.
Time.
Good afternoon. Let me ask quickly, in terms of the courses offered, are we mixing old with new because of now we have the cybersecurity, we have engineering, nursing, etc. What are we doing in that space when it comes to the type of classes offered at the CTEB?
Okay, CTEC, I'm actually working with CTEC right now. Sorry, Dr. Michael Francois. I'm actually working with CTEC right now to get a computer engineering program up and running where they'll be doing both cybersecurity and we're looking into drone piloting also. The problem, well, I shouldn't say a problem, but one of the things we want to make sure is that any program that we implement in CTE is industry certified. So we have to search and make sure that we're getting the right industry certification for our children.
And based on this, my last question, Mr. Chair, based on industry certification, What about the partnership in terms of different businesses, etc., as you onboard those individuals in terms of shadowing, etc., internship, and the like?
Well, one of the things that we already spoke to the Department of Labor about doing, the Department of Labor has an apprenticeship program, and one of the things we're talking about doing is allowing our office to manage that for the CTE or for the schools, where students that's in our CTE programs will be able to partner with the different businesses and join that apprenticeship program. One of the things with those apprenticeship programs, though, is that based on the way labor is setting it up, is that whatever business takes in the student for apprenticeship must also guarantee employment at the end of the apprenticeship.
Thank you for your response here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Blind. And I have a lot of questions here, but it's a budget hearing, so I'm going to save them, but you open a lot of, quite a bit of discussion. Senator Carrion, you're recognized.
Good afternoon to all the testifiers. Let's go to the Career and Technical Education Board. On the post-audit report, outstanding vendors obligation. Says here that you have an outstanding obligation amount of $518,000. Then there's a breakdown in exhibit which just provides for close to $12,000. What's your outstanding obligations with vendors?
You can answer, Mr. Deuce. Put it on the record. Just pull the mic down.
Anton Deuce, Executive Director. Yeah, this $518,324.66. Those are not obligations outstanding. It seems to
speak into the mic directly.
Those are the leftovers we had in January. Somehow this is a typo there that came from OMB. I really don't know where that came from. Okay. Our outstanding vendor obligations as of the writing of my budget were the $12,000 which have been paid in the meantime.
Okay, so that's incorrect. So and an outstanding obligation, you only have approximately $13,000.
Right.
Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you plan to make those payments?
Those payments have been made, sir.
I'm sorry?
Those payments have, the obligations have been done.
Oh, have been paid?
Yes, sir. Those were in January when we did the budget originally. They were still outstanding. That was the question, and we paid those.
We paid, okay.
Those are paid, yes, sir.
You don't have anything outstanding?
Not anything that we already consumed, no. Okay. We have some other bills in that we're trying to get approval for, but no, those have been paid.
With regards to your leases now, how much are you paying for St. Thomas property?
St. Thomas property is $23,525, and it came up for renegotiation. We are staying at the same level. We have been extended the same without an increase.
But that term goes until 2024, correct?
That's correct.
And on St. Croix?
St. Croix was up for renewal. They did ask for a couple of $100 more. However, we also negotiated the janitorial service in that increase that we didn't have before. So we no longer pay for janitorial service, but we had to pay the increase.
Gotcha. And this total amount then is incorrect, right, in the post-audit report, because it's adding the total to approximately $38,000.
Right. Should be close to.
Should be close to 50 if
right, exactly.
Calculating correct. Right. So there's a mistake here. Should be 50,000. Okay. And what's the square footage for the St. Thomas property? Because I don't see it here.
If you give me a moment, sir, I'll look that up.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
All you do.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. So I see there's an increase that you're asking, which is approximately 14%. from an overall appropriation. What is the breakdown? Why are you asking for the increase?
So the increase over last year was caused by the increase of salaries as mandated by the governor. So once our employees were put on the right step and the right pay scale, that of course increased our budget. And when I talked with OMB, she suggested that we stay at the same but bring up the cost of the employees. So that's what that came from.
That's what it comes. Okay. So I see also you have already used a considerable amounts of portion that have been set aside for supplies in your allotment. Are you running a risk for running out of funds for that?
Excuse me, Senator, again?
It seems you have used a considerable portion of your supply allotment. So I'm wondering, thus far, if you are running a risk of running out of that money.
All right, so we run under a lump sum budget. So while we do break into different uses of our budget, it is a lump sum budget. And so we move from one container to the other, if you want so. So we're not running out of money as of this time. We're good.
Okay. And Board of Education, what's the status on the online platform you're working on? What is the deadline?
All right.
No, for the Board of Education.
Sorry.
Kyza Callwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Which online? We have two of them.
And the one you testify that you're working on, which two do you have?
We have the certification one that's getting ready to do a soft launch in August of this year.
Okay.
And then we're working on the collection software, which will in a couple months that should be on board.
A couple of months. So do you know which one specific? What's the timeline for that?
So the online certification program, which is certifying
August.
teachers, where they can apply for certification, that's August 2021, the soft launch. In terms of the collections certificate process, that will be a little while.
But you don't know exactly.
I don't have a date. I know it will be before the end of the next fiscal year. That will be already implemented.
And on the chair's time, I'm interested to know what's the plan in order to collect the outstanding amount that you have in delinquency.
Thank you. I will allow Director Berry to give you a sneak peek of what our plan is.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Director Berry?
Mr. Chair, thank you, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Virgin Islands Board of Education. So we're looking at the possibility of doing a collection drive, which ideas that come up involve maybe giving a certain percentage discount on the balance for current loans, and then some sort of forgiveness or partial forgiveness of past due interest for delinquent loans. We are in the process of developing policy for forbearance and deferments through one of our committees that will also address, and hopefully we'll try our best to mirror what has been done at the federal level for our borrowers who continue to have some difficulty in paying. As it relates to the collections software, our migration process, we're running it concurrently with doing reconciliations. And we anticipate that by the second quarter of fiscal year 2022, that we'll be able to do a soft launch of our collections efforts from an online standpoint.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Francois and Chair Callwood, for your testimony. I want to start off with the Board of Education. And my first question is in respect to the IG, Inspector General of Audit. Have you been able to close some of the loopholes that was mentioned in that audit in respect to addressing the stipend issue? Where there was some duplication mentioned in the IG report. Have you been able to address that?
I will allow Dr. Stephanie Berry to chime in, and then I can add at the end.
Yes, to answer your question, Senator, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Education. We have been able to reconcile any duplications that may have occurred as a result of administrative or other items. And we are in the process through our internal control ad hoc committee of developing policy that will address the other issues that were brought up as findings, some of which have been disputed by the board, but we're still working through refining our internal controls to ensure that this and any other possible finding will not occur again.
Very well. So you're saying that it is a work in progress. You have not established the policy, but you're working towards establishing those?
Those policies have been drafted. We anticipate that by the first quarter of the fiscal year 2022, those policies will be available by draft for the board to review and approve.
Is that the same that will apply to the issue of the bank accounts, the unauthorized bank accounts? Have you also developed the necessary policy to address that particular issue?
With regards to the alleged unauthorized bank account, I believe it is the first bank account that was mentioned in this testimony. We have contacted and been in and have been able to establish an account through the Department of Finance. We're working through some items right now to transfer and make that account go through the proper government channels.
Very well, thank you for that. And with respect to that $1,000 scholarship that was being offered by Governor Albert Brown Jr., what is the rub that's prevented individuals from applying for that? I think in your testimony you mentioned like about 217 high school students, graduating high school students have applied. Well, what is the rub, or what is your belief on it, the barriers by which we're not seeing more students applying for that scholarship?
2 minutes.
Director Berry, go ahead.
If I was to provide my personal opinion with regards to what some of the delay may be, it may be in primarily the writing of a letter to explain how the pandemic has affected the student. We've tried various avenues to reach out, and we've been successful in actually bringing up that number to almost 500 applicants at this time. But the rub is, in my opinion, is the letter writing. Oftentimes our students find it difficult or just basically don't realize that the pandemic has affected them in ways that they can actually put in writing form. But as we get inquiries, we're supporting these students by sharing some examples that they could include in a very brief letter as to how the pandemic affected them, such as the fact that they have to do remote learning. They're unable to socialize as normal as they used to be, that they have to wear masks and the like. So those are some of the things that may be included in a letter, but I believe that's basically is hindering some of our students from putting the application through our online process.
Very well. I appreciate your explanation, but that speaks volume. If we're saying that a brief letter will earn them $1,000 and they're a little bit hesitant to do that, difficulties doing that, that requires deeper analysis in terms of what prevents them from doing that. Let me move on to the Career and Technical Education Board. And Dr. Francois, what is the collaboration? And I know that you mentioned that there have been some discussion with the Workforce Development Board, but can you give a little bit of more explicit in regards to your collaboration, your engagement with the Workforce Development Board?
Well,
time.
Good day, Dr. Francois. The Workforce Development Board approached us about some funds they may have had to give to our board for programs. So we met with them and had that discussion, and as far as doing some sort of technology program, whether it's funding for cybersecurity programs and other similar programs. However, we were supposed to have a follow-up meeting, and they actually canceled twice on us thus far. and we're still waiting to see if we could have that follow-up meeting and see where the funds are coming from, if they're serious about giving it to us.
Let's make that meeting happen.
Sure.
I think that this is of the most opportune time for us to have that discussion, especially like that was transpiring now, and I will implore you to try to get a meeting going with them in respect to that. Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up with two quick.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
One question and 1 point, real quick.
Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. I believe that the model that have been put forth by my brother's workshop is a good testament and a good model, and we need to really, I think they've gotten it right, most part, and we need to kind of model after what's going on with my brother's workshop. Additionally, Dr. Francois, in your testimony, you mentioned some challenges with equity, and then you spoke about equality, and obviously equity and equality has two different connotations. Can you speak to the challenges that you're experiencing with both equity and equality with your mission statement? I'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Francois. Yes, Senator. Some of the things we were encountering is that the different ways that CTE and academia is being treated. For instance, when we visited the CTE classrooms on St. Thomas, you got classrooms with holes in the roof where water is coming. You got an electrical classroom where water is coming through the roof, and they expect the students to work with electricity in that classroom. Now, I see where we're putting money and time into ensuring that academia needs are met, which we should be doing, but then at the same time, nobody is focused on getting CTE up to speed. Nobody, even when we talk to other entities about getting CTE up to speed, the meetings go well and they agree with us, but then no action, no follow-up. So those are the kind of things we're seeing. And give you a good example of that. The Whitley Center was moved. Nobody came to our board and had that discussion with us. If they did have a discussion with us, we would probably recommend that they didn't move it where they moved it to, because a lot of the students have come to our board and explained that because of where the center has been moved to, they cannot attend classes there because they feel that their lives are in danger. So those are the kind of things we're realizing that everybody's talking about CTE, and it's a good conversation, but nobody takes this board serious and takes CTE serious.
Thank you so much. Have the Board of Ed and the CTEB board, have you guys held a joint meeting yet to discuss promotional requirements?
Yes.
And you have come to some type of consensus?
Yes.
Yes for you, Mr. Callwood?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
So effective when are we going to see what the promotional policy is going to be that includes the flexibility for vocational subjects and also academic?
Dr. Francois, we're actually waiting on the Board of Education to finalize that and send it out to us.
It's $74,750 you said currently for the attorney?
I think I said 715, 1 second.
Same thing, 74?
Yes, 74,715.
And this is from when to when?
This is as of June 30th, 2021.
From October 1st? When you go on the mic?
Yes, that's correct. October 2022 to current.
Ms. Dwayne, hold the mic.
I'll send to Dwayne. It is for services rendered from October 2020 through April 30th, 2021.
So 7 months, and you have paid $74,715. You have the attorney acting like a board member, with the exception that she's getting hundreds of dollars per hour. What policy have been developed from October to April that's approved, totally formulated? Well, what policy do we have that has been developed in this time period?
That the policy would be that distance learning policy would have been completed. All of the others are work in progress, and we are doing them simultaneously.
But just without even trying to beat around the bush.
I'm not.
No, not you, me. I'm saying without me trying to beat around the bush to come to the point where I want. You have capable staff, utilize your staff. There's no reason for us to be paying our attorney $74,000 in 7 months. At this rate, she's going to make more money than the Attorney General for the United States Virgin Islands government. So there's no reason. And the attorneys attending board meetings, you really need to cut this excessive use, or we could just write it out of the budget. Because if you have all of this extra money to be paying, and you don't want to utilize it for something else, we could just deduct it from the budget and we'll give this $100 and something thousand to our next entity that is going to use it for what they need. Senator?
If I may, Senator?
Yes.
I would like to correct, the attorney not only gets involved in policy, the executive director can speak clearly exactly why that has been increased and where we are now today. In terms of utilizing attorney services, we have minimized that, especially since the executive director came on board. We don't use the attorney as much as she doesn't come to the meeting.
And that's all I want to hear, so I am fine. Your executive director is quite capable.
Right, so.
Quite capable, so there's no need. You have 3 superintendents on the board.
3 superintendents?
Yes.
Oh.
Janet Smith-Barry, Winona Hendricks,
and Terrence T. Joseph.
And Terrence Joseph. You can't want more educational background than that. So I don't know why we need attorney, because I don't know who could know more about education than those 3 individuals. Senator Fred Gregory.
Good afternoon.
Good
Testifiers.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start with the Board of Ed. Ms. DeWent, can you give me a quick breakdown of the various categories for FY 2022? I see you have a increase of 18.3%, 18.4%. Could you give a quick breakdown of that, please? Of your personnel, fringe, supplies, etc.
Personnel services is 990,493. Fringe benefits, 453,521. Supplies, 32,993. Other services and charges, 420,031. Utilities, 40,000.
Okay, do you 40,000 for utilities?
Yes.
Do you is your utilities going into the single pay account as well?
Not as far as we're aware of.
Oh, no? Okay. Are you paying your utilities directly?
Yes, we are.
Okay, all right. Okay, I guess I'll have another senator will probably drill down on the reason for the increases, because I see in one category you have, it looks like a little over $100,000. So you have $51,000 in your first bank account, and you said that those funds are generated primarily from certification application fees?
Correct.
What do y'all do with those funds?
We plan to. The past 2 years, we haven't done anything much with those funds.
What do you usually do with them?
Certification related.
Like what?
Right now, we're working on the software and so forth, so we may be spending monies from that, for that.
Okay, I mean, so you have this in the account, and how much do you project that you're going to generate in FY22 based on the certification work that you're doing? That question is for the executive director.
Thank you, Dr. Stephanie Berry, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Board of Education. I project that, if I'm understanding your question correctly, I project that roughly maybe $10,000-$15,000 will be added if we're able to successfully roll out our online certification process.
What would prevent you from being successful?
Nothing other than time.
Okay, good.
I still stand by our commitment to have it done in the time frame.
Okay, well, it's my hope to see that the certification is rolled out because we need to ensure that our teachers are properly certified. On page 8 of the testimony for the Board of Ed, you have in progress, and again, this is one of my concerns, and it's an overarching concern that I have throughout this entire budget process. We have a lot of in progress. There are no timelines. How are we benchmarking? How are we putting systems in place to ensure that we know what we're working towards? Yes, timelines, you could move the goalposts because things don't work out. But if you're not working towards any particular timelines, then what are you working towards? Where's that accountability in there? And that's for the board chair.
So, Senator, we can update to give the timelines, particularly for the Policies, Rules, and Regulations Committee.
Okay, we would like to see timelines, okay? I think it's important that timelines are provided because we keep seeing the same things and we're not getting timelines.
Should I send it to you, through the
You have
chair
to send
to
it
you?
to the, yes, to the chair.
That will be done. No problem.
You said that with regards to Act number 8270, which is the Early Childhood Certification Program,
yes.
You said that the board will be working with the department. Will be working? When that going to happen?
Well, we have started in terms of working with
when
them.
You plan to finish?
Director Berry, can you give
you could add that to the timelines.
Okay, I thought you wanted an explanation. No problem.
No, you could add it to the timelines.
No,
year to date, okay, this is Board of Education still, right? In line. So you said that you completed the distance learning policy. Is that policy associated with Act number 8500 or that's associated with, with the information that with the commissioner's virtual learning program that she's implementing?
I will allow the executive director to explain.
It is associated with the Act, Senator.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chair, I've run out of time and I have not gotten to CTEB.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask a quick question to CTEC, and that is tied to, you have a note where you spoke about relinquishing the DOE, your responsibilities as far as some funding was relinquished to the Department of Education. And that occurred back in, I want to say 2010-ish, because the Career and Technical Education Board at the time was utilizing the funds inappropriately. But if you can show that you are able to utilize the funds, I do agree that the funds should be reverted back to CTE. So if you are prepared to do that, I believe that my colleagues would agree that it should happen that way, but we literally save people from going to jail. That's why it occurred. I was there, I was the one that made the recommendation, came before the Senate and had a discussion. So I'm seeing it here, so I believe it's important for me to speak to it. And I'm going to close because my time has been called on the fact that you are indicating in your testimony that there are talks with CTA, but you are still questioning the seriousness of it. I'm concerned about that because there's this major push and discussion in the territory from the chief executive down to the Department of Labor and the Department of Education talking about workforce development. So if you are having that discussion, I remain concerned about the fact that, there is no collaboration here. That's what you're saying. This is not the place for this discussion, but I think that this is something that we need to drill on at another time, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator Gregory. Have the CTEC board been in discussion with Department of Labor and the Workforce Development Initiative with, what is it, ICF?
The commissioner sent us a letter letting us know how much monies they would be receiving and how much he would be allocating to CTE. However, until I see that in my account, in CTE account somewhere, I'm just waiting.
Okay, I wasn't even speaking to the money, I was speaking to the program overall. So you weren't in a meeting with the discussion as to how they're going to roll out the use of that $9.9 million contract.
That's part of the issue we're having right now, Senator, is a lot of entities are doing things pertaining to CTE, and we find out after the fact.
Okay, because that might have been one of the ways that we would have been able to have some improvement to the CTEC facilities.
And if you allow me, Senator, and even hire teachers, I would much rather see CTE instructors be hired and we start programs than bringing somebody from outside to run those programs, and when they leave, we still don't have the program in the territory. So I'd have much rather.
I'm glad that you said that, because that was one of my concerns, and the issue that I have, and it's not, so many times people don't understand when you're asking questions, they think you're just being critical, but it's important for us to futuristically think of the Virgin Islands. We brought in this group, ICF it is? Oh, ICF. And they hired Pinnacle that worked at CTEC for a number of years. So they hired a group that's already established, that have done the NCCER, have done all. So what would have prevented us from utilizing CTEC and St. Croix, the school in St. Croix, with teachers who already work under the particular program to provide the skills necessary for these students? So, and that might have allowed us to upgrade, especially on St. Thomas, to upgrade some of the workspaces, because if we're supposed to designate a government building and they put in the requisite equipment, et cetera, to start the programs over here, then perhaps it could have been a cost year where in the daytime, the students at Charlotte, Amalie, Durakan would have access to that facility. But I am not pleased at all with this approach where you actually don't know what is going on. Who are the instructors? We're going to get back to you. Where's the site in St. Thomas? We're going to get back to you. How's the registration? We're going to get back to you. And these are programs that are starting in June. And if we're going to design program for Virgin Islanders, but we don't have a clear pathway or direction as to what we're going to do, then we are wasting money. I can't see a CTEC classroom with a hole in the roof. What sense does that make? How much money does it take to fix a hole in the roof? Senator Saro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your statements. I think I lost my pen. Can I borrow? Thanks. Okay, let me focus. Scholarships, the Board of Education, school is about to begin. Scholarships are still not in the hands of those who received it. What's the status?
I will allow Director Berry to. Director Berry?
Dr. Stephanie Berry, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Agreements have gone out to the students and we've started to receive them. We anticipate that we already started entering them into the system this week and will continue to do so next week. And as they come in, we're putting them in. The benefit of having that act that was established some time ago is that it goes as a direct pay, and we don't have to be bogged down or have a bottleneck in processing those payments. We're hopeful that all students will be able to receive, or at least 75 to 85% will be able to receive it before they start school, and our staff is working diligently to make sure that that happens.
Okay, because in the past we have been a bit late and giving those payments, and we went to college,
Yeah.
so you know the importance of receiving the funding on time.
Right.
The Millennial COVID scholarship from the governor, has all the funds been expended from that account?
Not to date.
What's the balance?
We wouldn't have the balance directly. It's funded through the Office of Management and Budget, so we just accept the application, process them, and then send it to OMB to process the check. So in terms of the balance, they will know exactly.
Okay. What have you spent in board stipends, Board of Ed?
Say it again.
Total amount spent in board stipends. I have to ask these questions since yesterday was yesterday.
No problem. Ms. Dewin can give you that breakdown.
Same question goes for CTEC.
As of June 30th, 2021, $15,395 for stipends.
FY20, this recent fiscal year, 21?
Yes, FY 2021.
And this is up to when? Sorry, I missed that.
June 30th.
June 30th. Okay, CTEC?
Anton Doos, Director. The stipend paid for the full year since last year we were here are $9,000, $6,000 for the fiscal year so far.
You speak very fast. 9,000.
9,000 for the full year from July to July, and we got $6,000 so far expended for this fiscal year since October. So I expect it to be just about the same.
Okay. Let's go to the post-audit report. Is a bit vague for me, CTEC. Post-audit, you have an increase in your general fund expenditures from the previous years. But tell me, what's your personal services?
Okay. Under
What's your recommendation for your personal services? I need a breakdown of the 635, 616. So what's for personnel? Mike?
Okay, for personnel, we have recommendation is 100 and, let me see, no, I'm not on the right page here. Okay, right here, okay. 289.74 for personnel and 137.324 for fringe benefits.
137.
324 for fringe benefits.
Supplies?
Supplies, $11,000.
Other services?
174,950.
Utilities?
2,600.
Projects?
20,000.
And miscellaneous?
I don't know if miscellaneous. I don't think I have any miscellaneous anywhere. That's it. I don't think I have any miscellaneous. That's it. That's a total of 635,650, and I don't have any miscellaneous.
So tell me the 2,000 for the 20,000 for capital projects. Tell me about that.
All right. So capital projects, they're in during Maria and Irma, both offices had some extensive damage which still have not been repaired. So I need to go, being a technical education board, I feel that when we have a boardroom that's very limited use, that should be made available to our CTSOs. Henceforth, there should be a meeting table in there and infrastructure that projects career and technical education. So
okay, so is that project, since you said it was Alma Maria, is that FEMA funded or PW?
Time.
Excuse me?
So since it was related to Irma Maria, is that a PW?
No, I think that what they had in insurance has been expended, but we haven't. Further.
Have you received your insurance funding?
No, I have not seen what they had in insurance. I just came on board last year.
Mr. Dr. Francois?
No, I don't know what they have in insurance.
Yikes. Okay, so what's your total general fund appropriation with your indulgence, Madam Chair? What's your total? All the figures you gave me, what do you have? I need to cross-reference it.
Okay, so the total we're asking for is 635,615.
616.
Yes.
615 or 616?
615.
615?
615, yes, ma'am.
So the post-audit report is off by some 10,000. That's because I did some math on my phone here as well, and I noticed that the numbers that you gave me did not add up to the post-audit report.
Okay.
Mr. George is on the line. It's on the Zoom. You can ask him.
Mr. Post Auditor? Mr. Post Auditor, are you there?
I'm there.
All right, can you tell me, I need to cross-reference CTEX number and yours. Where did we find the additional money? Did you listen to his numbers?
I was listening, but I'm not sure that I got everything that he said.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair. I guess we could settle that offline. Thank you for your responses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I was looking in the budget book. 635,616 is in fact the correct number for the FY 2022 submission from the Office of Management and Budget. So the number is correct. So there may be some off calculations from your end. The appropriation numbers for FY 2022 is $635,616.
Okay.
That is the recommended proposed
By $1.
budget. You have that?
Yeah. Yeah, there's a dollar difference between the total at the end and the total at the beginning.
Oh, it's probably some rounding, that's all.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's probably a typo somewhere.
It's rounding, okay.
Sure.
Madam Chair, I just have a question. If
You may
allow me
proceed,
to.
Senator.
Thank you. The capital projects, I don't understand the 20,000, because if they had some destruction from the storms and these buildings are insured by the government, they should have been covered under insurance or the FEMA project worksheet.
So if I can correct myself there.
Yes.
They did replace desks and some other things, right? And there is a lot of other chairs and upholstery that's falling apart now 3 years later. Probably was still okay when they looked at them, but now they start to crumble and fall apart. I have a boardroom table here at St. Thomas that's talking to me every time I go into the room. It's swelling up, but it probably was still okay when the insurance adjuster walked through or whatever they did.
Okay.
Additionally, computers need to be replaced. Furthermore, we're still using ancient phone systems, so we want to go and get rid of these and put VoIP phones in, which is going to save us about half what we're paying on.
So I have the last question, and you have to forgive me. We had an education hearing this morning, and literally they are drowning in federal dollars. Does CTEC, they can apply to?
Not for the administrative work. But,
Okay.
Mr. Francois, I know that there was a discussion around computers, and of course, we are in a period of time where we are doing a lot of work remotely. So if I were you, I would write a letter to the governor and the Office of Management and Budget and ask them for some of the CARES money that they have sitting on, because you should be able to qualify for some of that money. Did the Board of Education get any of the CARES money from the governor's office, other than $1 million?
No.
So
we have
y'all didn't
not.
get any money for PPEs and none of that?
No.
Y'all should do likewise.
Thank you.
The
Noted.
funding comes to the territory for all entities, whether you are a central government direct report to the governor or not. So you should be writing to get some of that money. You do service the public, correct? Yes. You have people that come in to pay their loans to you, right?
That's correct.
So your employees make contact with them. There's no reason why guys should not have gotten any of that money. So I would strongly recommend that you write to the governor and to OMB.
They will get the letter
CC,
tomorrow.
however you do it. Tell them how much you want. That shouldn't happen. Is there anyone on St. Croix? Senator, before we go though, before I go to, I'm seeing Senator Whitaker. Before I go to Senator Whitaker, I want to go back, since I'm sitting in the chair now, and I had to rush my questions. I want to go back very quickly and ask about and this is back to CTE, so I see that you have an executive director and 3 administrative assistants and a program monitor. So your program manager is vacant, but you have those positions, right? So, and in your testimony, you spoke about wanting to receive the funding directly to you instead of having education as a pass-through. Right now, your transactions are still processed through the Department of Education?
Executive Secretary dues. No, we have a lump sum budget. It goes through we get it directly from finance in quarterly payments. So the only thing that's left through education is the scholarship. That's what we were referred to.
Okay, so, but you process your transactions to the Office of Management and Budget?
We process everything.
Sorry, finance?
Yeah, we process through the ERP.
So you process, you also process your other services, et
Yes,
cetera?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, so you basically want, the issue is the Peterson?
Yes, the scholarship money, basically.
What's the name of the scholarship?
Peterson and Raxter.
Peterson and Raxter Scholarship.
Yes.
Two different scholarships.
Yes,
ma'am.
there's two of them, right? The issue with that was you guys are still processing the transactions for that, though, as far as doing the interviews, the application process, et cetera. But are you guys following up to make sure that the students who are receiving the scholarships are in fact in school? Because that was one of the issues, that those individuals were receiving those scholarships and they were not in school.
So as far as since I came on board, I directed my staff to follow up on scholarships from last year. Most of our applicants this year are people which have priorly applied and high school students. I think the issue of the scholarship was that last year we received out of an allocated that your body allocated 55 grand, we received 10 of that, 5 for Peterson, 5 for Axters. So we luckily did not tell students that they're getting $1,000 or $2,000 scholarships, because we would have looked the fool. We ended up handing out $500 scholarships, which was good for a couple of books, as you know, but not really what it was intended for.
Okay, well, the Board of Education is and this is two named scholarship, the Albert Raxter and the Peterson, James Peterson? What's it, Peterson?
Yeah,
Peterson scholarship, right? So I will go ahead and have the discussion with my colleagues, but I really think that you need to have a clear system in place. Now, the Board of Education is an entity that really manages all scholarships. I think that y'all could probably have a discussion and see how you could do the interviews, you could establish that, and use the board as a pass-through. We'll have that discussion offline, okay? I think that that's something that y'all could consider doing because it makes it a lot easier. Senator Whitaker, you are recognized for your 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Good afternoon to all. Chairman Callwood, can you give me the total cost this past fiscal year for travel?
I'll have the Director of Business and Finance to give you the information you're asking.
Can my time be held as she looks for that? And the CTEB board, I've asked the same question. What is the total cost this past fiscal year for travel?
Travel for the board?
And while that's being pulled up, I'm going to move on and we'll get back to that. Chairman Callwood, the board actually, what methods of increasing collections has the board done to reduce the delinquent accounts? The $700,000 in delinquent accounts?
Well, currently the board has done call-in as well as sending via letter to reach out to those individuals with the delinquent accounts.
And in the FY21 budget, there's an itemized amount of $14,600 for capital outlays. That wasn't budgeted last year. Could you describe what it's specifically being used for?
Yes, Ms. DeWin can provide a response for the capital outlay. That would have been for 2021 budget you're referring to, Senator, for the 14,600?
Yeah.
That was for the generator installation, Chair.
You heard that, Senator,
Mr.
from
Chair?
the executive director, the generator installation. That would have been for the tank and all those stuff. You got it?
Thank you. Professional development.
You're
for
welcome.
Staff for the Board of Education. Do you have a allotted amount? As I keep asking entities where are they in terms of investing in professional development programs for their respective staff?
So I know for this current budget, we do have an amount that was voted upon by the board. The executive director can give you some of the things that we'll be doing with the staff coming up, if you would like.
Yeah, thank you.
Executive Director Berry?
In fiscal year 2022, we're going towards a more targeted internal capacity building approach. The board has allotted $10,000 from our fiscal year 2022 budget to allow for staff to receive capacity building and in areas specific to their respective responsibilities. Anything from Office 365, targeting Excel for collections or financial aid, all the way up to more robust approach in terms of government accounting and the like.
2 minutes.
Thank you for that. And what I hope to see as we evolve, because those are the tools we use throughout the office, but we need to look at spending funds on persons becoming better skilled at their specific duties. And that's another layer of, and I encourage, as I heard even earlier today about certified public management programs and the like, those are really important. So again, you have the number for the travel for education for the CTEB board?
Anton Deus, Executive Director. So the board has not been traveling since I came on board last year. The only expenditure that CTEC has, CT board has at this time is inter-island travel for me to come over on business, or the one of the board members to come over for a meeting. However, recently, Dr. Jackson and myself traveled to Atlanta for the job fair, and we expensed roughly about $2,700. That's the only expense we had.
I will have Director of Business Finance to respond.
For travel, we have $257.25. That is inter-island travel. We have not had any off-island travel.
Thank you for that. So I know in prior years you've had a pretty high budget for travel, and that's because of COVID. So as we look forward, we'll see what the numbers are next year. To the CTEC board, can you describe a lot of teachers are my constituents as well, and they, the complaints, which all of you, both boards are aware of. Can you please provide any assistance or any information concerning costs related to the support for purchase of textbooks?
Time.
Oh, okay. The last time we, sorry, Dr. Michael Francois. Last time we came before this body, we were told that we weren't allowed to purchase textbooks, and that's the responsibility of the Department of Education. So we've been resisting that, doing that. We did, however, purchase online programs due to COVID-19 because the Department of Education left out some of the CTE programs as far as online programs. So we did purchase that, and Mr. Deuce could tell you exactly how many and which ones we purchased.
My time was called. That last point, efforts are really being made to statutorily address the issue of CTEC, so we can really push for the workforce development. Heard questions, there have been alignments, and so I do foresee and hope that we do restore the CTEC board fiduciary responsibility over the Perkins funds. I have, as the board is aware, as I've made awareness of, done my due diligence in getting the information and the requirements. So I do hope that as we, to the finance chair, to whatever's can be made, it is time. The board has been, it's 2.5 years, the board has proven itself very fiscally responsible, and the board, I believe, is positioned so we can really develop current education and right up the ship and move us forward the way we need to. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you, Senator Whitaker. Now, as it relates to the textbooks, what is supposed to happen is the board usually would work with the state director of, and this is for CTEC, with the state director of Career Tech, and y'all establish from your board perspective in working with the CTEC state director what those, what your textbook adoption is. And you work with your districts and determine what the textbook adoption is. And then the Department of Education puts in their budget, whether it be their CTEC or if they need additional funds from the general fund budget, then they request the funds for the textbooks. There's no difference in how textbooks are procured. There should be no difference. So there has to be some level of collaboration between yourself and the commissioner. So let me ask you, do you meet with the Commissioner of Education?
We had a monthly meeting with the Department of Education. It has slowed down, but we still meet with them maybe every 2 months or so. But textbooks, we spoke about textbooks in the beginning, but we haven't touched that subject since.
Yeah, but the board needs to talk about the textbook adoption, meet with the state director, then y'all move it up the chain. It shouldn't come down from the commissioner with y'all. That's where you have a state director. That's where that relationship should happen.
And we're the state. Our collaboration with the state office is, lack of a better way of saying it, is strained. When I say strained, it's very hard to get things done through that office. I don't know if they're understaffed or what it is, but we've requested several things, including data, and we can't get that.
So I mean, I really wish that the players from education were here, because I think it's so important that we truly establish what's really going on with career and technical education in the Virgin Islands. We're hearing a lot of talk about it, and career and technical education is workforce development. It is. So if we're going to talk workforce development in this community, we need to talk workforce development from our elementary schools all the way up to the 12th grade. We cannot talk workforce development. I know that we have a gap because we've missed some folks, so we have to fill that gap with those people who are no longer school age. But we need to know what that system is for school age to 12th grade. I don't understand. It just seems like there's a lot of talk about it, but there is no true structure around how do we marry up workforce development and CTE first, actually, and workforce development second. Those things need to be married up. Now, there seems to be this move where Department of Labor thinks that they could take over CTE and workforce development. But the board, y'all have to push a little harder on this, because what's happening there, I saw it. Because I remember when I was working on the legislation that I put together for the
8374.
8374. Department of Labor were giving me this long story, and I'm like, this don't have nothing to do with you. This has everything to do with school-age children. And I know that there are those children who have certain types of issues that they would provide services from labor, but it have to be a collaboration between yourself, which is the Career and Technical Education Board, and labor, and the Department of Education. So this does not sound like it's working. It's very disappointing that we are still here having these types of issues as we continue to talk and ask this body for millions of dollars. I think there was an ask of some $12 million of funding. How do we provide that type of funding resources when we're having this conversation where that collaboration is not there? It's just not, in our good conscience, we have to be responsible from a legislative perspective. We cannot continue to just let people come and ask and then just give, and then at the end of the day, when you peel back the layers 5 years from now, we're having this very same conversation.
Yeah, can I say something, Senator?
Absolutely.
Dr. Francois? Part of the issue is I think this board has been, for lack of a better way of saying it, inactive for so long that now when we go to these other entities and try to regain our responsibility, we're getting a lot of pushback. Just last week, I was talking to the board and saying we may have to hire an attorney because what's happening to us when we go to a lot of these meetings, we get a lot of talk. A lot of these entities, Department of Education and everybody else, come to these meetings with their attorneys. Even the law you passed, 8374, everybody is giving us their interpretation, and because we don't have an attorney to represent us, we're being pushed, right? So
and what the governor sign it for? Then he shouldn't have signed it. If you know he's going to have people having that type of, it makes no sense. And at the end of the day, the only people that are suffering is our children. So
one of the things I did, I sent a letter to the Attorney General because I understand that each board has an assigned, or that's what I was told, an assigned counselor from her office. And I said if she doesn't respond by the end of the month, letting us know if she'll do that, then I told my executive director, we need to start looking into like probably hiring an attorney just to interpret 8374 for us and anything else. That's all we're going to be using them for.
okay, so the Board of Education have outside counsel, and any board needs some level of outside counsel support if you're going to be successful. Now, colleagues, I have exhausted all my questions. I don't know if you all have any other questions. The Senator Carrion? Senator? Good. Senator Saru? Great. I'm going to allow you, well, this is a very odd, very, usually the executive directors are the ones who don't come and present. But because the chair of the board is here, the boards are here, I'll ask you, Chair Callwood, to give your closing remarks.
Thank you, Acting Chair of the Finance Committee, Senator Fred Gregory. Thank you for the opportunity to defend our fiscal year 2022 budget. I was hoping for more questions, but I just would like to thank our staff, particularly our Executive Director, Associate Executive Director, the Director of Business and Finance, and all the dedicated staff at the Board of Education that continues to work day in and day out to ensure that the operation continues to flow. Please don't give up, continue to push. We really appreciate you. And I would like to put Ms. DeWint again on the spot to wish her happy birthday because she was trying to hide her birthday from everybody. So let the world know that today is Ms. Alcenta DeWint's birthday. Thank you to Vice Chair Hendricks on the St. Croix and all the members of the board for their continued work in pushing public education in the Virgin Islands. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Francois, you may give your closing.
Yes. I would like to say thank you.
Dr. Francois, sorry.
I would like to say thank you to this body for having us here to defend our budget for the 2021-22 budget. I would also like to thank the senators, especially the acting chair, for passing the law 8374, because that gives my board a little more teeth. Like last time I came before this body, I said, I told my board we're like a tiger without teeth. And now I'm seeing slowly but surely we're gaining that. And I would like to invite all the senators to our monthly board meeting. At least you don't have to come all the time, but at least pop in once in a while. To get to our board meeting, you just go to our website, click on Zoom, and click on the general board meeting tab, and you're in. We do everything now virtually. I'd like to thank my board members for their support. And again, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. And You would have to send out those invitations to all of the senators for the meeting so we could know when.
Yes, will do.
I too would like to say happy birthday to Alcinta DeWint. Happy birthday to you, and you're working on your birthday, so we need to get you out of here so you could go celebrate. So there are no more questions. We've exhausted all of our questions. Therefore, the Committee on Finance is hereby adjourned.